Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the memorable Victor Herbert operetta, Babes in Toyland, starring Gordon MacRae and his celebrated guest star, Lucille Norman. Our program tonight is dedicated to thousands of young musicians all over the country who are studying tonight's operetta and its composer through the pages of Keyboard Junior, a magazine for young musicians. The current issue also features a story about the Railroad Hour, its stars, cast, and producers. Our choir, as usual, is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Thank you, Marvin Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, what do you know? It's the 1st of December, the beginning of the holiday month. So we're going back to the storybook days, to the days of remember when, days of once upon a time.
When you've grown up, my dears, and are as old as I, you'll often ponder on the years that roll so swiftly by, and of the many lands you will have journeyed through, you'll oft recall the best of all, the land your childhood knew. Your childhood knew. Toyland, Toyland, dear little girl and boyland, while you dwell within it, you are ever happy there. Childhood's joyland, mystic merry toyland, once you pass its borders, you can never return again.
Say, we'd like to have you meet some of the celebrated citizens of Toyland, though they're really probably old friends of yours. Fellow citizens, forward, march! May we present Miss Hood. First name, Red Riding. Lovely child, very devoted to her grandmother. That's our friend Peter over there. That boy has a mad passion for pumpkin pie. And say, there's Simple Simon and Miss Muffet, who doesn't care a bit for spiders. Tom Tom, the piper's son. And Little Boy Blue, boy farmer. Say, grab your trumpet, Mr. Blue, and let's all forward march. Say, who's crying? Why, it's Little Bo Peep. What seems to be the trouble, Bo? Now, you haven't gone and lost those sheep again.
Don't cry, Bo Peep, don't cry. To find your sheep we'll try. We'll seek them far, we'll seek them wide. We'll seek them low and high. Don't cry, Bo Bo Peep, don't cry. To find your sheep we'll try. We'll seek them far, we'll seek them wide. We'll seek them low and high.
So you see, Bo Peep, there's really no use worrying.
Never mind, Bo Peep, we will find your sheep, no matter where they be. So be gay, Bo Peep, go astray your sheep, soon home again you'll see. Give a smile, Bo Peep, for a while your sheep may cruise in pastures new. Never mind, Bo Peep, we will find your sheep and bring them home to you.
Good afternoon, my dear fellow citizens of Toyland.
Mary! Mary!
How are you, Mary?
I'm quite well, thank you, considering I'm so contrary.
Dear Mary, have you had any word from Alan and Jane?
No, Tom. Their wicked Uncle Barnaby says they've both been lost at sea. And if it's true, then I'll never see my beloved Alan again.
Golly, Mary, it looks as if you'll have to spend the rest of your life teaching arithmetic.
And everybody knows what a dreadful thing arithmetic is. It's so everlastingly dull. 2 and 2 just always seem to equal 4. But I'll give it some variety. If a steamship weighed 1,000 tons and sailed 5,000 miles, with a cargo large of overshoes and carving knives and files, if the mates were almost 6 feet high and the bosun near the same, would you subtract or multiply to find the captain's name? Put down 6 and carry 2. Carry 2, carry 2. Gee, but this is hard to do. Hard to do, hard to do. You can think and think and think till your brains are numb. I don't care what teacher says, I can't do that sum. If a pound of prunes cost 13 cents at 1:30 today, and the grocer is so bald he wears $1.05 to pay, and if with every pound of tea he will give 2 cut glass plates, how soon would Willie break his face on his new roller skates? Put down 6 and carry 2. Gee, but this is hard to do. You can think and think and think till your brains are numb. I don't care what teacher says, I can't do that sum. So you see, life goes on. One long arithmetic problem. Alan.
Shh, Jane. Don't give away my disguise. Uncle Barnaby tried to have us killed at sea, remember?
And he won't hesitate to have us killed here.
Do you think he'll recognize me disguised as a gypsy fortune teller?
I don't recognize you, Alan. You're my own brother. Oh, look, a gypsy fortune teller. Perhaps he can tell me about my own true love. Fortune teller?
Yes, my pretty.
What is your name?
Floretto. Floretto who flirts with the future.
Will you tell me my fortune?
Give me your hand.
Ah, such a pretty hand. So soft.
Ah, yes. I can read the entire future. For I am a Romany Rye, a timorous sprite of the wildwood. I dabble in magic, both comic and tragic, a witch I have been from my childhood. Hey! Great is my mystical might, the blizzard and avalanche mind me. I'm likewise a voodoo at casting a hoodoo. A qualified artist, you'll find me. Floretto, the gypsy am I. The past or the future to tell you I'll try. Your fortune I read from your palm at a glance. Pray notice I also collect in advance. Floretto, the gypsy is here. Far into the future he quickly can see. Your fortune I read from your palm at a glance. Pray notice I also collect in advance.
I'd be glad to pay you in advance, Senor Floretto. How much will you charge me?
A kiss.
Oh, dear. Now tell me, what do you read in my palm?
Your name begins with an M.
That's right.
It's not Methuselah, or Mehitable, or Marmaduke, or Minnehaha. I have it. It's Mary.
You're wonderful.
I always thought so. Now, let me see. You, Mary, should marry a chap whose name begins with an A.
Alan.
Ah, yes, Alan. He's charming, gifted, and attractive. To know him is to love him.
But he's dead and will never come back to me.
What's happening here?
Barnaby.
I will not have gypsies wandering around giving Toyland a bad name. Shoe?
Now, you better be careful where you put your shoe.
Besides, I have an important announcement to make. I have decided to marry the lovely, though sometimes contrary, Mary.
Oh, no.
Mary?
But, Barnaby, aren't you a little, old for me?
Certainly not.
Besides, Barnaby, I'm in love with somebody else.
With Alan? But he's been lost at sea. He's asleep with the oysters.
Makes me feel like I'm swimming in tartar sauce.
I have positive proof that he will never return.
No, I'm in love with somebody new. With Barney O'Flynn.
Mary? Who is Barney O'Flynn?
Oh, Tom, I can't marry that old ogre Barnaby. So I just made him up. He's a lad from County Clare. It is the wild one comes from there. And be sure it is in his cove you'll see. For the girls he cast a spell. Oh, I know that very well. For between us from that spell I am not free. There's no calling in the land could his eloquence withstand. Should he speak to her as he has spoke to me? Me heart and his soul, you're the thief of me soul. Me senses he have taken too. Both Faithful and Helen and Venus excelling, they'd ne'er hold a rush lie to you. It would be no sin, for I love you. You're a slave for Barney
She's forgotten all about me.
Oh, no, Alan, it's not true.
But you heard her. She's fallen in love with some County Clare Casanova named O'Flynn.
What are we going to do, Alan?
You must leave here, dear sister, and never return.
Leave Toyland?
I have nothing more to keep me here. Mary is in love with somebody else. And Uncle Barnaby might try to kill us if he found us here, Jane.
I'll go with you.
Goodbye, Toyland. Goodbye forever.
Childhood's joyland, mystic merry Toyland. Once you pass its border,
We'll return in a moment with Act Two of Babes in Toyland. We have as our guest tonight the distinguished administrator of the Defense Transport Administration and member of the Interstate Commerce Commission, Mr. James J. Knudsen. And now, Mr. Knudsen.
The effectiveness of the nation's mobilization effort and its ability to meet any future emergency depend on our great productive capacity and our unparalleled transportation system. To achieve a well-balanced national strength, the nation must build up its armed forces, it must build up its productive machine, and it must build up its transportation lifelines. Because the railroads serve every part of the nation, carrying everything movable for anybody, interconnecting every region into an immense productive unit, they are the primary carrier in our transportation network, both in time of peace and in national emergency. As was demonstrated during World War II, the railroads were capable not only of carrying 90% of our billed military freight, but also of moving 70% of our intercity commerce. Now, with our current national emergency threatening to become even more serious, the fact that these essential carriers, the railroads, have been busy at work, expanding and improving every part of their plant is important to all of us. Since the end of World War II, the railroads have spent an average of more than $1 billion a year on improvements. Since the outbreak of fighting in Korea, the railroads have installed thousands of new freight cars, in line with their pledge to increase the supply of these vital cars to a fleet of 1,850,000. This pledge has just been reaffirmed by the nation's railroads. They are making every effort to obtain the allocation of enough steel to build at least 10,000 new cars monthly as soon as it is possible to reach such a production rate. The Defense Transport Administration commends the railroads for their forthright action to increase their transportation capacity to meet the nation's needs and will continue its active effort to help obtain the materials required.
Now here is Act Two of the Lawrence and Lee version of Victor Herbert's musical fairy tale, Babes in Toyland, starring Gordon MacRae as Alan and Lucille Norman as Contrary Mary.
When Jane and I left Toyland, never more to return, we went to a distant land. We found work in a spot that was the closest thing to the real Toyland we loved so much, the shop of the master toy maker. We tried to forget our troubles in the busy preparation for Christmas.
All right, now, hurry, hurry, hurry. Every toy must be ready in time for Christmas. See that all the music boxes play on key. Good, good, good. Now, see that every mama doll says mama. Mama! Good, good.
After all, we wouldn't want a mama doll to say Papa.
Yes, well, I guess just about everything is ready for Christmas.
Yes, sir. And we're all beginning to sing the wonderful Christmas songs of praise.
Hail to Christmas, joyous Christmas. Be gay, the day draws near. Hail to Christmas, joyous Christmas. Be gay, the day draws near. Now Kris Kringle, dear Kris Kringle, will bring our King to be. Now Kris Kringle, dear Kris Kringle, will bring our King to be. Here from all Toyland, near and far, far and near, all to our fair come to make merry dear. Here from all Toyland, near and far, far and near, all to our fair come, to our dear Kris Kringle will bring our king to be.
Very good. That's the spirit, the Christmas spirit, to be exact. I almost forgot to mention. We have a new sales lady, a recent arrival in these parts. Her name is Mary. Mary Q. Contrary.
Jane, did you hear that?
Yes, Alan, but what do you suppose she's doing here?
We must hide until we find out. Hey, you get in that packing box, and I'll just stand here and pretend to be a wooden soldier.
Here comes our new sales lady now. Welcome, Miss Contrary.
Thank you, Master Toymaker.
Now, you are to be in charge of all the dolls. Have a look around at the stock. You'll find quite a variety of them.
Oh, thank you. Oh, how beautiful they all are. Dolls of all nations side by side on the same shelf. What a beautiful world that makes. Hello, little Norwegian doll. Hello, little Dutch doll with the pigtails and the wooden shoes. And this one, a British doll. Do you say Mama, Dolly? Meta! Oh, yes. And here's a French doll. Do you say Mama, too, little one? Oh, if Alan were not lost to me, we might have had such beautiful dolls of our own. And each night I would have sung lullabies to them. Oh, to sleep, slumber deep, it all one, oh, sleep while watch I keep. Dream and rest, that is best. Still you hear the morning song from bough and nest. Go to sleep, slumber deep, little one who sleep while watch I Dream and rest, that is best. Still you hear the morning song from bough and nest. But it was never meant to be. Why, what's this? A wooden soldier. He looks just like Alan, but he certainly needs a paint job.
A paint job?
And he ought to have some medals on his chest. I'll just sew some on him. Oh, no, I forgot. He's a wooden soldier. Well, I'll just nail them onto him.
Oh.
Oh, dear, I wish you weren't wooden. I wish you were, Alan, so I could tell you how much I love you, how I ran off from that wicked Barnaby, and how I had to make up a sweetheart named O'Flynn to stay out of the old man's clutches.
You made him up?
He talks.
Mary, it's me, Alan.
Alan! Is it really Alan?
Oh, Mary, I'll never leave you again. But wait, you're sure there's nobody named O'Flynn you love?
Never.
No, my sweetheart, there's one test of true love. The toys.
The toys?
Mm-hmm. Everybody knows that a toy is only worth something when there's a child to love it. Otherwise, it might just as well be wood and cloth and buttons. That's why toys always know when there's love around, especially at Christmas time.
What happens, Alan?
You just close your eyes, and if they feel that love is in the air, they start to march.
My eyes are closed. I'm listening. I'm loving.
Look, they're starting to march. The wooden soldiers, the beautiful dolls, the jacks in the box. Why, they're all falling in line. Forward, march! Oh, this is going to be a wonderful Christmas. Will you make it a Merry Christmas and marry me, Mary?
Oh, yes, dear Alan, but only back in Toyland.
Toyland, Toyland, dear little girl and boyland. While you dwell within it, you are ever happy there. Childhood's joyland, mystic merry Toyland. Once you pass its borders, you can ne'er return
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Our lovely guest, Lucille Norman, will be back in just one moment. And meanwhile, our thanks to Sam Edwards, Janet Stewart, Parley Bear, Lou Merrill, and to all the members of our company. Babes in Toyland, with book and lyrics by Glenn McDonough and music by Victor Herbert, was dramatized for the Railroad Hour by Lawrence and Lee. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at the same time by the American Railroads. Marvin?
Have you made out your Christmas card list yet? It won't be long now till we're right in the middle of the holiday season, and that busy team of Santa Claus's helpers, your mailman, the post office, America's railroads, and the Railway Express Agency, will be working feverishly to handle the mountains of Christmas packages. Won't you help these hard-working folks and mail or express your packages and Christmas cards early? And when you do, please use Christmas seals as much as possible. By doing so, you help bring the priceless gift of health to fellow Americans suffering from tuberculosis.
Thank you, Marvin. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here again is our charming contrary Mary, Lucille Norman.
Thank you, Gordon. That was great fun. Made me feel like going out and buying up a whole new toy shop.
Well, let's do it, Lucy.
What's on the show train next week, Gordon?
Well, we're going to have some thrilling Johann Strauss music. The Gypsy Baron. And Mimi Benzel will be our guest. And we'll be waltzing all over the place.
Well, I'll set my dial at 3/4 time. Good night, Gordon.
Good night, Lucy. You were wonderful.
All aboard?
Well, dear friends, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next Monday night, and the Gypsy Baron, this is your friend Gordon MacRae saying goodbye.
Babes in Toyland was presented by special arrangement with the Tams Whitmark Music Library. Gordon MacRae appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of The Miracle of Fatima. Our choir was under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music was prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Until next week, this is Marvin Miller saying goodnight for the American Railroads. Now stay tuned for your Monday night of music on NBC.
Tonight, The Voice of Firestone features Thomas L. Thomas on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents Victor Herbert's operetta, Eileen, starring Cecil Kellaway, Irene Manning, Clark Dennis, and your host, Gordon MacRae. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads, The same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Well, the top of the evening to you, ladies and gentlemen. This is your host, Gordon MacRae, ringing up the curtain on our St. Patrick's Day offering, Victor Herbert's romantic Irish operetta, Eileen. In the character of Sean in tonight's story, we have the man nominated for an Academy Award for his fine performance as the leprechaun in The Luck of the Irish, Cecil Kellaway. The lovely musical comedy prima donna Irene Manning plays Eileen. Clark Dennis adds his lilting Irish tenor voice to the role of Dinny, and yours truly plays Captain Barry O'Day. And now here is Cecil Kellaway in the role of Sean to tell you the story of Eileen.
The story of Eileen begins like any Irish love story must begin, with once upon a time. So once upon a time in Ireland, there was a boy and there was a girl. And I'm going to tell you what happened to them just as I saw them with my own eyes. It was in the days of the Irish Rebellion. And I was engaged somewhat illegally with a band of smugglers. I can hear them singing now as they march back from the sea. Come then, drink a pot to fill up and then drink a room. Traloo, traloo, we trade in a misty moon. Traloo, 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 we trade in a misty moon. Well, now, I have a bit of a frog in my throat tonight, but in those days I could sing so that it would make your throat ache to hear me. Well, to be on with the story, on a certain morning, we returned from a very profitable smuggling expedition. We stopped at the Black Bullion for a bit of cheer, and there in the back room we found the hero of my story, Captain Barry O'Day, a fine, handsome brother before you.
Sean, Dinny, how are you? You're looking fine, lads.
Barry, where have you come from? What are you hiding out back here for? Come outside to see the lads.
Well, right now there's a price in pounds in my head, and the English are at my heels.
Well, then, what are you doing in these parts?
Dinny, I hope to raise some new recruits in Ireland and take them to join a French army under General Hoche. He's planning to invade Ireland from the west and march on Dublin.
Hooray, hooray, you can count on us, Barry, my boy.
Ah, lads, it's so good to be home again, to smell Irish earth and to look at Irish sky, to hear the voices that speak with the music of Ireland in them. You don't know what it can mean until you're away from it.
When far from the land that I'm proud to call my own, I repine till the heart of me is sore. And I dream of the past and the happiness I've known, while seems to whisper o'er and o'er. Tell me, when shall I again see Ireland? There's no other spot I know that's half so fair. I am longing for my home, my Ireland, for my heart, my hope, my loved ones are there. Tell me, when shall I again see Ireland? There's no other spot I know that's half so fair. I am longing for my home, my Ireland, for my heart, my
good to be home.
Who is it?
It's me, Rosie.
Oh, come in, lad.
Can I be getting you a bit more breakfast, Mr. O'Day?
Well, thank you, Rosie. Will you join me, lads?
Of course we will.
Rosie, me darling,
Well, what is it now, Dinny?
I picked up a necklace last night that's just the color of your eyes. And 'tis yours for a kiss.
Thank you kindly, Dinny Doyle, but I have a necklace. I'll be in with your breakfast as quickly as possible, Captain O'Day.
Thank you, Rosie.
You're not using the right approach with that one, Dinny. Take it in your arms, huh? Don't ask her. Take her. Carry her off.
Oh, no, I tried that already, and I've a scar I'll carry to me grave.
Well then, Dinny, take it in your arms gently and say, "Oh, Rosie, you're named for the flower that's justly famed for more of sweetness and of loveliness than any bud that blows."
Yeah, spoken like a true Irishman. But if you take my advice, Dinny, you'll sing it.
Sing it, huh? Well, I could sing it better than I could say it. Although you're young and very small, you've no fear of men at all. You just let them smile and get them all to think they've won your heart. They all try to steal a kiss, but when that has gone amiss, each one cries and lies and sighs, "I love you so, my little Irish rose." Ah, Rosie, you're named for the flower that's justly famed for more of sweetness and of loveliness than any bud that blows. But sure there's a thorn in my heart when you are scorning it, for 'tis your love I'm dreaming of, my little Irish rose. But sure there's a thorn in his heart when you are scorning it, for 'tis your love I'm a dreaming of, my little Irish rose.
Ah, that's the way to tell her. I couldn't do it better myself.
Nor could I.
Have you ever been in love, Barry?
No, Dinny. I don't intend to fall in love. I have only time for one love right now, and that's Ireland.
I've only time for one love now. Ireland. I'll never forget the day I heard Barry speak those words. It was the same day that I met Eileen, mine closely now. And I'll tell you exactly what and how it came about. Dinny Doyle and I were just about to leave Barry when there was a great commotion. We all rushed out to the window, and we saw that the mob was surrounding a carriage.
That looks like Lady Maud's carriage, Sean.
It does indeed.
Do you two know Lady Maud?
Well, for 2 seasons, Father.
I met her in France. She's a fine, brave woman, and she's all for the cause.
And the mob's giving her a bad time.
Come on.
But you can't go out, Barry.
They're my people, and I'll have to chance it. Are you with me?
We're with you. Come on.
Don't let them pass!
Listen to me, listen to me! I'm not an enemy. I'm an Irish woman.
Let me through here, let me through. Get back before they close. Stand back! Stand back!
Lady, will you permit me to help you down?
Barry O'Day, you in Ireland.
Yes. And you know why. Come, I'll see you safely to the tower.
Oh, my niece is in the carriage. She fainted. We were driving along when these ruffians stopped us.
I'll carry your niece in.
Who are you to push yourself up there? What traitor is this amongst us?
I'll tell you who I am. I'm Barry O'Day.
O'Day, Barry O'Day.
I'm back to work for the cause. Are you with me?
Yes, we are.
It looked never so bright.
No man will fight.
That's the spirit I love, for the time is at hand. Glad triumphant hour, may the tyrant's power now and forevermore be broken. Hearts in sorrow tried, beat with loyal pride, mind our slogan here in Schlantegal go bra. Glad triumphant hour, may the tyrant's power now and forevermore be broken. Hearts in sorrow tried, beat with loyal pride, mind our slogan, Erin Santiago to
Hurrah for Barry O'Day!
Barry, you must do something. You're in great danger. We passed some English troops less than a mile down the road.
Come, we'll go into the Black Bull and talk a moment. I'll carry your niece.
I'll hold back the cloud. That's the day I'll never forget. When I dismissed the crowd and walked outside, and there was the two of them. Barry in it had his arm around Eileen. He was holding a glass to her lips. He was looking at her. Yeah, faith, how he was looking at her. He was looking at her like she was the first woman who walked the earth. Maybe it's just because I'm Irish. But I swear there was music in that room as she opened her eyes and saw Barry O'Day for the first time. And maybe it's because I'm Irish that the words they said seems to mean an uncommon lot more than what they said.
There. You'll feel better now.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm...
This is an old friend of mine, Eileen. I've just hired him for my groom.
You've what?
It's the only way the English are coming.
I see.
I can stand by myself now, thank you. What was your name?
James.
Thank you for helping me, James.
Oh, it is a pleasure, my lady.
Company, halt!
You're all right.
Quiet, everyone. Let me handle this.
Well, Lady Estabrook, this is a surprise.
Colonel Lester, how nice to see you again.
Have these Irish vagabonds annoyed you?
Oh, dear, no. We just stopped for some refreshment, but we really must get home. Come, James.
One moment, please. I'm hunting for a fugitive.
A fugitive?
An Irish patriot named Barry O'Day, a very dangerous man. This man is your servant, you say?
Oh, yes.
My lady's most obedient servant.
Then I will not detain your ladyship.
Thank you, Colonel. Come, everyone. We want to reach the castle by nightfall.
Is the position of the footman still open, your ladyship?
Footman? Oh, yes, of course. Come along, Sean. Come along.
And that's how it all began. With Barry and Eileen and Lady Maud and myself riding along through the bright summer day, singing like we were the angels, and everyone we passed joining in.
May the tyrant's power now and forevermore be broken. Hearts in sorrow tried, beat with loyal pride, mind the slogan, care and slant to Galgabra. That triumphant hour, may the tyrant's power now and forevermore be broken. Hearts in sorrow tried, beat with loyal pride, mind our slogan, Erin
You know how quick most of us are to take a second look at a train going by, but not many of us, if any, ever glance at what's under the train, the track on which it runs. To most of us, as a matter of fact, today's tracks look about like those we have always seen. But they only look alike. Actually, today's track does its work of supporting and guiding the trains far better, far more efficiently than the track of even a few years ago. Take, for example, the rail. To the naked eye, today's rail looks about like the rail of 20 years ago. But today's rail is not only heavier, it's better designed. This means that it's stronger and smoother riding. And that's only part of the story of improvement, for it's made of better steel, it's tougher, more durable, less likely to break. And what is true of rail is true of every other part of the structure of the track. To produce such results, many men, many industries, many institutions have cooperated in widespread and long-continued research. At the very focus of the effort has been the American Railway Engineering Association. This professional society is made up of men who are primarily responsible for the construction and maintenance of roadway, bridges, and buildings of the railroads. This week, the American Railway Engineering Association is observing its 50th anniversary. For 30 years, it has served also as a technical division of the Association of American Railroads. In the half-century of its life, research has been its field. The far-reaching railroad industry, its proving ground. Efficient public transportation, its goal. And all of us, the beneficiaries of its work. And now back to Victor Herbert's operetta, Eileen, starring Cecil Kellaway, Irene Manning, Clark Dennis, and your host, Gordon MacRae. And here is Cecil Kellaway as Sean to continue our story.
Well, here I am again. I suppose you're wondering what happened to Barry and Eileen. Well, now I'll tell you all about it. Barry had to remain Lady Maud's groom, just as long as the English were in the vicinity of Lady Maud's estate. Eileen looked at Barry, and Barry looked at Eileen, but never a word passed between them except, drive me here, saddle my horse, do this errand. Yes, milady. I'll be happy to, milady, at once, milady. On the whole, it was disappointing. Until one night, I saw Barry leaning against a tree, all by himself, singing to the moon.
I'm in love with a slip of a girl, and if I should be merry or sad, I don't know. For my heart is afire, and my head is a whirl, yet I'm suffering for her. So I'm glad that 'tis so. Eileen, but my heart you have captured. 'Tis you that I love, you I adore. My soul with your charm is enraptured. Oh, lovely Eileen, Alana Astor. But my heart you have captured. 'Tis you that I love, you charms I'm enraptured. Oh, lovely
Eileen. As Barry stood there singing to the night, you could hear all the women that have fallen in love with Irishmen through the ages sighing behind him. Yes, no woman can ever resist this, you know that now, don't you? Well, within a few years, Eileen gave every indication of a young lady whose resistance was going to the way of every other woman. I was in the garden picking flowers when along came Lady Maud and Eileen.
Aunt Maud, is James married?
No, I don't think so. Oh, Sean, is James married? Is he?
I don't think so, Ma'am. Not that I know of.
Does he interest you, Eileen?
Interest me? Oh, good gracious, no. How could he possibly interest me?
Well, he could interest me if I were your age.
Oh, well, he's overbearing. He's rude. He's pushing, and I don't think he's a gentleman.
No, you've gone too far. You have indeed. Call him anything you like, but a gentleman he is.
You forget yourself.
No, Eileen. I think you forgot yourself. Sean, what was that old song we used to sing around the castle? Remember?
I remember it well, my lady. Someday, someway, to you and me, I know, there will surely come that happy home, just a heaven here below. Sure then, but that's when we'll show them more of the story. Is the gentleman I'll be when you're a lady.
You're right, both of you. I haven't been talking like much of a lady, have I? I don't know what's the matter with me lately. Excuse me.
Well, so that's the way the wind blows.
It seems to be, my lady. Eileen ran down to the stables. He got on a horse and rode off. Lady Maud had asked Barry not to let Eileen ride alone, so he followed her. It was about a mile from the house that Eileen's horse threw her.
Eileen. Oh, Eileen. Darling, are you all right?
Yes, I think so. Did you call me darling?
Eh? Well, now where would the likes of me get off calling the likes of you darling? Darling.
Who are you?
I'm an Irishman.
Now that I think of it, there's an Irishman the English are all hunting. A certain Barry O'Day.
Yes, my lady.
How clever it would be for a man like that to take a job somewhere in plain sight. The English have never seen him, and the Irish wouldn't betray him. How clever if he were to become a groom.
And if he were to become a groom?
What a proud day it is for Ireland to have men like you, Captain O'Day.
They rode back from the ride silently, each full of questions and unspoken dreams. And that night, it was Miss Eileen that I saw leaning up against a tree all by herself, singing to the moon.
For when love at last is waking, like the dawn of a beautiful day, with a crimson sunrise breaking, as the shadows glide away, then the heart no longer lonely, but enthralled by a rapture divine, whispers love, I love you, forsaken quite, love parted from thee. I have mine, don't repine, don't my soul give away. The soul is away. For when love at last is waking, like the
now, you must have a pretty good idea how Eileen and Barry were feeling about one another. But the course of true love never did run smooth. And the very next afternoon, I brought Lady Maud word of the approach of Colonel Lester and the English soldiers.
They're close to the house, you say, Sean?
They are that, my lady.
I've no time to get in the horse.
No, they'll be off to you in a minute, Barry.
Well, they don't know what I look like.
Well, you wouldn't have much trouble in guessing if they saw you on a horseback.
Well, we'll just have to bluff it out, Barry.
I'm afraid it's a little late for that, Lady Maud.
Colonel Lester.
So, this is Barry O'Day. I should have known when you asked for that position as footman there was something in the wind. Strange, I thought you'd be younger.
Is it me you're looking at with that accusing eye? You think
a man your age?
I'm not.
You're not what?
I'm not as old as you think I am. I'm as old and I'm as young as Ireland. And I've lived for Ireland. And now the time to die. At least there's glory in the thought that I shall die for Ireland.
This is outrageous.
Barry O'Day, in the name of the king, I arrest you.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Weep not, my lady. He is going in the manner that Barry O'Day would choose to go.
Oh, this is monstrous. Someone has betrayed us. It was you, James. I'm sure of it. You have betrayed us.
My lady, you wound me. I have betrayed no one, on my word.
Your word. You're a traitor, a disgrace to Ireland. Get off my premises at once.
Gladly. Just a moment. Perhaps you'll permit me to use this man's services.
Well, he's no good to Ireland. Take him if you want him.
You know the way to Dublin?
Like I know my prayers.
Then you shall take this dispatch for me.
But Colonel Lester sent for me, I tell you. I've got to see him.
What's that?
Oh, it's Humpy Grogan. I sent for him to identify O'Day, but that's taken care of now. Very well, James, be off.
Thank you kindly, Colonel. And goodbye. I'll drop you all a line from Dublin.
Captain O'Day.
Yes, sir.
In recognition of your bravery, your eyes shall not be bandaged.
Thank you for your courtesy, Colonel Lester.
And you yourself shall give the word to fire.
That's very kind of you. You won't mind, I hope, if I stutter a bit.
But I tell you, I but see the Colonel. Colonel Lester. Colonel Lester.
Get out of here, Humpy Grogan. How dare you come into my parlor uninvited?
Mercy, your ladyship, mercy. But I just saw Barry O'Day riding away.
Impossible. This is Barry O'Day.
Him? This one?
Don't you refer to me as this one.
This is Sean O'Sullivan. He's from the village. I'm telling you the truth. Barry O'Day is riding away from me this minute.
So, Lady Maud, you have outwitted me. Well, we'll see, my lady. The English know how to ride, too. You can go, Sean, whatever your name is.
The name is Sean O'Sullivan. In the commotion, I stole up to Eileen's room. I knocked at the door.
Come in. Oh, it's you, Sean.
I have a note for you from Barry.
From Barry?
Aye, he's gone.
The English?
Aye, the English. But have no fear. They'll not catch him. He gave the note to me last night. I may be leaving in a kind of sudden-like way, he said. And if I do, give this letter to Eileen. Well, aren't you going to read it?
Oh, yes, of course, Sean. And at the end of the letter, he says, wait for me. I will return.
And you'll wait?
I'll wait.
For 50 years, the American Railway Engineering Association has been bringing to bear the combined observation and experience of men in the field and men in the laboratory upon the problem of building, maintaining, and improving railroad tracks and roadway. 50 years ago, when the association was born, there was grave fear that heavy traffic on the railroads had about reached the limit of capacity of the track structure. Today, however, the railroads are carrying traffic which averages 4 times as much per mile, and the tracks are carrying the load even more efficiently now than they were then. Such things are not the result of any one improvement. They represent the combined effort of many. But let's take a look at just one. Improvements in the treatment and the handling of cross ties have been so great in the past 50 years as to multiply the average life of a tie at least 3 times. To railroads, this means that the cost of tie renewals is at least $1,000 per mile per year less than it would be if they still had to use ties at the rate of 50 years ago. And to the nation, it means conservation of the timber necessary to produce 70 or 80 million cross ties a year. This is just another example of the result of research in railroad roadway, much of it carried on through the American Railway Engineering Association. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. And now, back to Victor Herbert's operetta Eileen, starring Cecil Kellaway, Irene Manning, Clark Dennis, and your host, Gordon MacRae. And here is Cecil Kellaway as Sean to continue the story.
You know, the boy was in love with the girl, and the girl was in love with the boy. But he was gone. And I'm the only man alive that can rightly tell what happened to him. There was a big party at the castle that night. Everyone you might be interested in at all was there, except Humpy Grogan and Barry. At least, no one thought Barry was there. But Eileen was walking alone in the garden when suddenly...
Did I hear you call me darling? Darling.
Barry. Oh, Barry, what are you doing here? Oh, my darling. My darling.
I couldn't leave without holding you in my arms. Without a kiss to send me on my way.
Oh, you should never have come here. Colonel Lester's men are everywhere.
I'm sure they're not at Lady Maud's party. Eileen, I'll be coming back for you as soon as we've won.
I'll be waiting.
Barry, my boy.
Yes, Sean.
I've got all the lads together like you told me.
Oh, that's good. Are you with me, lads?
You're leaving now.
Yes.
My blessings on all of you. My friends, I'm proud of your true Irish loyalty.
True sons of Erin, loving, loyal-hearted one and all. Gifts and joys you share in, by her side you will stand or fall. For the loved ones who surround you, they are faithful through tear and smile. With God's blessing, I have found you, my affected
What's that?
It's the Redcoats again. We're surrounded. Good evening, everyone.
Well, good evening, Colonel.
Captain O'Day, I believe.
If you want to capture me, you'll have to fight for it.
You'll have to kill the lot of us, Barry, before you let him take you.
You'll all kindly be still and permit me to read a dispatch. I shall be most grateful. Lord Camden is recalled to the Lieutenancy of Ireland.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Hooray! Hooray!
And Lord Cornwallis takes his place.
Well, I hope he may be better.
He couldn't be worse than Camden.
Lord Cornwallis has brought with him from the King a general pardon for all persons implicated in the late uprising.
Oh, Barry, you're free. You're free.
You're free indeed, Captain O'Day. My congratulations, sir. And now I shall withdraw and leave the Irish to celebrate.
Did you hear what he said, Barry, my lad? You're free. You're free, sir. Oh, it is a great day. It is indeed, it is.
You're so right, Sean.
It's a great day tonight for the Irish, for the cause we fought for and died. And the time is soon to be when you'll see old Ireland free. 'Tis the land of our love and our pride. We despise and defy our oppressors, and their tyrant laws we will fight. But as fast as they can make 'em, be God if we can break 'em. Sure, the Irish have a great day tonight. 'Tis a great day tonight for the Irish, for the cause we fought for and died. And the time is soon to be when you see old Ireland free. 'Tis the land of our love and our pride. We despise and defy our oppressors, and their tyrant laws we will fight. But as fast as they can make 'em, because we can break 'em, sure the Irish have a great day
Well, now, that about tells all the story. Eileen and Barry had found themselves. Barry had been given his freedom, and they were young, they were Irish, and the whole world belonged to them. And you know what happened after that, don't you? They lived happily ever after, as was the custom in those days.
So within thy tender arms enfold me, for thy loss the world could not atone. Beloved, I swear that I will ever be true. And
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Cecil Kellaway will be with Jack in just a moment. And meanwhile, this is your host, Gordon MacRae, giving a vote of thanks to our excellent supporting cast, Alan Reed, Eleanor Audley, Colleen Collins, and Holly O'Toole, for their fine performances in Eileen, with book and lyrics by Henry Blossom and music by Victor Herbert, and adapted for radio by Miss Jean Holloway. And now, here is Cecil Kellaway. Well, Mr. Kellaway, it was a pleasure and a privilege to have you on board tonight. Oh, I almost forgot.
It is a great pleasure to be with you, to pair with you and Miss Manning and Mr. Dennis. I'm looking forward to your performance next week of Rogers and Hammerstein's picture, State Fair.
Well, we're looking forward to doing it, Mr. Kellaway. And our special guest will be Joe Stafford. And I guess a lot of you know that Joe and I made a lot of records together. And in addition to Joe, another surprise. Lovely Miss Martha Tilton will be aboard to sing It Might As Well Be Spring.
all aboard.
Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next week, goodbye.
Eileen has been presented by special arrangement with Tams Whitmark Music Library. Gordon MacRae appeared by arrangement with Warner Brothers, producers of My Dream Is Yours, starring Jack Carson and Doris Day. This is Marvin Miller speaking. Friends, the President has set aside this month of March as Red Cross Month. During this one annual appeal, the Red Cross must raise funds to carry on its important work for the entire year. The Red Cross program for 1949 includes aiding in disaster, serving the armed forces, serving veterans, promoting health and safety, serving youth, and helping the unfortunate in all parts of the world. Remember, the Red Cross is a partnership of the people. You, too, can help in these troubled times through your Red Cross. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 132 railroads, which are members of the Association of American Railroads. Each one of these railroads is an independent business with its own operations and services. Each one competes keenly with others for business, working by itself. But all of them work together for better service to you.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Lou, I said to myself,
he's a genius.
what the theater needs is a good old-fashioned melodrama.
He's a genius.
The public is tired of symbolic plays where people sit in a sewer for 3 acts contemplating their navels. Lou, I said to myself, get yourself a real melodrama with a pretty, innocent young girl and a deep-dyed villain. I tried to get the top playwrights to give me a melodrama. I got stacks of unread manuscripts by unknown writers.
He's a genius.
Then I found it. The play I was looking for. I entitled it Melodrama. And now Melodrama is the biggest hit on Broadway. The biggest hit of the season. The biggest hit in years. It's making me $1 million.
He's a genius.
Lou, I said to myself, you're a genius.
Theater 5 presents Melodrama.
Thanks for calling, Johnny. No, I haven't found a play yet. Spread the word around that I want a real melodrama. I tell you what, I'm just leaving the office now. I'll meet you at the Backstage Club in 15 minutes.
Hello, Mr. Darren.
You're not the type.
You're assuming I'm an actress.
Who else comes into a producer's office, especially without knocking? Write your name down and don't call us, we'll call you.
Have I asked you for a job?
What else would you want?
Plenty. Now, look, it'll take a few minutes to explain. It might even take a long time.
No, it won't, because I won't listen. I have to leave now.
Oh, look, you're looking for melodrama, aren't you?
Uh-huh. And I don't expect to get it from any actress.
Oh, how do I say it? Mr. Darren, I'm desperate. Oh, I know you're used to having people say they're desperate. I know it isn't a good approach, but look, Mr. Darren, when was the last time an actress came into this office not looking for a job?
Young lady, are you trying to pry into my private life?
I am deadly serious, Mr. Darren. I want a favor, yes, but I'm not looking for a job. Please listen to me.
What favor?
Give me 5 minutes.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to light this cigarette now, and you have until it's finished to tell me what's on your mind.
All right. Oh, my goodness, I better talk fast. In the first place, I'm not from New York.
Actresses never are.
I come from a little town upstate. I was the leading lady in the high school dramatic club, and everybody said I was good.
Every leading lady in every high school dramatic club is good until she leaves home.
I wish you'd stop talking and using up my time. Well, I started acting with a little theater group. A professional critic from Rochester said I was absolutely wonderful as Tina. You know, the girl who sucks her thumb throughout the 2 acts of Hope is a Crumpled Newspaper Blown by Vagrant Winds. All right. 4 months ago, my uncle's estate was settled, and I got $3,500.
So you came to New York to play Ophelia.
So I came to New York to play anything I could get. But it wasn't easy. I tramped around from one producer's office to another, and I never heard a casting director say anything except, "You're not the type." Everybody talks about how actresses have aching hearts. And what we really have is aching feet.
2 more puffs, and I'll kill this cigarette.
Oh, well, here, have one of mine.
All right. 1 more cigarette just because you're pretty.
Fine. And for heaven's sake, Mr. Darren, don't puff so hard. What I want to tell you about is something that started one day in the corridor right outside this office. I'd been waiting to see you for 3 hours, Mr. Darren, and finally I left. Well, a man who had also been waiting caught up with me in the corridor. He was tall and tailored, and he had blue eyes and light hair and a sandy mustache. And, well, naturally, I believed him when he said he was an actor because he had an English accent.
I beg your pardon, miss.
Oh, yes?
I gather we're fellow thespians.
I'm looking for a job as an actress, if that's what you mean.
I gather that. You may have wondered why I was hanging about so long in Lou Dadden's office.
Well, I suppose you were looking for a job just like me.
Oh, my goodness, no. Lou and I are old friends. Perhaps it isn't modest, but it's a simple statement of fact that I don't have to beg for jobs in the theater. As a matter of fact, I'm Dick Appleton.
Oh. Is that so?
Yes. To tell you the truth, I was studying you there in Lou's office. I believe you may be exactly the type I'm looking for.
For what?
For lunch, to start with.
Mr. Appleton, I'm not in the
Oh,
habit.
please, I don't want you to misconstrue my motives. Fact is, I'm engaged in a theatrical venture. That's all I can tell you now. But if we have lunch together, if we talk together for an hour or so, I'll know by the end of that time whether you're the young, fresh talent that I'm looking for.
You mean to act? On the stage?
Exactly. Lunch?
Lunch? It was a good lunch. And I found Dick Appleton very easy to talk to. Mostly because what we talked about was me. But by the end of the lunch, I still had no inkling as to whether he was pleased with me or not. Over coffee, though.
Well, you are an interesting person, Miss Biddle. What I don't see is how you managed to live here in New York.
Well, I do have a little money.
Oh?
Yes, but it's discouraging when no producer seems to take me seriously.
Yes, of course. I don't suppose you have much money.
My uncle left me $3,500. You know, I was wondering whether I ought to go to a dramatic school.
Oh, I doubt that you need to. $3,500, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't suppose there's much of that left.
Oh, about $2,500.
Ah, $2,500. Then you can sustain yourself during the rehearsal period.
Would you say that again?
Oh, sorry, my dear girl. Here we are. I've been talking for an hour, and it's obvious to me that you're enormously talented.
Golly.
You have incandescence.
Oh, I've seen that word in drama reviews.
You have luminosity.
I have?
Indeed, you certainly have. Now, let's get down to business. I'm associated in the production of a new play by... Well, I'm not at liberty to say who the playwright is yet.
Of course.
But he is one of our really fine modern playwrights. The play is symbolic. It's all about a girl surrounded with abnormal uncles and aunts, cousins and brothers and sisters, you know, who runs away to find sanity by living in a sandbox.
Oh, the sandbox is symbolic.
I knew you had a quick mind. And the writing itself, stark, almost incoherent.
Oh, it sounds wonderful.
Oh, it is. I'm sure it'll run 2 years. Now then, I want you to play the girl.
The lead?
The lead. But I don't want to unveil you to my associates until I've coached you for some time.
Oh, I'll do anything you say.
Splendid. Now, I have a small apartment here in the city. I live in Bucks County, actually. Now, if you'd come to that apartment each day.
Starting when?
Starting now.
Let's go. For 2 weeks, I rehearsed in that apartment. Mr. Darren, you have no idea how exciting and demanding he was. Why, sometimes he'd have me read one line over and over again, different ways, for an hour. Oh, he seemed to know an awful lot about acting.
Wait a minute. My cigarette's out.
I know, I noticed. But I hope you're going to listen to the rest of it.
I am, yes, and I'll tell you why. This man said he was a good friend of mine.
Yes?
I don't know anybody named Dick Appleton.
I'm not surprised.
He acted as if he were well known in the theater. I can say with authority that there's no Dick Appleton in the theater.
I'm not surprised at that either.
Who was this guy?
Will I go on?
Yes.
Well, as I say, he rehearsed me hard for 2 weeks. He criticized my walk, corrected my diction, told me that all my life I had been sitting down and standing up without really knowing how to do these things. Well, then one day when I arrived at the apartment...
Oh, hello, Mary.
Good morning.
Come in, won't you?
Right. Well, shall we start?
Ready, Mary, I don't know.
What's the matter?
I just don't know how to tell you this.
Oh, dear, something's terribly wrong.
It certainly is. Here, I've made you put in your time here for 2 weeks. Really, I feel I ought to pay you for it.
I don't understand.
You know what an angel is, of course.
Oh, sure, the backer of a play, the man who puts up the money.
Well, that's one way of saying it. My way of saying it this morning is that an angel is a devil.
Oh, I think you'd better explain.
Sit down, won't you?
All right.
Oh, naturally, I have a backer for this play we've been rehearsing. I've put in a good deal of my own money, but I did need the backer's money, too. Now, the playwright trusts me implicitly. And when I told him about you, he said he'd take my word for your talent. But the backer...
I see. The backer doesn't want me?
The backer insists on a big-name star.
Oh, dear.
Either I agree to cast a star, in which case you don't get the part, or I insist on you, in which case the play doesn't go on.
There isn't any other way of getting the money?
Not quickly enough, no. Oh, wait a minute. If I sold my telephone company... No. It'd almost make it, but we'd still need another $2,000.
Oh.
$2,000.
But I have $2,000.
Oh, no, Mary. I couldn't take your
Look,
money.
there isn't anything wrong with an actress investing in a play, is there?
Well, no, it's done all the time, of course, especially when the actress is going to star in the play.
Well, then...
No, Mary, I hate to do...
But don't you see? You're doing me a favor.
Well...
Look, when do you need the money?
Well, as a matter of fact, dear, right away. I have to put a deposit down for the theater.
Now, you stay right there. I'm going to go down to the bank, and I'll be back in 15 minutes with $2,000. I ran all the way to the bank, and then all the way back. And when I gave Dick Appleton the $2,000, it was wonderful to see how happy he was.
Oh, wonderful, Mary. Let me kiss you. No rehearsing today, Mary. Go on home, take a nap, and dream about opening night.
He didn't have to tell me to dream about opening night. I did nothing else from then until the next morning when I returned to his apartment. I knew, or at any rate I thought, that yesterday he had put down the deposit on the theater. Oh, I was so excited. I was an actress. I was going to be a star. Well, when he didn't answer my knock, I tried the door. It opened. So I walked in. The apartment was vacant. All the furniture was gone. Dick Appleton was gone. And my money was gone.
Well, Miss Biddle, that's a very interesting story, but I don't see what it has to do with me.
Mr. Darren, the story is not finished yet.
You said you were going to ask me a favor.
That's right.
What is it?
Well, you'll have to hear the whole story first.
I'm overdue at the Backstage Club.
You haven't been interested in what I've been telling you?
I've been very much interested. But when somebody wants a favor and tells me a long story, finally ending with the information that her money is gone, I get suspicious.
Aha, you're afraid I'm going to ask you for money.
It's exactly what I'm afraid of.
Well, I won't keep you in suspense about that. I am going to ask you for money.
It's time for me to leave for the Backstage
Club. The rest of the story doesn't take long, and I can assure you that you're going to want to give me money when I'm finished.
Is this some kind of blackmail?
No.
Oh, well. I'll admit you've got me interested. Go ahead.
Well, I was left with less than $500, and you can't live long on that amount in New York. Of course, I tried to locate Richard Appleton, but the police told me there was no such person in Equity or the League of New York Theaters or in the Bucks County telephone book. I don't suppose Appleton was his real name anyway. He was gone with my money, and I didn't think I'd ever see him again. But then, just this morning, I went into a cafeteria on 23rd Street, and there he was, sitting alone at a table having breakfast. He didn't see me until I'd taken a seat opposite him.
Excuse me, here, let me get that tray out of your way, miss. Oh.
Oh. How do you do, Dick?
I beg your pardon?
I'd like my money back.
I'm afraid there must be some mistake. We can start with the fact that you called me Dick, wasn't it? Actually, my name is Mortimer.
Mm-hmm. I don't imagine your name is Mortimer any more than it is Dick, and I don't care what your name is. I want my money.
Say, miss, are you quite sure you're all right? Perhaps I should call a doctor, or
perhaps I should call a policeman.
Really, I don't know what this is all about, but by all means, let's untangle it, shall we? If you're looking for a policeman, there's one over there.
Oh, where?
Right behind you.
Oh, well, then. Stop! Thief! Stop! Stop that man! Stop, thief! Oh, of course he had tricked me. There wasn't any policeman there. He was just getting me to turn around. And now there he was running away from me, and I was screaming at the top of my lungs. But you know what New York is like. As soon as I screamed, "Stop thief," everybody in that cafeteria hunched over their coffee and pretended not to hear me. So I had to chase Dick Appleton myself. Well, he knew I was after him. He ran down the street, turned the corner, but he never got very far ahead of me. I didn't waste my breath. I knew no one would help me. Well, he turned another corner, and when I reached it, I was just in time to see him running up the steps of a brownstone house. And I pounded up the stairs after him. The nameplates on the doorbell revealed only one with the initials R.A., Roger Amster, and 2B. I took a chance, and I went to 2B.
Yes, who is it?
Exterminator.
Oh, good. Oh.
I think I'm in better condition than you are, Mr. Appleton. Hamster, or whatever it is. If you want to start running again, I can chase you all over town, but sooner or later you'll have to give me my money.
Well, I guess the jig is up, eh? Why don't you come in?
No, thank you. Look, if the money is in this room, please go get it and bring it here to the door. If you have to go out to the bank for it, I shall go with you.
And if I've spent it?
If you've spent it, you'll go with me to the police.
Look, Betty, you may be able to outrun me. But really, I am taller and stronger than you are.
Ow!
Now, what are you going to do?
Oh, I'm going to walk right past you and out of here.
I think not.
Now, listen, you let me go.
To the police. Do I look like an idiot?
I'm leaving.
Are you really?
Oh, yes, Oh, you wouldn't.
Rather a pretty little knife, isn't it?
Oh, no.
Very sharp, too. Quite valuable. Not merely because it has a jeweled handle.
Oh, you wouldn't dare use that knife.
I'm afraid that's only your opinion.
Oh, I'm getting out of here.
Oh, no.
No, stop it! No! Stop it! Oh, my God.
Are you trying to tell me you killed him?
Yes, Mr. Darren.
When was this?
I told you. This morning.
Wait a minute. How do you know he's dead?
Well, I didn't leave right away. I examined him. Do you want me to go into detail?
No.
Look, if he'd been alive, I would have called an ambulance.
What have you been doing since this morning?
I've been walking around the city trying to think what I should do. And anyway, around 2 o'clock this afternoon, I called the police, and I told them a man had been murdered and where they could find the body.
You didn't tell them who you were?
No, not then, but I'm going to. When I leave here, I'm going right to the police station.
I've never heard of anything like this.
I'm sure you haven't.
But why did you come here? What have I got to do with you, or with that Appleton, or whatever his name is?
I told you I had a favor to ask of you.
You told me more than that. You said you were going to ask for money and that I'd give it to you. Well, I won't.
Won't? Not even when it means hundreds of thousands of dollars in your pocket for a relatively small investment?
What are you talking about?
Mr. Darren, you've been looking for a melodrama, and I need money for my defense. Now, haven't I given you a good plot for a melodrama? And isn't that worth the money to you that my lawyer will ask?
Well, you're going too fast for me.
Look, I don't claim I've told you the whole play. But what happened today brings us up to a good first act ending. Mr. Darren, at the end of the first act, the girl comes to the producer and asks for money, just as I've asked money from you, for the defense.
It's not a bad first act.
All right. Now, suppose the producer helps her. Suppose you shielded me, hid me, while the police were looking for me, while you were looking for proof that I did it in self-defense.
I think you've got something. Listen, there's a playwright I know, and if I can get him on the phone, he'll be over here in half an hour, and you tell him everything you've told me.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Darren.
Huh?
Mr. Darren, you have been trying to get every big playwright in town to write you a melodrama. Is that right?
Yeah?
But you ought to know that nowadays big-name playwrights are interested only in one thing. In those plays about girls who suck their thumbs or sit in sandboxes. Mr. Darren, would you please tell me why you never read your unsolicited manuscripts from unknown playwrights?
What are you talking about?
Just a minute. Is that your pile of unsolicited scripts? Excuse me a minute. All right, now let's see. Ah, here it is. Now, here is a play you've had in your office for exactly 4 months, Mr. Darren. You've apparently never read it, but you know something? Just now you found the first act awfully interesting.
Melodrama, play in 3 acts.
By Mary Biddle, that's me. It'll make you $1 million, Mr. Darren. It'll make you a genius.
Theater 5 has presented Melodrama, written by Robert Senadella and directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, Rosemary Rice, George Petrie, and Lon Clark. Audio engineer Bill Sandreuter, sound technician Ed Blaney, story editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko, orchestra under the direction of Glenn Ossard. Executive producer for Theater 5, Edward A. Byron. We invite and will appreciate your comments. Please write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production.
Until now, this story has been top secret. Top Secret, the new NBC presentation starring gorgeous Ilona Massey as the Baroness Karen Geza in transcribed dramas of international intrigue and espionage before and during World War II. Assignment 1, Night Train to Berlin. A story until now, top secret.
Baronets, we have crossed the Swiss frontier. We are in Germany now.
Herr Garben, I will not talk.
When we get off the train, you will be given to the Gestapo. They will break you.
They won't.
They will. Your fingernails, your knuckles, your beautiful white teeth, that golden hair. I promise you your hair will be gray as ashes before the treatment is over.
I will not talk. I will never talk. How do I come to be locked in a compartment with a Gestapo man on the night express from Geneva to Berlin? It is very simple. A long time ago, a man, a very wonderful, brave man, offered me a job and I took it. Baroness, he said, remember this.
In espionage, you receive no credit in success, no protection in danger, no recognition, even in death. If you have to steal, steal. But if you are caught, you will go to jail as a thief. If you have to kill, kill. But if you are caught, you will hang. And always remember, Baroness, your first mistake will be your last.
I accepted the conditions. I became an intelligence agent, a spy. I forgot I was a baroness. I forgot my home in Vienna. I forgot everything except the fight against these animals. I got a job as a manicurist in the Hotel Adlon in Berlin. It is surprising how much one can pick up in a beauty parlor, and I do not mean tips. Your other hand now, Frau von Klug.
Oh, careful, Fräulein. Do not scratch my ring with your file. My husband sent it to me from Africa.
Oh. And that night, I would send a message. Colonel General Hans von Klug is in Africa.
For days I hear nothing. Then all he says in his letter is how cold it is.
Your husband is fighting a war, Frau Richter. He's busy.
Send me my fur-lined field coat, he says. So I wrote, send me a Russian saber.
And that night, my message would say, 3rd Panzer Division is on the Eastern Front in Russia. North sector, where it is cold. Day after day, I manicured the hands of these fat German women. I was waiting for a message from a man called simply the farmer. His trademark was a plain white visiting card with a single grain of wheat glued in the center. I had been told that I would be contacted in a way that no German would ever speak. In a way that no German would ever speak. Last Friday, after the manicure shop closed, I went to sit in the Tiergarten to enjoy the sunshine and the fresh air. As I sat in the lovely park watching the children and the birds, I took out a cigarette.
Good afternoon, Fraulein. Perhaps you'd like a match.
I'm quite capable of lighting my own cigarette.
You look capable of practically anything.
I beg your pardon?
Even of calling a flatfoot and turning me in.
Calling a what?
A flatfoot, you know, like Dick Tracy.
Do you know Dick Tracy?
Mm-hmm. And Little Abner and Daisy May.
It's nice to meet someone who knows them.
I have a calling card right from Dogpatch, sort of farmerish.
May I see?
Perhaps you could describe it first?
Plain white.
Yeah?
With a grain of wheat.
Glued in the center.
Across the street from the entrance to the park, there is a small tea room. Do you know it?
Yes.
Table in the corner behind the pillars. Can you be there in 15 minutes?
That's all I know, Fraulein. What I've told you. The farmer said you would know what to do.
Were those his exact words?
I memorized them.
Repeat the message again.
He said, G left Lisbon by air yesterday, arrived at Hotel Metropole in Geneva tonight.
I see.
Has compartment 10 on car 806, Geneva-Berlin Express, leaving Geneva, midnight Saturday. Stop him. And that's all.
I see.
Is there anything you want me to do?
Yes. There's a flight on Swiss Air leaving Tempelhof in 2 hours. Get me a reservation. And can you get me some Swiss money?
Yes, Fraulein.
As much as you can. Then telephone Geneva and make a reservation for me at the Hotel Metropole in the name of Karen Gabo.
Yes, Fraulein.
I think that is all.
Perhaps I'm not supposed to ask questions, but what was meant by G?
His name is Garben. I've never seen him. I only know that at this moment, he's the most dangerous man in the world. He's smuggling something into Germany that,
Smuggling what, Fraulein?
Well, it is not necessary for you to know. Do not ask me any more questions. Get me as much money as you can and meet me at the airport in 2 hours. Later that night, I was flying over Switzerland. So peaceful, so rich. So convenient as a place where enemies can meet and dine and drink together. After I landed in Geneva, I took a taxi to a dark little shop in the Rue de Petit Cloche, the street of the Little Bell. All this had been planned for weeks. I knew exactly what we needed. I knew what would be ready. I knew that the shoemaker would be waiting.
Coming. Coming. Come in.
Are you alone?
Yes, come in. Were you followed?
No.
Are you positive?
Yes. Are my shoes ready?
Come with me, child, in the back. I have been expecting you for weeks.
I have been waiting for weeks.
So, our little German is in Geneva, eh?
He's catching the midnight express to Berlin tomorrow night.
But we are ready for him, are we not?
I do hope so.
Here are your shoes. Try them on. The instrument is in the heels.
Oh.
It is good. I am skilled in precision work. My years in the watch factory. Are they comfortable?
Yes, they're fine.
Now, bring the heels together.
Like this?
You feel something, no?
Yes. I feel a kind of tingling sensation.
Observe, child. I take off my watch. I place it on the floor. Stand with your heels on either side of the watch.
Like this?
Yes. Now listen. You hear?
It's amazing.
Now I take the watch away. Like this. The sound stops.
Oh, it's perfect.
In your right heel is a very high-frequency shortwave transmitter.
So small.
I have made them smaller than that to fit a wristwatch. In your other heel is a receiver hooked up to a circuit sensitive to radioactive substances. My watch has a radium dial. When you stand with the radium watch dial between your heels, the transmitter activates the receiver. You feel a small electrical impulse and hear the beep. You are a walking Geiger counter.
And you are a genius. And also my very dear friend.
Is there anything else?
Yes. I will go now to the Metropole Hotel. I have a reservation under the name of Karen Gabel.
Karen Gabel?
Yes. I want an operative. Your best. Young enough to be strong and old enough to be wise.
I have the very man. 30, an Englishman, and speaks perfect German, resourceful, fearless.
Have him get me a ticket on the Geneva-Berlin Express tomorrow night. Our friend will be in compartment 10, car 806. If possible, I want compartment 9 or compartment 11.
And if that is impossible?
Well, then at least in the same car.
Car 806.
That is right.
Anything else?
Have him bring the tickets to the Hotel Metropole. And tell him to use the service entrance.
I have something else for you, child. Wait a moment. I made these myself.
Sugar lumps?
Yes, individually wrapped, just like in America. Sugar with enough cyanide to kill in 30 seconds. I will give you 6 cubes. They may be handy, who knows?
Who knows, indeed. Thank you, dear friend. And have your man bring my tickets to the hotel at once. Who is it? Come in.
Thank you.
Who sent you?
A shoemaker.
Can you identify yourself?
Here is my card, madame. Plain white, as you see, with a grain of wheat in the center.
Have you my ticket to Berlin?
806, compartment 11. Geneva-Berlin Express tomorrow night at midnight.
Good. Sit down. There is much for you to do.
Thank you.
6 weeks ago, on our side of the ocean, 3 German agents stole a sample of a new atomic fuel made from uranium-235.
Yes, I know. The shoemaker told me.
They also obtained the only copy of a formula on how the fuel may be used and controlled. In some way, I do not know how, 2 ounces of this metal reached Lisbon.
But it must be incredibly difficult to transport. One can't just carry radioactive material in one's hand, can one?
It is being transported in a block of lead, 9 inches square. Yesterday it reached Geneva. I was told by the farmer that it is in a suitcase, a plain leather suitcase.
Go on.
The suitcase is in the possession of a Gestapo agent named Garben. He's staying here at the hotel, and tomorrow night he leaves for Berlin.
Are you sure he has the metal?
Naturally, we can't be positive. We only know that if the metal and that formula reaches Germany.
Our armies never will.
Exactly.
What do you want me to do?
Be on the train tomorrow night.
Basel on the Swiss border is the only stop the Geneva-Berlin Express makes, isn't it?
All right.
It's dangerous for me to be that near Germany.
Are you afraid?
I was involved in the assassination attempt on the life of Field Marshal Goering. Oh. My picture is posted in every railway station in Germany.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I have a Geiger counter built into the heels of my shoes. I will get on the train early, go directly to Garben's compartment, and when he arrives, I will pretend it is mine.
Uh-huh.
I will try to plant my heels next to his luggage. You will be on the station platform outside. If I get a reaction, I will signal you.
Well, how?
Let me think. What shall it be? Something you can see easily through the train window.
Will you be wearing a hat?
Yes.
If he hasn't the metal, take off your hat.
And if he has, I leave it on.
Right.
The hat is wide-brimmed gray felt. You'll see it easily.
So, no metal, take off your hat.
Mm-hmm.
And ride through to Berlin, having missed the boat completely.
Yes.
And then I won't get on the train.
Right.
Perhaps we should have another operative, someone to pose as a passenger and ride through to Berlin with you.
That's up to the shoemaker.
Anything else?
Just be standing outside the window of compartment 10, car 806, tomorrow night at 10 minutes to 12. I got a good look at Herr Garben the next day in the lobby of the hotel. He was carrying a small square suitcase. He sat quite near me with the suitcase beside him on the floor. When he left, the heavy wool carpet had a mark on it, a square mark in the nap. It was a small suitcase to be so heavy, unless it contained a piece of lead 9 inches square. At the station that night, I got on the train early and went to Garben's compartment in car 806. Through the window, I could see my Englishman standing in the shadow of a pillar, his eyes watching my hat. It drew closer and closer to midnight, and still Garben did not arrive. I could hear the station master calling the departure.
Numéro 11, à maintenant pour Berlin. Passagers sont priés de monter. Numéro 11, à maintenant pour Berlin. Passagers sont priés de monter.
Excuse me, Fräulein, but I think you have made a mistake. Apartment is mine.
Oh, but that is impossible. I know I'm number 10.
Perhaps I could see your ticket.
Oh, certainly. I have it in my purse. If I can ever find it. You know how much useless equipment a woman carries. It must be here somewhere.
There is no hurry, Fräulein.
Please sit down. I'll find it in a moment.
While you look, Fräulein, this compartment is stifling. May I open the window?
Please do.
I got warm running for the train. Excuse me. There. That's better.
I shall never find it if you stand and watch me. Please put your luggage on the floor beside mine and sit down.
Thank you, Fräulein. There.
I wonder if...
What's that?
What's what?
That noise.
I heard nothing.
I could have sworn I heard something like... Oh. I should not run for trains. The ringing comes in my ears. Oh, your hat. Watch out.
A sudden gust of wind swept in the open window. My hat had a wide brim. The wind caught it and blew it off my head. It rolled to Garben's feet. This was supposed to have been our signal. If he hadn't the metal, I was to take off my hat. Outside on the station platform, I saw my English friend smile at me and then turn and walk quickly away. He thought I had signaled him that the metal was not there. In 2 seconds, our plan had been shattered. I was alone with Garben and the uranium. The next stop was Basel and the German border.
Baroness, you are delightful. Completely enchanting.
Have you forgiven me for my stupid mistake about your compartment?
You have made the evening perfect. Of course I forgive you.
Oh, it is late. I must get some sleep.
Nonsense. It is not often I have such pleasure. A woman like you, beautiful, charming, witty, traveled. Please, stay.
Do you suppose we could get some coffee?
Of course. I'll ring.
Look. A friend of mine gave me a special treat today. Sugar, 6 whole lumps.
We shall have a feast. Oh, I haven't had sugar in coffee for weeks.
Will they have any cream?
We can hope for the best. Come in.
You rang, sir?
Yeah. It is coffee for 2. And, have you chicken?
No, sir. Canned beef?
Then beef, but thin sandwiches. With coffee for 2.
Yes, sir.
What are you smiling at?
The coffee, sir. It is very bad. Ersatz. We make it from anything. Grain, wheat. We buy our coffee from farmers.
From farmers?
Yes, Fräulein. would you prefer tea?
No, I'll try the coffee.
I do. Hurry, please. Yes, sir, at once.
Before we have our coffee, will you excuse me? I will freshen up. My hands are filthy from the dust.
I shall miss you, Baroness. But I shall also look forward to your return.
Oh, I'm only going next door to my compartment.
Even that is too far.
I won't be a moment. Waiter.
Yes?
In my compartment, quickly, number 11. Inside, quickly.
Yes, Fräulein.
Who are you?
The farmer sent me.
How?
Through the shoemaker.
Have you a card?
White with a grain of wheat.
Do you know about this?
Yes. You want his suitcase?
Yes. Thank God you are here. I had a signal that went wrong. My head blew off.
Has he the metal?
Yes.
What are you going to do?
I have some of the shoemaker's sugar. I'll put it in his coffee.
Supposing he doesn't take sugar?
I asked him. He said he did.
I had better get out of here.
Bring us the coffee, then come back in half an hour. We'll have to do something with his body. When do we get to customs?
Oh, less than that, about 20 minutes.
Then come back in 15. We'll have to get his body off the train before the customs man come aboard.
Oh, somebody is ringing for me. I have got to go.
All right.
Be careful.
Yes.
All right. Waiter.
Yes, sir.
Come in here, please.
Someone is ringing, sir.
Come in.
Oh.
Yes, I would shoot you. Come in.
Yes, sir.
That's it. Now, shut the door behind you. I am not a fool, young man. I know about the farmer. I know about the wheat. I have not been in the Gestapo 8 years for nothing. Question? Who is she?
I don't know.
Is she with you?
No, I swear it. I have never seen her before in my life.
I think you are lying. Pull down the berth.
What?
The berth. The upper berth. Pull it down.
I don't understand.
Pull it down.
Yes, sir. It sticks.
Hurry. Good. My friend, I have a silencer on my gun. The train is noisy. I have not much time. The Baroness will be back in a moment. If you tell me the truth, you can go. If you don't, I will shoot you, shove your body into the berth, and close it. Now you have 2 seconds to decide.
I swear, I have never seen her. Never.
You're lying.
No.
What on earth is that waiter doing with our coffee?
Oh, he's probably busy. He won't be long. Oh, they are coming into Basel. But doubtless he's waiting until after the customs men get on.
Are we at Basel already?
It is the company, Baroness, that gives wings to time.
Well, we have to get out?
No, the customs men get on the train.
Not even a breath of air?
They only stop for a moment.
Some fresh air would do me...
You seem very anxious to get off the train, Baroness. Are you nervous about something?
Nervous? Why should I be?
Smuggling something, perhaps?
Do I look like a smuggler?
Appearances are deceptive. What were you doing in Switzerland?
Skiing.
For long?
Couple of weeks. I had a wonderful vacation.
It must be nice to have a vacation. For years, I have not had the time.
Reise passe bitte.
The customs men, excuse me, Baroness.
Reise passe bitte. Dankeschön. Passport, please.
Certainly.
Ah, Herr Gavan, this is an honor. I trust you have a pleasant journey.
Stamp it, will you?
Certainly.
Dankeschön.
Now, madame, your passport, if you please. No, it will not be necessary to look at the luggage if you are with Herr Gavan. Just your passport.
Here it is.
Thank you. Yeah, it's quite in order. And next time, Baroness, stay longer. You fly into our beautiful Switzerland on one night and leave the next reflects on our hospitality. Bonsoir. Guten Abend, Herr Gavan.
Guten Abend. Sit down, Baroness.
I think I should go to bed.
Sit down. You are on German soil now. I can have you locked in this compartment until we reach Berlin. Good. I am glad you're going to be reasonable. So cruelty we will not resort to. The arm I will not twist. Guns I shall not threaten with, but you will answer me. Quickly and truthfully.
I haven't the slightest idea of what you're talking.
You fly in last night, take the train out tonight. You say you were skiing for 2 weeks. Why do you lie?
I'm merely traveling to Berlin. I want the rest of the night to sleep.
When did you ski? Then your passport says...
Give me that passport. You have no right to...
Then your passport says... Ah, yes. Exit Tempelhof Airport last night, re-entry Basel tonight. When did you ski, Baroness? I'm sure only a very special assignment would call for such haste. Is that assignment myself?
I refuse to talk.
When we get off the train, you will be given to the Gestapo. They will break you.
They won't.
They will. Your fingernails, your knuckles, your beautiful white teeth, that golden hair. I promise you your hair will be gray as ashes before that treatment is over.
I will not talk. I will never talk.
Baroness, the next stop is Berlin. And you are alone. Your friend Zaveda is dead. His body is shut in my upper berth.
No.
That startles you, doesn't it? Is there a tremor in those beautiful eyes, Baroness? Is it terror? Is it? There is no need of terror, Baroness. Everything can be avoided if you answer a few questions. Their names. Who are you? How did you know what I was carrying? Who is the farmer? Their names. Who are you? How did you know what I was carrying? Who is the farmer? Their names. Who are you? Who is the farmer?
Over and over and over. All the way to Berlin. All night long. I had lost. There was no escape. The Gestapo would break me. They can break anybody. I remembered what I had been told.
If you have to kill, kill.
But what weapon? I had no weapon. I could not kill him with my bare hands. And then, in the early morning, when we were slowing down to stop at Central Station in Berlin, the train jerked sharply. The car lurched. The weight of the body in the upper berth caused it to swing suddenly downwards. For perhaps 5 seconds, Gordon was dazed, but it was long enough. I found my weapon. So harmless, so simple. Something only a woman would carry. I held it in front of his eyes.
Baroness, I please, in the name of...
Don't say his holy name, Herr Garden. Say rather in the name of my husband, whom your troops hung head downwards outside our halls in Vienna until the blood burst in his brain.
No!
No! I was suddenly very calm. I stepped over his body, took the heavy suitcase, and got off the train. The farmer himself met me. The medal and the formula are now on our side of the ocean. And I am back at my job as a manicurist in the Adlon Hotel.
When I need a manicure, Fräulein, I always come to you. You're so expert. No one else can shape my nails like this.
Well, it is the files, Frau von Blum. I get them specially made, very long and thin, and the best steel. They have many uses.
Many uses, Fräulein?
Yes. If a man molested you, a nail file in the eyes would be...
Fräulein.
Would you like to try this new polish? It's called Blood Red.
You have just heard Ilona Massey starring in the new NBC presentation, Top Secret. And here she is to tell you about next week's show.
Next week's story concerns a theft by a dead man who never died. A seamstress who didn't talk and the lichen begleiter, a corpse carrier. It is a story that has been up till now top secret.
Top Secret is directed and produced by Harry W. Junkin. The program, in part transcribed, was purely fictional and was written by Alan Sloan. Featured with Miss Massey tonight was Carl Emery as Herr Garbin. Others in the cast were Leon Janney, Bill Lipton, Francis Bethencourt, Paul Levitt, and Connie Lemke. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shields. This is Fred Collins speaking. Every Thursday night, radio listeners can hear for themselves a startling yet authentic dramatization of the step-by-step solution of an actual crime. Dragnet tells the story of your police force at work and in action. Dragnet is taken from police files of a great American city, and NBC is proud to present it to you for your pleasure. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Hi there. Welcome to Chesterton Radio.
Where a thriving audience loves its radio shows.
Don't take our word for it.
Here's what listeners say about Chesterton Radio.
TV is so overrated. Chesterton Radio rules.
I feel my IQ going up by the minute.
I am enjoying these so much. I haven't turned on my TV in weeks.
Lying here on my sofa with my eyes closed, I can picture the whole story. I've seen the movie version. This was just as grand, if not more. I thought I'd doze off, but no.
I am hooked. Gotta listen to one story every night before bedtime.
I love this channel. It gets me through my workday.
I'm new to radio plays. Excellent story and played out wonderfully. Thank you for the hard work and love you put into bringing us these shows.
I found Chesterton Radio over a year ago. I'm forever thankful.
I love the Lord. This is a guiltless pleasure. I bet even He likes to listen to Chesterton Radio.
I love this channel. I've not watched TV in over 2 years.
I've never heard anything like this. Mind-blowing. Enjoy our shows? We need your help today. Keep Chesterton Radio afloat. For half of what you pay the cable guys, you can support Chesterton Radio. Go to chuckthetv.com for links to our pages on Patreon, Subscribestar, and Buy Me a Coffee, or use the link in the description below this video. Thank you for your support. It means a great deal.
Campbell Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Tonight we broadcast our version of what is generally regarded as one of the greatest of the modern mystery murder novels. In some peculiar fashion, it seems to have become necessary to defend the murder mystery as a form of entertainment. Heavy artillery is brought up in its behalf. President Wilson, it is proclaimed loudly, could not go to sleep or could go to sleep, one does not remember the point exactly, until a certain number of conflicting clues had managed to efface the days from his proof. And with a mystery solved only after suspicion has been aimed at every adult in the neighborhood, is not particularly shameful. I have never understood the need for this defense. Murder mysteries are, among other things, our most moral form of entertainment. The wrongdoer is regularly apprehended. If he is not, I have incredibly missed some fascinating black sheep of an author in a flock otherwise startlingly white. And one learns an obvious lesson that to be suspected wrongfully is in due course to be triumphantly cleared of suspicion. Life doesn't always proceed according to this admirable pattern. The apologists would do better to defend life, I sometimes think. To help us solve the mystery of the murder of Roger Ackroyd here tonight, we are fortunate in having a very powerful ally, a most distinguished lady and one of your favorite actresses. A lady in whose ears a nation's applause is still ringing for her latest brilliant success in Drums Along the Mohawk, Miss Edna May Oliver. But before we delve into the mysteries of this night's doings, Ernest Chappell has a comment to make on something which appears to be no mystery at all. Mr. Chappell.
Thank you, Orson Welles. I'd like to ask all of you if you'll do this. The next time you're out in the car driving along the highway, just note the great number of eating places that display as their main invitation to you the words chicken dinners. The reason, of course, is simply that the proprietors of these eating places know by long experience that to nearly all of us, one dish that is a symbol of good eating is chicken. Now, because chicken is a favorite dish with nearly everyone, it's really no mystery at all why Campbell's chicken soup continues to grow steadily in popularity. You see, in every drop of the glistening golden broth, there's the rich chicken flavor you like so much. Steeped in deep chicken flavor, too, is fluffy white rice in every fragrant plateful. And you'll also enjoy the pieces of melting tender chicken meat that Campbell's add. Yes, here is chicken soup, deep and full and rich. And you'll appreciate that from your first brimming spoonful. If you've already enjoyed this homey old-fashioned chicken soup as Campbell's make it, won't you remember to have it again soon? And if you haven't yet tried it, won't you do so at dinner tomorrow night? Because I promise you, just as sure as you like chicken, you'll like Campbell's chicken soup. And now our Campbell Playhouse presentation of the murder of Roger Ackroyd with our guest of the evening, Edna May Oliver. And ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, I think you'd like to know that we have with us in the studio tonight, as a surprise visitor, none other than the celebrated Belgian detective, Mr. Hercule Poirot.
Ladies and gentlemen, I bid you good evening.
If we had time, which we have not, I'm sure nothing would please us more than to hear from Mr. Poirot. Unfortunately...
Why unfortunately when we have here a microphone?
But, Mr. Poirot, you don't understand.
I understand only that since my arrival in your country some weeks ago, I observed that there is circulate an impression of my person which I must now publicly refute. I trust that the embarrassment of my presence here tonight in Mr. Wells' studio will ensure from him an honest and lifelike portrait. It has been said that I am a little man. Regard for yourself that this is not so. I have 5 feet 2 inches of high. My head is perhaps egg-shaped, and I carry it perhaps a little to one side, the left, but my eyes shine green when I am excited. Beyond this, my mustache are the largest in Europe, and my force is in my brain and not in my feet. If these things are made clear, and Mr. Wells is a tribute to Hercule Poirot, I will be satisfied. The results of my little gray cells will speak for themselves. If you will show me where I am to sit, please. I thank you.
This is Mr. Poirot, Miss Oliver.
How do you do?
Miss Oliver, you have often wanted to meet me, I am sure. I compliment you.
Please, Mr. Poirot. Ladies and gentlemen, our Campbell Playhouse presentation of the murder of Roger Ackroyd.
Well, let me to start with give you some idea of the little village of King's Abbot, of which I have so many years been the leading, I must admit, also the only physician and surgeon. My name, by the way, is Shepherd, James Shepherd. We have a large railway station, a small post office, 2 rival general stores, very few able-bodied men, a staggering number of unmarried ladies, none of whom are getting any younger, and an amazing number of retired military officers, all of whom are getting older. In fact, the only newcomer for many months lives next door to me, concerning whom little is known despite the earnest and tireless investigations carried on in respect to him by my sister Caroline. Caroline and her little group of earnest ferrets, or maiden ladies like herself, have been forced to content themselves with the simple fact of his nationality, which is alien, of his name, which is Poirot, the obvious fact that he putters around his garden all day growing cucumbers, and the suspicion, based chiefly on malicious deductions, he's a retired hairdresser. Let's see now. The main house of any importance in King's Abbot is Fernley Hall, owned by Roger Ackroyd, who's always looked more like a country squire than any country squire could really look, but who's actually an immensely wealthy manufacturer of wagon wheels, nearly 50 years of age, rubicund of face and genial of manner, and generally the life and soul of our, this week, the peaceful village. The other house of any importance has been left to Mrs. Ferrars by her late husband. Mrs. Ferrars died on the night of the 16th of September, a little less than a week ago. It seems longer than that. I was sent over for 8 o'clock the morning of the 17th. There was nothing to be done. She'd been dead some hours. I turned to my home as soon as I decently could, looking forward happily to the warm breakfast I'd missed, and rather unhappily to the certainty of a relentless cross-examination by my sister Caroline.
Is that you, James? What on earth are you doing out there in the hall?
Just hanging up my overcoat, my dear.
Oh, Mrs. Ferrars died in her sleep, didn't she?
Bacon is cold. How did you know? Out of the dawn, securing information instead of warming the bacon, is that it? I suppose you're going to tell me she died of heart failure.
Annie told me. The milkman told her. He had it from Ferrars' cook.
Since you're bound to hear sooner or later, Caroline, from the greengrocer or the postman, I might as well tell you myself. She died of an overdose of sleeping medicine. She hadn't been sleeping well lately.
Nonsense. She took it on purpose.
Well, why on earth should Mrs. Ferrars wish to commit suicide? A widow, still fairly young, very well off, good health, nothing to do but enjoy life.
And looking forward to marrying Roger Ackroyd. Don't forget to leave that out.
That's an item of fact only in your local gossip circle.
A fact's a fact. And there is such a thing as remorse, James, even if you're as wealthy as Mrs. Ferrars.
Remorse?
I have always been convinced she poisoned her husband, and I'm more than ever convinced of it now. If you'd arranged an inquest a year ago, as I suggested you should...
You're talking nonsense, Caroline.
Then you're absolutely satisfied it was an accident?
I'm satisfied this bacon is not going to get any warmer by itself, and it's time I went to the surgery to see my patient.
All right, James. You don't have to be grumpy about it. Oh, by the way, Mr. Ackroyd's butler, Parker, called.
What about?
Mr. Ackroyd wants to know if you'll dine with him this evening. He says he'd regard it as a great favor if you cancel any other engagement.
Of course I'll go. And don't worry, Caroline. I may tell you all about the dinner tomorrow.
Oh, then I'll give you something to tell Mr. Ackroyd tonight. Rafe Peyton is back.
Rafe Peyton?
Yes, and he's staying at the Dog and Whistle. I know he's taking particular pains to be sure that Mr. Ackroyd doesn't find out about it.
I wouldn't dream of telling him. Roger Ackroyd's relations with his stepson are his own affair. Believe me, Caroline, according to every interpretation except your own.
I can't help it if people tell me things.
In answer to questions.
Well, you'd better rush along to that precious surgery of yours. You've got 4 patients waiting.
How do you know?
Well, one can't help seeing through a window if one is looking through a window.
The distance from my house to Fernley Hall, Roger Ackroyd's home, is a little over 2 miles. I remember that evening as I walked that the subject of Caroline's latest piece of gossip kept returning to my mind. Rafe Peyton was in King's Abbot. Rafe Peyton, whom I'd known and liked since he was a child. Adopted by Ackroyd upon the death of his mother, he'd grown up to be a handsome but what our narrow little village regarded as a rather wild young man. There'd been many stormy scenes between his stepfather and himself before he finally left for London. According to Caroline, he was secretly engaged to Flora Ackroyd, Roger Ackroyd's niece, who with her mother was now living in Fernley Hall. According to Caroline, I say, and Caroline's information, I'm afraid, is always exact, however illegitimate her source may be. What's the trouble, Ackroyd? A bit under the weather?
Yes, Doctor. I've had a little of that pain after food lately. You must give me some more of those tablets of yours.
I thought as much, Ackroyd. I brought some up with me. My bag in the hall. I'll get them.
No, don't trouble. Make certain that window's closed, will you, Shepard?
Of course. Well, that one's open.
I'll put the latch across, will you?
All right. I see what's really bothering you, Ackroyd.
The door's closed, isn't it?
Yes.
Shepard, nobody knows what I've gone through in the last 24 hours.
What's the trouble?
You're an old friend, Doctor. My oldest friend, perhaps. You attended Ashley Ferrers in his last illness, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Did it ever enter your mind that he might have been poisoned?
Frankly, I don't think I...
He was poisoned.
By who?
His wife. She told me so herself yesterday.
Yesterday? You mean a few hours before she died, she told you?
Yes. Some weeks ago, I asked Mrs. Ferris to marry me. She refused. Last week, I asked her again, and she consented. Yesterday, I called upon her. I noticed that she'd been very strange in her manner for some days. Now, without the least warning, she broke down completely. She told me everything. Her hatred of her swine of a husband, her growing love for me, and then, a year ago, the dreadful means she had taken to free herself. It was poison, Shepard. Murder in cold blood.
Murder? Are you sure?
That wasn't all. It seems there's one person who's known all along what she did, who's been blackmailing her for huge sums. It was the strain of that drove her nearly mad.
Who's the man?
She wouldn't tell me his name.
Have you any suspicion?
I don't dare have a suspicion. Something she said made me think that the person in question might actually be a member of my household. But that can't be so. I won't let it be so. I must have misunderstood her.
What'd you say to her?
What could I say? She made me a promise to do nothing for 24 hours, and she refused to give me the name of the scoundrel who'd been blackmailing her. I never dreamt she'd kill herself. Shepard, will you hand me that letter on the table there, in the blue envelope?
This one?
Thanks. It's from her. It arrived during dinner. She must have written it just before she...
You think she wrote you the little bit she didn't tell you, is that it? Name of the man?
Yes, I think so. I've got to open it, and yet I'm afraid... What's that?
What?
I thought the latch of the door gave a bit.
Yes? I'll see if there's anyone there. No one.
Nerves, I expect. Are you sure you shut the window?
Yes, it's closed.
Well, I'll read it. If I read it to you, it won't seem so bad. I won't be facing it alone, no matter what the name. My dear, my very dear Roger, a life calls for a life. I see that. I saw it in your face this afternoon, so I'm taking the only road open to me. I leave to you the punishment of the person who made my life a hell on earth for the last year. I would not tell you the name this afternoon, but I propose to write it to you now, dear Roger, now that I have nothing more to fear. Will you forgive me, Shepard, but I see I must read this alone. It was meant for my eyes, and my eyes alone.
Do you think that's wise, Roger?
I'd rather wait.
Well, if you insist on not letting me help you.
If you must put it that way, yes, my dear friend, I do insist. I'm sorry.
I left Fernley Hall at 9:15. From Fernley Hall to my house, it takes, as a rule, about 3/4 of an hour. The night there was the moon shining, and I did it in less. From the road, I noticed the lights blazing in our parlor. Caroline was entertaining. Through the window, I caught sight of an egg-shaped head, partially covered with suspiciously black hair, 2 immense mustaches, and a pair of watchful eyes.
James, come in. You're just in time for hot milk and crackers.
Oh, thank you, Caroline. Oh, excuse me, I'm
This is
sorry.
my brother, Dr. Shepherd.
I am enchanted.
James, this is Mr. Hercule Poirot.
How do you do, sir?
Mr. Poirot is our new neighbor.
If I may be permitted one slight correction, my name is Hercule Poirot. Your good sister proceeds on the familiar English assumption that we are not English, do not know how to pronounce our own silly names.
He's just making fun of me, James. He has a very dry wit. We've had quite an interesting conversation.
I question that it was two-sided.
And you know what Mr. Poirot told me? He's a policeman.
Pardon, mademoiselle. Not yet. I see you appreciate Hercule Poirot. His true worth. The name Poirot, mademoiselle, is known today in every continent, every land, nay, in every city of the world. I am become the last word. I am as much a specialist as an early street physician.
Well, that's what I said, didn't I? A detective.
Consulting detective.
That's what I said.
I'm afraid, Mr. Poirot, you find little to occupy a man of your talents in this village.
Mr. Poirot tells me what he's looking for just now is peace and quiet.
Precisely, mademoiselle. That and the correct soil, which you have in so great abundance here in King's Abbot for the cultivation of cucumbers.
Oh, I'll answer it. It's probably Mrs. Bates and her rheumatism.
Never mind, Caroline. I'll take it.
Oh, all right.
Hello. Hello. course I will, at once.
What is it?
It's Parker, the butler, calling from Fernley. Just found Roger Ackroyd. Murdered.
Why, Dr. Shepard.
Where is he, Parker?
I beg your pardon, sir.
Mr. Ackroyd, don't stand there staring at me. Have you notified the police?
The police,
What's the matter with you, Parker? You called me to tell me your master's been murdered.
The master murdered?
Didn't you telephone me not 5 minutes ago and tell me Mr. Ackroyd had been found murdered?
Me? Oh, no, sir.
My English is not of the best, Dr. Shepard, but there seems to be a peculiar misapprehension.
Why, Dr. Shepard,
I'll
never...
give you the exact words I heard just now on the phone. This is Parker, the butler at Fernley speaking. Will you please come at once, sir? Mr. Ackroyd has been murdered.
But, Doctor,
Where is Mr. Ackroyd, Parker?
Why, he's in the study,
If you don't mind waiting down here a moment, Monsieur Poirot, I won't be a minute.
This way, sir.
But of course, of course.
I'd rather not intrude on him, sir, if you don't mind.
Well, I will, then. Door's locked.
Mr. Ackroyd must have locked himself in and possibly just dropped off to sleep, sir.
Ackroyd! Ackroyd! Look here, Parker. I'm to break this door in, or rather we are.
But, Dr. Shepard...
I'll take the responsibility.
Oh, if you say so, sir.
All right, here we go. Together now. 1, 2, 3. Inspector? Take it sideways, permitting the dagger to penetrate the jugular. Death was instantaneous.
Has the body been moved?
Beyond making certain that life is extinct, I haven't disturbed the body in any way.
You didn't touch the dagger, did you, Doctor?
No, Inspector.
No, good. Well, we'll want that for fingerprints. Rummy-looking thing, isn't it? Foreign-looking.
Maurice Silver. Mr. Ackroyd was quite a collector. There are his silver cases over against the wall.
Eh? Who are you?
My name's Raymond. I'm Mr. Ackroyd's private secretary.
That's right, Inspector. It's been with Mr. Ackroyd almost 2 years now.
Oh, very well. Now, Doctor, how long should you say he's been dead?
Half an hour at least, perhaps longer.
You had to break down the door, eh? What about the window?
The English people, they have a mania for the fresh air. The big air is all very well outside where it belongs. Why admit it to the house?
Hey, who are you? How did you get in here?
You call yourself, unfortunate man, an inspector of police, and you say to me, who am I? Hercule Poirot, master detective, possessed of the finest brain in Europe, known in every continent, in every land, nay, in every city.
Not in my part of the world, you ain't. I never heard of you.
I'll vouch for Monsieur Poirot, Inspector. It's my house and the phone call came. Mr. Ackroyd's death.
Oh, well, all right then. You can stay. But this is my case, and don't you forget it. Now then. When was Mr. Ackroyd last seen alive?
I don't know, probably by me, and I left, let me see, a little before 9.
Mr. Ackroyd was certainly alive at 9:30. I heard him in here talking.
Who to, Mr. Raymond?
I don't know. I just heard his voice. But I know it was 9:30.
You didn't hear any of their conversation, did you, Mr. Raymond?
I did catch a fragment of it. It did strike me as a trifle odd.
Remember, please, the words exact. It is very important.
Not sure that I can.
The words exact.
Wait a minute, Mr. Parrott. Who's conducting this case? You or me? Now then, Mr. Raymond, what was these words you heard Mr. Ackroyd say at 9:30? Well, come on.
I'd swear under oath the exact words were, the calls on my purse have been so frequent of late that I find it impossible to accede to your request.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond, very much.
I beg pardon, Inspector.
Well, what is it, Parker?
I just remembered. Miss Flora saw Mr. Ackroyd later than 9:30, about 9:45. She was just coming out of this room.
You mean she was just closing the study door?
No, sir. She'd already closed the door when I saw her. She told me Mr. Ackroyd was not to be disturbed again tonight.
Where's Miss Flora?
Upstairs in her room. Shall I ask her to come down?
No. I'll go up.
One moment, if I might be so humble, Monsieur Inspector. Could I ask our friend Parker for a little information?
Well, what is it?
Thank you for your so gracious permission, Inspector. Tell me, Parker, is this room exactly as it was when you entered it with Dr. Shepard?
Well, to tell you the truth, sir, I felt myself that this chair here was drawn out a little more. It has been puzzling.
The grandfather chair between the door and the window.
That's right, sir.
That's very curious. No one would want to sit in a chair in such a position.
What are you talking about? When a man wants to sit, he sits, don't he?
Who pushed it back in place, I wonder? Did you, Parker?
No, sir. I was too upset at seeing the master and all. It isn't important, is it, sir?
It is completely unimportant. That's why it is so interesting.
You're very late for breakfast, James.
I was up quite late, Karen. I'm afraid I forgot your natural anxiety to learn details you're not supposed to know.
Well, don't worry about me, James. Mr. Poirot was working with his cucumbers at daybreak this morning. 6:37 it was. And I've been with him ever since.
Good. Perhaps you have some information for me, Caroline.
Perhaps I have. Or are you going to pretend you know what suddenly occurred to Mr. Poirot in the night? So that he couldn't sleep for an hour or two after he got home?
Inasmuch as I haven't seen our friend, he went to bed.
Well, I don't feel very much like telling you either. If I didn't know that he'd tell you himself, I don't think I would. Well, he was worrying about the prints of some shoes outside the window. The way the rubber studs were worn down, he says, should mean something to him. But he doesn't know what.
Did you explain it to him, Caroline? Hasn't the cook been of any help to you, or the milkman, or the Ladies' Aid Society?
You needn't always be facetious, James.
Hasn't the bacon needn't always be cold, I dare say, but it is, and so am I. But not cold, but facetious.
James, you know what Mr. Poirot said? He said I had the makings of a born detective in me. He particularly admires my wonderful instinct into human nature. And he told me a lot about the little grey cells of the brain. He says his are of the first quality, slightly above that, in fact.
I'm sure they are.
He thinks you're very intelligent, too.
Good morning, good shepherd. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Poirot.
A beautiful morning, is it not? See, how is this for a cucumber? Beautiful, now, my friend, it is yours. I give it you. Altogether, my good shepherd, I have a wonderful morning. Everywhere I learn things new and wonderful things. And all the time the grey cells of Hercule Poirot, they are working. Miss Caroline, she tells me so much about this Ray Peyton. This morning I go to the hotel. It's what you call it.
The Dog and Whistle.
Thank you, Miss Caroline. And I think I will talk myself to Ray Peyton. Then they tell me at the Dog and Whistle that was here last night another gentleman asking for Mr. Peyton.
Why, James, I certainly think you might have
know, Caroline, I thought someone ought to inform Ray of his uncle's death. The least one could do, since no one but myself and the members of your intelligence service knew that he was in King's Abbot at all. Matter of fact, Ray Peyton left the Dog and Whistle at 9 o'clock last night and never came back.
Well, what on earth do you think happened to him?
Ray Peyton has a right to come and go as he pleases. He might have gone anywhere. He might even have gone back to London.
Leaving his luggage behind? At once.
Oh, by the way, my good shepherd, the telephone call.
Oh, you mean the one that came while you were at the house with Mr.
That
Poirot?
is the one. Tell me, do you think it is possible that someone could have telephoned you and imitated Parker's voice sufficiently to deceive you?
Well, he said it was Parker, and James really doesn't know Parker's voice well enough.
Of course. But the telephone call was traced this morning by my friend Inspector Hempstead. It didn't come from Fanley Hall at all. It was put through to you at 9:50 last night from a public call office at King's Abbot Station, and at 23 the night mail is for Liverpool. It is the inspector's opinion that the murderer may have left King's Abbot on that very train.
Ah, then you do believe that Ray Peyton?
I believe nothing, mademoiselle, until it is proved.
Well, then, what do you think?
I think, Miss Caroline, that Roger Ackroyd was murdered. Outside of that, I think that I will have to think a good deal more.
Oh, it's an outrage. That's what it is. A little man, not even an Englishman, a foreigner with moustaches, comes into this home, a British home, a house of mourning, unsolicited, unwelcome.
Oh, Mother, do be quiet.
Flora, I will not. He comes in here, into my own brother-in-law's house, questions us like a lot of criminals, besmirches our kith and kin.
Mrs. Ackroyd.
Mr. Poirot, you must excuse my mother. My uncle's death was a terrible shock.
I understand, mademoiselle. It is very little that Hercule Poirot does not understand.
Honestly, no, Mr. Poirot, you're on the wrong track. Ray Peyton has nothing to do with this crime. The mere fact that he was hard-pressed for money...
Was he hard-pressed for money, Mr.
Mr. Raymond, now you've made it seem as though...
Miss Ackroyd, I'm merely telling the truth. Yes, he was hard-pressed. He was always applying to his stepfather for money.
But,
Please, mademoiselle, had he done so of late, Mr. Raymond? During the last week, for example?
Mr. Ackroyd didn't mention such a fact to me. Of course, Mr. Peyton will never again have to apply to anyone for money.
You mean that Mr. Ackroyd's will...
Exactly. After paying certain legacies and bequeaths, servants, charities, and so on.
Aha, including yourself, Mr. Raymond.
Mr. Ackroyd was good enough to remember me to the extent of £1,000.
Well, it's not surprising. Go on, please.
Well, Miss Flora Ackroyd inherits £20,000 outright. The residue, including this property and an outstanding control in the business, Goes to Rafe Payton.
You have been familiar with this will for some time past, Mr. Raymond.
Roger Ackroyd's confidential secretary.
Of course. And Mr. Ackroyd possessed a very large fortune indeed, did he not?
Fortune that would have been regarded as large even in less tax-ridden times.
Then the immediate inheritance of such a large sum would have eased very considerably the present difficulties of Mr. Rafe Payton.
Mr. Poirot, you don't...
Is that so, Mr. Raymond?
Yes, that is so.
You awful little man, talking that way, when you know how Flora feels about Ralph Patton. The idea that you suspect him of killing his sister.
Him no more than any other, madame.
You know what I think? I think Roger's death was an accident. Roger was so fond of handling curios. His hand must have slipped or something. He was really a very strange man. Would you believe it? He never gave Flora and me an allowance. His own family. And of course we didn't have a penny of our own. Why, this very
If you
moment...
need any ready money, Mrs. Ackroyd, Mr. Ackroyd cashed a check for £100 yesterday for wages and other expenses due today. The money was never spent.
And where, if you please, is this money?
He always kept his cash in his bedroom.
I suggest that we see if the money is there.
Why, Mr. Poirot, surely...
Am I to understand, you miserable little foreigner, that you're intimating that
I merely intimate, ladies and gentlemen, that we see if the money is still there. Ladies and gentlemen, there are here only 60 pounds.
Oh, that's impossible. Let me see. 10, 20... The man's right. It is 60.
This is terrible. Dr. Shepard, Mr. Poirot, I hope nobody believes...
One must believe there are 60 pounds where there were 100. However, I'm sure no one would suggest that you, Mr. Raymond, or you, Mrs. Ackroyd, who alone knew of the money...
Mr. Poirot, I protest.
Just one moment.
Dora.
I took the money. I'm a thief. I'm a common, vulgar little thief. Now you know. I'm glad that it's come out.
I'm glad also, Miss Flora.
You are?
Yes, because now we comprehend why Parker thought he saw you coming out of your uncle's room at 10:15.
But he did see her coming out of the door. He said so.
No, that's just what he did not see. He saw Miss Flora outside the door with her hand on the handle. He did not see Miss Flora come out of the study for a good reason. Miss Flora was never in the study.
Well, where else could she have been?
Perhaps on the stairs.
Well, those stairs only lead to Mr. Ackroyd's bedroom.
Precisely.
Then you knew I took the 40 pounds?
I knew nothing, but I suspected much. As even now, I suspect that this money you have taken, you did not take it for yourself.
I took it for myself. You can take what steps you please.
I assure you, Miss Ackroyd, no steps will be taken. Only one thing. Why did you not tell me sooner? Me, Hercule Poirot, who in the end will know everything. Why do not all of you tell me the truth?
Just because Flora made a little mistake. That's no
Silence,
reason to...
silence, madame. Ladies and gentlemen, I am amazed. My powers might not be what they were. In all probability, this is the last case I shall ever investigate. But Hercule Poirot does not end with a failure. Ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, I mean to know, and I shall know in spite of you all.
How do you mean, in spite of us all?
But just that, monsieur. Every one of you in this room is concealing something from me. It may be something trivial, which is supposed to have no bearing on the case. Each one of you has something to hide. I appeal to you. Tell me the truth now. The whole truth. Miss Flora, my good shepherd, Mrs. Ackroyd, Parker, Mr. Raymond. Will no one speak? It is a pity.
You are listening to Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd with Edna May Oliver. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of the murder of Roger Ackroyd. Meantime, I'd like to call your attention to this interesting fact. Authorities tell us the young people of today are healthier than the youth of any previous generation. And they say that a big contributing cause is the broader use of the right kind of foods. Take soup, for example. Women have always realized the value of good soup in the weekly diet, but it took a long time to make it. Then came Campbell soups, and women, one after another, tried them. They compared them for wholesomeness and nourishment with their own homemade soups. They saw how much their families enjoyed the fine flavor of these soups of Campbell's. And because women no longer had to find time to make it, soup began to come to the table more and more frequently. Today, soup figures more importantly than ever before in the preparation of sensible, nourishing family meals. And now Orson Welles continues our presentation of the murder of Roger Ackroyd with Edna May Oliver.
I am a village surgeon, and Hercule Poirot is a distinguished Belgian detective, so it was scarcely for me to tell him I thought he was wasting his time. It was certainly not for me to tell him that he was getting on my nerves. Not that I didn't admire his extraordinary cleverness and insight. Poirot was right, for instance, about the dagger. Police investigation confirmed his suspicion that the fingerprints on the handle of the dagger were those of Roger Ackroyd, the murdered man, though the position of the dagger definitely precluded suicide. It was Poirot who established that it had not been Parker, the butler, who summoned me on the phone that night to what had become a house of death. And again, it was Hercule Poirot who made it indubitably clear that nobody had seen Roger Ackroyd alive after 9:30, at which time Raymond, the secretary, had heard Ackroyd's voice in the study. In spite of all this, it seemed to me that Hercule Poirot was making little real progress in solving the mystery of Roger Ackroyd's death. Furthermore, it seemed to me a curious thing for a detective of his self-proclaimed standing to be spending so much of his precious time in idle chatter with my sister, Caroline.
I had a very interesting chat with Mr. Poirot, James. He thinks me very intelligent.
So you've told me. Is it just a coincidence, Caroline, that on those occasional mornings when the bacon is both warm and crisp, it should be so far away from me that I can't reach it?
Too much bacon isn't good for you.
There's no such thing as too much bacon. And I'll be the judge of what's good for me. I rather fancy that at least is something I know best, Caroline.
You know so many things, James. You're so self-complacent. That's why it's difficult to talk to you. That's why you get the idea that people are trying to pump you.
Some more bacon, please.
Poirot says I'd make an excellent detective.
Did he?
We had a very interesting chat.
I wonder if Monsieur Poirot found it interesting.
He said I was more valuable than anyone he's met here. He told me a lot about his life, too. About a mad nephew of his. And you know that Prince Paul of Mauritania, the one who just married the dancer? Well,
I do not know her. You do not know her, and I do not care to hear about her or about his mad nephew either. Did he ask you any questions, Caroline?
No questions. We just chatted and chatted.
More bacon, please.
I have a little theory of my own, James. Mr. Poirot didn't ask me, but he might have.
Whom do you suspect?
I don't suspect anybody. I know. Parker was here in your surgery the morning of the murder. That place is full of poison. He's sure to have taken some. As a matter of fact, that's been my theory right along. Roger Ackroyd was poisoned in his food that night.
Nonsense. He was stabbed in the neck. You know that as well as I do.
After death, to make a false clue.
I examined the body, and I know what I'm talking about. That wound wasn't inflicted after death. It was the cause of death. And don't look so omniscient. Next, you'll be telling me you know more about medicine than I do. Perhaps you think you could take over my practice.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. You know I haven't a license.
That afternoon, Caroline had a mahjong party made up of her little group of village gossipers, in whose opinion, I now learned, Rafe Peyton was mysteriously concealed somewhere in Cranchester, the only big town anywhere near us. Of course, that was true. Miss Gannett's maid, it seems, had contributed the additional information that while taking a walk that afternoon on Cranchester Road, she'd seen Monsieur Poirot in a large black car coming from that direction. After that, I was not surprised to learn that Monsieur Poirot had been invited to my house for dinner. Caroline believes, whenever possible, in getting her information directly from headquarters.
A little more raspberry shake, Mr. Poirot.
Under no circumstances. I am already a man of a corpulence so great it would hardly become me if I, well, yes, perhaps, yes. There is no harm in a little raspberry shake.
There you are, Mr. Poirot.
I beg your pardon, Caroline, if I might have my first helping.
Oh, I'll sort with me, James. There you are.
Thanks.
Mr. Poirot, sir, what do you think about Rafe Peyton now? What
I think would scarcely be regarded as legal evidence in the courtroom, mademoiselle.
Dear.
You are incredulous, mademoiselle Shepard.
I am incredulous.
You have a theory, perhaps.
I don't have a theory. I know.
Oh, Caroline.
James, don't meddle about in what you don't understand. There are several points to this case.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Point number 1. Mr. Ackroyd was heard talking to someone after 9:30. Point number 2. At some time during the evening, Rafe Peyton must have come in through the window as evidenced by the prints of his shoes. Point number 3. Mr. Ackroyd was nervous that evening and could have only admitted someone he knew. Point number 4. The person with Ackroyd at 9:30 was asking for money. We know Rafe Peyton was in a scrape.
Admirable.
Oh, and one other thing, Mr. Poirot. I found out something for you today. The boots Rafe Peyton was wearing that night, they were not brown, they were black.
Ah, you have found that out for me. Thank you. You are sure, mademoiselle, they were brown or black?
Positive?
Too bad. If they were only black, those boots.
I mean, if they were.
You mean... Yes, I understand. Rafe Peyton is guilty or innocent according to whether his boots are brown or black.
Really, Mr. Poirot?
It could easily be. For murder, there was with Mr. Peyton so many motives.
First motive, blackmail. Rafe Peyton may have been the man who blackmailed Mrs. Burroughs. Reason? His general money needs. The second motive, the certainty of a great inheritance through Mr. Ackroyd's death.
And the third motive, Caroline?
Very simple. Mr. Ackroyd's violent disapproval of Rafe's proposed marriage to Miss Flora.
Well, after listening to you, Caroline, I'd say the case looks very black against him.
I haven't a case, James. I know.
Late that afternoon, Monsieur Poirot called on me to ask if I could arrange a little conference room at his home that night. There were to be present Mrs. Ackroyd, Flora, Raymond, and Parker. I think Caroline, who was present when he called, would have given 10 years of her life to have been added to the list. For my part, I would have been only too glad to yield up my place among those who, in that particular evening, gathered around the beaming countenance of the Belgian detective and cucumber breeder.
Yeah, I'm clearing my throat. That is an accepted signal in this country that a meeting is about to begin. Quiet, everybody. I will read the list. You will please answer to your names. Raymond.
Yes?
Parker.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Ackroyd.
Yes, but I wanted to speak to you.
Yes, will be sufficient. Miss Flora.
Yes?
Say, Poirot, what's the meaning of all this?
The list I have just read is the list of suspected persons. Every one of you present had the opportunity to kill Mr. Ackroyd.
I won't stand for this. I'm going.
You will not go, madame, until you have heard what I have to say. I clear my throat again. And now I commence at the beginning. Until now, ladies and gentlemen, we have all been trying to answer to ourselves one principal question. Who was in the room with Mr. Ackroyd at 9:30? Not Dr. Shepard, since I myself can prove that he was at home. Not Miss Flora, nor Mrs. Ackroyd, nor Mr. Raymond, with whose actions on that evening we are well acquainted, nor Parker, who has furnished me with a satisfactory alibi. Who then? This is the part of Hercule Poirot, the cleverest, the most audacious question. Was anyone with him?
Are you trying to make me out a liar, Mr. Poirot? I tell you, I distinctly heard voices. I distinctly heard the words that Mr. Ackroyd was speaking.
Mr. Raymond, the words that Mr. Ackroyd said. The calls on my purse have been so frequent of late that I believe it is impossible for me to accede to your request. Does nothing strike you as odd about them? Their style, for example.
No, he frequently dictated letters to me using exactly the same style.
That is precisely what I seek to arrive at. Would any man use such a phrase in talking to another, huh? I think not. My friends, you have all forgotten one thing. The stranger who called at the house in the proceeding weekend, the firm he represented. You remember, Mr. Raymond?
Dictaphone company.
A dictaphone, that's what you think.
Mr. Ackroyd had promised to invest in a dictaphone, you remember. Me, I had the curiosity to inquire of the company in question. Their reply, Mr. Raymond, was that Mr. Ackroyd did purchase a dictaphone from their representative. Why he concealed the matter from you, his confidential secretary, I do not know.
Must have meant to surprise me with it. He had quite a childish love of surprising people.
Oh, there's only one man who could have done it.
You mean Rafe Payton?
Mother! Oh, let's face it. If he's innocent, he should be able to prove it. If he isn't...
If only he'd come forward.
That is your advice, Mr. Raymond? That he should come forward?
Certainly. Do you know where he is?
Me? I know everything. Remember that. The truth of the telephone call, of the footprints on the window sill, of the hiding place of Rafe Payton.
Where is he?
Not very far away.
Where?
In Cranchester.
Where?
No. He is not in Cranchester. He is here, in the doorway of this room.
Rafe!
Paula, my darling.
Have I not told you all at least 36 times that it was useless to conceal things from Hercule Poirot? That always I discovered a little secret. It is my business. From Dr. Shepard's sister Caroline, ladies and gentlemen, I learned that the doctor and Rafe Payton, they are old friends. Dr. Shepard knows that things look very black against his friend Payton. He tells him the old story.
Yes, he did. He explained to me how suspicion was bound to fall on me, and I had no real alibi.
And with the best of intentions, people sometimes make errors. That's why Dr. Shepard consented to do what he could to help Mr. Payton. He was successful in hiding him from the police.
Where? In his own house?
No, indeed, Mr. Raymond. You should ask yourself the question that I, Hercule Poirot, did. If the good doctor is concealing the young man, what place would he choose? It must necessarily be somewhere near at hand. I think of Cranchester, a hotel. No. Lodgings, even more emphatically, no. Where then? I have it. A nursing home. I make inquiries. Yes, at one of them, a patient was brought there by the doctor himself early on Saturday morning. That patient, I had no difficulty in identifying him as Rafe Payton. He arrived at my house yesterday, and now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the point of this evening's meeting. Rafe Payton says he is innocent of the killing of Roger Ackroyd.
Oh, I am. I swear by heaven I am.
Please, Mr. Payton, please. You have just heard Mr. Payton declare he is innocent. Yet he has 3 motives for the murder and no alibi.
Well, I certainly don't see how you can sit there.
I am possessing the floor, Mrs. Ackroyd. Listen carefully, everybody. To save Mr. Payton, the real criminal must confess. I speak to you, Hercule Poirot. I know that the murder of Mr. Ackroyd is in this room now, at this table. Tonight. Tomorrow in the morning, the truth goes to the police.
You mean you know who?
Yes. At the moment, I know. I alone. For the murder of Roger Ackroyd, there is only one way out. And that way does not lead to freedom. And it is to the murderer now that I speak. This is a matter of life and death. And I, Hercule Poirot, am not joking. Good night.
James, what are you doing? doing out there in the hall?
Just hanging my overcoat, my dear.
Well, aren't you coming in to chat?
I'm very tired, Caroline.
But at least you can tell me what happened last night.
Mr. Poirot told us all about his little gray cells again.
Oh, does he think Rafe Peyton is guilty?
No.
Well, he's crazy.
You can go over and tell him so in the morning. Good night, Caroline. I'm very tired. My arm aches from writing. I've written it all out. Now Peyton will be cleared. As I think back, I'm not quite certain why I urged Ackroyd to read that letter before it was too late. Perhaps I subconsciously realized that with a pig-headed chap like that, it's my best chance of getting him not to read it. His nervousness that night was interesting psychologically. He knew danger was close at hand, yet he never once suspected me as the blackmailer of Mrs. Ferrars. The dagger was an afterthought. I'd thought of a very little weapon of my own, but I saw the dagger lying on the silver table. It occurred to me how much better it would be to use a weapon that couldn't be traced to me. I suppose I must have meant to murder him all along. As soon as I'd heard of Mrs. Farrow's death, I felt convinced that she'd have told him everything before she died. So I went home and took my precautions. The dictaphone he had given me 2 days before to adjust. Something gone wrong with it, and I persuaded Ackroyd I didn't have a go at it instead of sending it back. I did what I wanted to it. Took it up with me in my bag. Studied that evening. When it was all over, I looked around the room for the door. Quite satisfied. Nothing had been left undone. The dictaphone was on the table by the window. Time to go off at 9:30. The mechanism of that little device was rather clever, based on the principal alarm clock, and the armchair was pulled out so as to hide it from the door. I never dreamed that Parker would notice that chair. Certainly would not have remembered Poirot hadn't asked him. Having the American sailor with a toothache call me from King's Abbot that night was a stroke of genius. There's no way for anyone listening to have told that it was not Parker. I still don't know how Poirot found that one out. My only regret is about Caroline, and yet I feel I can trust Poirot. She'll never know the truth, and I'm glad of that. I shouldn't like her to know she's fond of me, and then, too, she's proud. My death will be a grief to her, but grief passes. When I've finished writing, I shall enclose this whole manuscript in an envelope, address it to Poirot. And now, because I'm tired, take some sleeping powders. Because I'm very tired, I will take more sleeping powders than I should. More than anybody should. I suppose I ought to feel sorry. I am sorry. Sorry that Hercule Poirot ever came to King's Abbot to grow his cucumbers.
Concludes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. In just a moment, Orson Welles will return to the microphone with our guest of the evening, Edna May Oliver. Meanwhile, I'd like to take just time enough to say this to every woman listening. We at Campbell's know good cooking, and so, of course, do you. Speaking, therefore, as one good cook to another, we'd like you to try our chicken soup. Try it, if you will, in the same friendly yet critical way you'd sample a neighbor's good dish or send in one of your own for her to try. And if you'll do that, I know you'll find this soup deep and full and rich in chicken flavor from the first spoonful to the last delicious drop. Indeed, I promise you, just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. And now, here is Orson Welles with Edna May Oliver.
Never mind, Orson Welles. What about me, Hercule Poirot? Miss Oliver, have I not the little gray cells?
You and your gray cells. If you ask me, I think Rafe Peyton committed the murder.
After listening to my explanation so careful?
Especially after listening to your exclamation so careful. Now, in the days when I was a detective...
Scotland Yard?
No, RKO. You and your one little murder. Why, when I was a detective, no sooner did I establish the identity of the murderer Then he was murdered, and I had to start all over again.
It is well for you, Miss Oliver, to belittle the genius of Hercule Poirot. But remember this. Hercule Poirot always laughs last. Attend. I laugh last.
I accept that as a laugh. Go on.
I have observed the proceedings here in the studio, and I have detected a circumstance which has indubitably escaped you who are untrained to watch for such things. Almost it had escaped me myself. Not only did I discover that the gentleman who told the story, Dr. Shepard, was himself the murderer of Roger Ackroyd, but I now reveal to you that he was enacted in Mr. Wells' little anecdote by none other than that beloved portrayer of dramatic roles, that celebrated delineator of character, that unparalleled purveyor of protean portraiture, that internationally celebrated...
You refer to Orson Welles, I take it, Mr. Welles?
I do.
Now, I would like to be allowed a little observation of my own. Excuse me, Moreau. Avez-vous la bloom de matin?
What?
I'm not finished yet. Où est le chapeau de ma mère? That's all right, Mr. Poirot. I just wanted to see if you could really speak French. Attend, Mr. Poirot. I laugh last.
Good night, Edna May Oliver. And may I say I hope that this will not be the last time that you will put me in my place in this program.
In tonight's Campbell Playhouse production of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, the role of Caroline Shepard was played by Edna May Oliver. The part of Roger Ackroyd was played by Alan Napier, Mrs. Ackroyd by Brenda Forbes, and Flora Ackroyd by Mary Taylor. George Coulouris was heard as Inspector Hempstead, Ray Collins as Mr. Raymond, and Everett Sloan as Parker the butler. Dr. James Shepard, who committed the murder, was played by Orson Welles, and Hercule Poirot, who arrested Dr. Shepard, was played by Orson Welles. The music for tonight's production, with the exception of the Noel Coward melodies, was composed and, of course, conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And now, Mr. Wells, I feel we have just a moment. Can we have a word about next week's story?
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, it will be our proud pleasure to give you The Garden of Allah, starring Claudette Colbert. The Robert Hitchens masterpiece, both as a book and a play, has engaged the affections of the peoples of the world for 35 years with its ageless story of a great love and a greater renunciation. If Miss Colbert is listening in, I want her to know how eagerly we're all looking forward to the privilege of having her with us in the Campbell Playhouse. No other actress that I know is more ideally suited than Miss Colbert for the part of Dominique, the English girl who found in the great Sahara Desert the love that gave the final meaning to her life. And so until then, till next Sunday in Claudette Colbert in the Garden of Allah, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us here in the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we bring you The Garden of Allah with Claudette Colbert as our guest star. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's Campbell Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's Chicken Soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents the first of a series of new and unusual dramatic programs written and directed by Willis Cooper and featuring Ernest Chappell.
Quiet, please. Like 6,800 feet above sea level. A little house, maybe 20 feet long, 15 feet wide. It's made of corrugated iron sheets with a high peaked roof. It sort of hangs over the edge of the mountaintop, with nothing but the spikes of pine trees stretching all the way down to Pasadena, better than a mile below you. Did you ever get out to California? Well, if you do, go up there sometime and take a look at that little house. But look at it through the fence that surrounds it. That's far enough, through the fence. You go out Foothill Boulevard toward Pasadena, but you turn off on Angeles Crest Highway at La Canada. Just keep on driving uphill. You'll get there. Just keep right on going. The top of Mount Wilson is the end of the highway. You ever look through a big telescope? At the sky at night? At the things up there? Things so far away you sprain your brain just trying to imagine how far away they are. With nothing between you and them. Billions and billions of miles of nothing. I don't know what it does to you, but, brother, I freeze. Listen, do you know there are holes in the sky? No, I mean it. I've seen them. There's a thing in the constellation Andromeda. No, wait a minute. I'm not going to get technical with you. Just listen. There's this thing, astronomers call it the Horsehead Nebula. You know what it is? It's a hole. It's a great big patch of nothing. Just nothing. There aren't any stars there. There's just a hole. No, nobody knows anything about it. Astronomers look at it, they take pictures of it, and there it stays. There it is now and tomorrow and the next day and 1,000,000 years from now. And it's been there always. Yes, it has. It's so far away that what you see now is the way it looked 1,000,000,000 years ago. Before there was anybody to see it, friends. And there's lots more of those places. So what's all this got to do with a little house up on top of Mount Wilson? I'll tell you. This was quite some time ago. I'd been living in California, see, for several years. I had a couple of bucks, had a nice little place near Venice. That was before the valley got to be so popular with movie people, radio comics, people like that. And it wasn't bad living alone, waking up in the middle of the night hearing the Southern Pacific lark whistle for a crossing out around Chatsworth, listening to a dog howling way out across the valley, going back to sleep. I don't get back to sleep so easy these days. Well, these people from Cleveland were out there, Aldo Minucci and Hugh Grant. We used to be great friends, Aldo and Hugh and I, so nothing would do but they'd come to stay with me. Well, it was all right. I had a Dodge convertible. The boys got quite a kick out of California. That's how we came to go up to Mount Wilson that day. Aldo and Hugh had been, looking around for out places. They had some ideas. So one day we were having breakfast, and they were looking at an automobile club bulletin. Aldo said, "Let's go to Mount Wilson." So we did. I've been up there once before. You know how it is in California. I knew everything. Well, I thought I knew everything. I found out different. We were inside the big dome where the 100-inch telescope is. It's like being inside a giant's watch. The telescope is in the middle, a big spidery framework with the ladders climbing all over it up under this dome. The tourists stand on the kind of a catwalk around the edge while the astronomer explains as much as he thinks the apple knockers will understand. There were just a few of us that day standing close to a little kind of pulpit, listening with our mouths open. Yeah, it is like a pulpit. I got to thinking that day how the astronomer looked like a priest up there. A nice old white-haired fellow like a priest.
And I was thinking he was talking about the heavens, too. I'd seen it all before, but my mouth was as wide open as Hughes and Aldo's.
And the Earth is moving through space, too. It moves around the sun at the rate of about 18.5 miles per second. So therefore, you see, we must, in order to keep this telescope focused accurately on the celestial objects we are observing, neutralize those motions mechanically. The telescope itself, as you will observe, is controllable in any direction by this motor. Watch the different visions. Notice the motion of the telescope. And the final movement, the rotation of the entire dome exactly synchronized with the speed of the Earth through space. Watch through the shutters above you, please.
Look at Ross. Yeah, I see. Look outside. We ain't moving. The sky's gone by. Look at you.
I see it. It's an optical illusion, Aldo.
No, it's not an optical illusion. In relation to space, this spot we are on is standing still. Through these motions here in the dome, the mirror of the telescope is kept aimed exactly at one spot far out in space.
What's space, mister?
It's nothing.
What about the air?
There are a few miles of air, my friend, and then nothing.
Huh.
Oh, stars.
Yes, the stars. And the places where there are no stars.
My skin twitched a little when he said that. The places where there are no stars. Did yours? Well, the show was over. We went outside into the sunlight. We walked across the long wooden bridge. There's a deep gully in front of the dome. And down a little path past the thing they call a coelostat. A small dome on legs about 100 feet high. Thing they study the sun and sunspots and things like that with. It was quiet up there along toward the middle of the afternoon. There was a chill in the air. We were just talking. It's an odd place, and you get kind of impressed. The people impress you. The astronomers. They live up there all by themselves. They look at the sky. They see things. You always get the feeling they know a lot more than they're telling. Like doctors. Like priests, I guess. Oh, I said that, didn't I? Well, that's what they're like. The path leads through the woods. Biggest live oaks you ever saw. Leads through the woods over to the old hotel. So I said, hey, how about a beer before we start down, huh?
A beer? That's for me.
Can I get hard liquor up here, Ross?
No, I don't think so. Anyway, I wouldn't want to drink, not with all that mountain road ahead of me.
No, sir. Don't you take no drink, Ross. I don't want to ride that road with nobody's had a drink of liquor. Maybe you shouldn't have a beer, even.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Beer won't hurt me.
Hey, what's this fence for?
Huh? Oh, I never noticed that before.
That's quite a fence. I have a hard time getting over that.
What would you want to get over it for?
I don't know. What do you suppose is on the other side where they got this heavy fence?
I don't see anything. Except that little house out there on stilts.
Yeah, funny-looking place.
Fence goes right around it.
Ain't there a gate?
Oh, come on. Let's get a beer.
No, I want to look at this, Ross.
Probably they got something valuable in there.
Sure, scientific instruments or something. This place is all full of that stuff.
Hey, look. A sign.
Huh?
Where?
Here.
Oh, come on.
Oh, wait. What's it say?
The public is forbidden to pass beyond this fence under severe penalty.
That all?
Yeah.
What do you suppose they got in that place?
I don't know. I don't care.
Hey, there's a door up at the end of that trestle. Maybe we could get back and get in through that other shed where the trestle starts, huh?
What do you want to go in there for? Oh, come on. We got to get going.
Oh, I'm just curious. You know what I mean. The place might come in handy.
Oh, yeah.
See? Especially if they keep everybody out like this.
But the thing must be full of stuff, like Ross said, scientific stuff.
Yeah, might be, might not be. Hey, here comes that fellow that made the spiel up there.
Well, ask him. He'd know.
He won't tell you.
Well, we'll find out. Hey, fella.
How are you?
Hey.
Were you talking to me?
Yeah. What's in that funny-looking building?
Over there? Nothing.
Yeah?
What's the idea of the fence, then?
We don't want people to go in there.
I'd sure like to see what's in it.
I said there's nothing in there.
You sure, mister?
Yes, I'm absolutely
Could we get a pass to go in there, maybe?
No. You saw the sign, didn't you?
Yeah, it said something about the penalty of the law.
You didn't read it very carefully.
He didn't read it. I did.
Read it again.
Wait. The public forbidden to pass beyond this fence under severe penalty.
See? I see what he means. He didn't say anything about the law.
Ah, that's right.
Well, then.
There are other penalties.
Oh. Tough guy, huh?
No, not at all.
Well, what does it mean, then?
I'll give you a little friendly advice. I wouldn't try to find out if I were you.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Do you really know what's in there, mister?
Yes.
What?
Nothing.
Okay, lads. Let's go get that beer.
Well, of course, you know what was up. You're way ahead of me. My Cleveland pals weren't in California just for a vacation. There was a bank I'd had my eye on for a while out in Pacific Palisade. It wasn't the first bank that Minucci and Hugh Grant and I had worked a deal on. I didn't go much for this place up on Mount Wilson with nothing in it and a fence around it. Aldo and Hugh, well, after all, could you find a better place to stash away some dough? Nobody could get in, they said. And if we could... Well, so I bought the idea finally. And to make a long story short, we took, I think it was $53,000 out of the bank. 53, 54. What's the difference? It's all gone now. It's a long drive from Pacific Palisades over Sunset Boulevard, then up Beverly Glen to the valley, through Van Nuys to Sunland, down past the sanitarium on Foothill Boulevard to where you turn off on the Angeles Crest Highway. The long drive, especially at 1 o'clock in the morning. That was when we pulled out of Pacific Palisades. It was summer. After you turn on the mountain road, you're not allowed to smoke. You see, a fire warden might come along, and those guys can tell somebody smoking in the car a half mile off. They throw you in a can for it, forest fires. Now, we didn't want anybody stopping us. It was risky enough anyway, because practically nobody ever drives up there late at night. Or early in the morning, I mean. Well, we didn't meet anybody. All three of us were jittery with no cigarettes. That road. Tough enough in daylight. Oh, in the dark. It was 4:30 when we got to the top. The hotel was dark. Cabins were dark. But the sky. It was just like socks with stars. Why, you could pretty near reach up and touch it. I remember the old guy in the 100-inch dome. Nothing between us and the stars. And down below, well, if you've ever been up there at night, you know what I mean. Just like looking down at stars. The lights are 17, 18, 19 pounds. Pasadena, Los Angeles, Hollywood, Van Nuys, San Fernando, Culver City, Santa Monica. It makes my hair stand on end when I think of it. And I haven't seen it for, well, never mind how many years. Well, we stumbled through the pitch dark. We got off the path 3 times, nearly fell downhill. And, brother, that'd be a fall. We still couldn't risk a cigarette. It was dark. Hugh Grant was in front, then me, then Aldo. We each had briefcases. Hugh had a pair of those big spring wire cutters that'll go through a steel cable. All of a sudden, he bumped into the fence.
Ouch. What's the matter? The fence.
Hey, where are you?
Stand still, will you?
It's dark.
Shut up. Listen for a minute. Hear anything?
No.
No?
See anything?
No?
Look.
What?
The dome over there.
You see somebody?
No. Them 2 big windows up there. But that big round dome looks like somebody watching us.
Sure does.
Oh, cut it out. I'm going to try the fence with the cutters.
Want the flashlight?
You chump. No.
I wish we...
What?
Nah, forget it. I just don't like that place.
Now get out of the way.
Want some help, you?
Just keep out of the way. Wait. Hear anything?
Well, that wire made enough noise to...
All right. I'll try another strand. Now see if you can slide under it, one of you.
Me. Here. No, can't make it yet.
I'll try another. Now look out for your arm there. Now try.
Wait till I take off my coat. All right, now, let's see.
How about it?
He's through.
All right, go ahead.
Me?
You.
All right. Cut another strand, you.
Now make it now.
I guess so. Yeah. Where are you, Aldo?
Right here. Come on, Joe. Hey, slide the briefcases through first.
Coming up. Got him.
Got it.
Here I come. All set?
All set.
I'm all set. I'm as all set as I ever will be, I figure. I don't like any part of this place. I don't like the dark. I don't like the stars up above us. I don't like the lights down below. I don't like the silence. I don't like climbing around the top of a mountain with nothing under me but thin air for a mile or more. All I can hear is Hugh and Aldo in front of me, cracking through the weeds, cursing when one of them whacks a shin against a sharp rock. All I can see is two black shapes in front of me. The blacker shape, that's the building, the little house with nothing in it. Aldo and Hugh are panting. 6,800 feet, you know. Your breath is pretty short. It's tough going, especially when you're dragging a briefcase full of money, too. You're scared and sweating and tired. And then all of a sudden, we're under the building, alongside one of the struts that hold up the little trestle.
Boost me up, Aldo.
Aldo boosts him up. He was a little guy. He's spry. A lot sprotter than I am up there a mile in the air, and I guess he's not as scared as I am. So I look up, and he's sprawling on the trestle with 9 million stars behind him, reaching down to me.
Grab my hand, Ross.
I scrambled up. I never know how I made it either. There we are, and in a second, Aldo's up there with us.
Now, keep quiet a minute and rest. I'm knocked out.
Yeah. You hear anything, Joe?
Just the wind. Ross.
No, I thought I heard something. Guess it's just the wind.
Listen. It's the wind. Well?
So we stood up. So Hugh walked the rest of the way down the little trestle. We followed him, stumbling over the planks, and there was the door. We rattled the bar on it. It was padlocked. So Hugh took the big cutters and he wrenched away at the bar. We shivered there in the cold, waiting to see if anybody heard us. There wasn't a sound. So Hugh tried again. And the bar fell off. We kept still for another minute. And then...
Open the door. Hey, where's the flashlight?
Wait.
Nobody can see us. Put your fingers over it and turn it in there.
Okay. I don't see anything.
Well, the guy said there was nothing in there.
I can't see a thing. Open up the light a little more.
I got it open. So black in there.
There's something the matter with the light.
Oh, there ain't. Look.
Turn that light off me.
Well, look now when I shine it inside.
Nothing.
Well, there's got to be something in there.
Nothing, the man said.
Can't even see the floor.
Well, I'll find out if there's anything in there.
No, don't go in. Just can't tell what's liable to be.
Well, look out. I'll toss a briefcase in.
No. Throw the wire cutters in.
Well, where are they?
Here.
For the love of Mike, look out, will you? Keep still. You'll wake up the dead. Well, nobody heard us, I guess. A shot with luck tonight, no kidding. I'll give you them cutters.
Here.
Shine the light in there. Sure can't see anything, can you?
Throw them in.
Get out of the doorway. Keep the light in there.
Go ahead. Throw them against the far wall.
All right. Look out.
Where'd they go?
Tossed them hard enough to bounce. Move the light around. I can't see a thing.
I can't either. They ought to be. The light just kind of seems to...
Oh, cut it out. There's probably some kind of stuff on the floor. Powdered. Maybe they fell into it. Here, stand to one side, Ross.
What are you going to do?
I'm going in to look around. You got a gun, Aldo?
Just this little 32.
All right, come on. Ross, you stay here and watch. And listen.
I wouldn't go in there, Hugh.
Nobody asked you to. I'm going. Come on, Aldo.
Now listen, you.
You've got the screaming Mimi's, too. Now, come on with that gun. There's nothing in there.
Look, Hugh. Come on, let's get out of here.
Oh, shut up. Here. Might as well take the dough, too. We can stick it in there. Now, go ahead, Aldo, with the light.
You go first.
All right. Now, stand there and keep your ears.
Hey, Hugh. Where are you? Can't see him.
Listen, Aldo, don't go in there.
I got to. Hey, Hugh. Hugh. Where are you?
Listen, Aldo.
Keep your eyes and ears open now. We'll be right back. Hey, Hugh. You all right? I'm coming in, Hugh. Hugh.
Aldo.
What's in there? Hey, Hugh. Okay, Ross. Something's the matter with him. Here I come. Hugh. I'm gonna...
Hugh. Hey, Hugh. Aldo. Hey, what's in there, you two? Hugh.
I can see you. You can stand up now. They won't come out, I assure you. Come on, son, stand up.
I've got a gun.
No, you haven't. Stand up.
When my friends come out...
They're not coming out, my friend. Stand up. You wouldn't believe me when I told you.
What's in there? What's in there, I said?
I told you there's nothing behind that door.
My friends went in there.
They're not there now. There's nothing in there. You understand me? There's nothing in there.
Listen.
No, you listen. No, I suppose it'll do no good to tell you.
Tell me what?
I'd better show you.
Show me what?
Come with me.
No.
Come with me.
I won't. You've got to... Wait. Wait for me. Across the little trestle, away from the door, he closed on my friends. Through another door. Into a long shed in the dark. And I was glad I couldn't see the stars. Out another door at the end of the shed. Down the path past the coelostat, reaching up into the skies, shining in the starlight, looking like one of those visitors from Mars you heard about on the radio. Across the little wooden bridge with the two eyes of the 100-inch dome staring down at me and a cold wind coming up the other side of the mountain. And up the ramp and into the dome itself. And up the iron stairs.
Follow me.
A little yellow light at the head of the stairs, and then out on the catwalk in the dark with the floor 40 feet below us. Up another ladder. My legs are getting tired. Up.
Follow me.
Up another dizzy ladder. And another. And across another spidery walk.
Here. Sit in this seat.
I can't speak. My throat is dry. My legs are trembling. I'm icy cold in that great dome out far above the floor. I can't tell you.
Sit still. You won't fall. Sit still, I said. You'll have to be sure. Wait. magnetic declination. You can look now.
Look. At what?
Look through the telescope.
No.
Look, son. What do you see?
Stars. Millions of stars.
Wait. Look again. What do you see?
Nothing. Nothing.
What? Now?
Stars again. Millions. No, a black cloud.
Now?
Nothing.
That nothing you see is 1,000,000 light years away.
What is it?
There's nothing there to see. My friend, there are scores of places in this universe where there's nothing. Far places, near places. Do you understand what I mean?
Is that what you meant when you said...
When I said there's nothing behind that door? Yes.
Well, where?
Your friends? Your misguided friends? I don't know. Perhaps... Take your eye from the telescope. Wait. Look now, if you dare.
Well, what?
Look.
Yes. You guess what I saw. You guess what I saw clawing through black clouds of nothing. You guess what eyes I saw. I saw nothing. Yes, the little house is still there on Mount Wilson. You can go look at it if you want to. But don't go too close. Maybe somebody will tell you it's just a place where they store equipment. Maybe. Why do they keep the door locked then? Well, just one other thing. Don't you go around opening doors you don't know anything about. There might be nothing behind one of them.
You have just heard Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who talked to you is Ernest Chappell.
And the man who played Aldo Minucci is Martin Lawrence. Pat O'Malley was Hugh Grant and James Van Dyke, the astronomer. The music was composed and played by Gene Perazzo. And now for a word about Quiet Please for next week, here is our writer-producer, Willis Cooper. Bill?
I've written what I think is an exciting and unusual love story for next week, Chappie. We'll welcome as our guest the charming star of stage and radio, Claudia Morgan.
Quiet Please for next week is entitled, I've Been Looking for You. Until next week, then, quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
And now, afternoon theatre.
John Pullen plays Martin Chapman, with Jane Wenham as his wife Jill, in The Darkened Schoolroom by T.D. Webster.
I suppose they are open. It's only 11.
No towel on the pumps?
Down at the barn, rattle some change or something. Nice fire.
Sorry, didn't hear you come in.
Mr. Kingsley?
That's right. But I don't often get the mister. The name's Bob.
Well, I'm Martin Chapman, the new supply head at the school.
Ah, our new school boss. Pleased to meet you. You'll be stopping until the school closes at Easter.
I understand, sir.
What is it? 6 weeks. You'll hardly have time to turn around before it's time to go.
That's one of the hazards of being on supply. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Jill, my wife.
Pleased to meet you, Mrs. Chapman.
Hello.
Jill will be teaching part-time in Mrs. Owen's place.
Oh, good. We were beginning to think they'd forgotten about us at the education office.
It took us ages to find Oxby.
We are a bit off the map. You're not local?
No. We moved up here from London at the beginning of last term. I filled it at a school in Spalding up to Christmas. Since then, I've been all over the county.
Oh, you'll find things a bit different here.
I'm sure I shall. And by the way, where is the school exactly?
Oh, it's halfway between here and Fenham. Well, when they built the school in 1817, neither village could agree where they should put it. So they stuck it between the two villages, all by itself.
And it caters for children of both Oxby and Fenham.
Yes, what children there are.
We were hoping we might be able to have a look round. I understand your wife has the keys.
That's right. Molly's the caretaker. Molly?
Yes?
Here a sec. This is Mr. and Mrs. Chapman, the new teacher.
Oh, pleased to meet you.
Hello, Mrs. Kingsley.
Yeah, I'm letting you stand here without a drink. What are you having? Or is it too early?
Oh, it's never too early.
That's what I like to hear. Spot of whiskey?
Oh, thank you.
You'll need something warm if you're going up there. It'll be bitter cold.
Anything in it?
Oh, no, that's fine, thanks.
I'll have a drop of water, please.
Oh, well, there you are. Help yourself. I'll get the keys.
I light the stove all day Monday, ready for the Tuesday start. It soon warms the school through.
I rather fancy standing with my back to a nice warm stove.
We understand there's a schoolhouse.
Yes.
Is it occupied?
Oh, well, it's over 10 years since anybody lived there. Mrs. Hobson and Miss Owens used the living room as a staff room. It was decorated when they last did the school.
What about the rest of the house?
Oh, it's years since I looked upstairs. There's no damp. It was always a dry house.
More keys than the chief warder.
We can let ourselves in if you're busy here.
Oh, I'll come up with you.
Shall we need the car?
Oh, yes. It's well out of the village. The children either bike or they're taken by car.
Oh. Would you like another drink?
Oh, not just now, thanks. Perhaps when we get back. Shan't be long, Molly.
All right.
Cheerio.
This is the cloakroom. The sinks are fairly new, and there's hot water. This used to be 2 classrooms, but Mrs. Hobson had the partition taken down when there weren't enough children for 2 classes.
It's nice and bright.
Plenty of space.
When my children came here, there were over 30 in each of the 2 classes, and that were only 12 years ago.
Did you come to the school here, Mr. Kingsley?
Oh, no, I'm not a local, though I've been here since I was stationed nearby in the war, in the RAF. I met Molly, got married, and stayed. I can never work out how I come to be a school manager. Oh, if you live here long enough, you finish up on everything. Church council, British Legion, old folks out in committee, the lot.
How many children are there on roll now?
Oh, it was 16 just before they broke up for half term. But another family's moved, 14 now.
Well, I suppose that's why the school is closing.
No young families moving into either village, you see. Very little council housing, and nobody wants a tight cottage these days. Now, you'll be the last school boss here, Mr. Chapman.
It's sad.
Progress and economic necessity, they said. Still, all over and done with now.
There seems to be plenty of stock. I had a horror of turning up on Tuesday and finding no pencils and paper.
Oh, I think you'll find everything in very good shape. Mrs. Hobson knew what she was about. Very well thought of. We were all glad when she got the headship at Fenwick.
The new school?
That's right, only just finished. That's why the Education Committee let her leave at half term. So she can get things straight for the opening at Easter. Mrs. Owens is retired, of course. I mean, she was due to go at Christmas, but she hung on till Mrs. Hobson left.
Everything seems very neat and tidy.
14 children. It's going to seem very strange.
Well, I'm looking forward to it.
And there's a scullery through here where Molly dishes up the dinners.
What's out here?
Oh, that's the back door. The toilets are across the playground there. And there's a bit of grass for them to run around on.
Splendid isolation.
It's a marvellous view.
This is the only bit of high land for miles. The fen's over that way and Lincoln to the north.
What's that building through the trees over there?
Old Fenham Hall. What's left of it. Not been lived in for 20 years. Used to belong to the Cross family.
Who are they? Local squires?
Well, they owned everything and everybody, I understand. Long before my time here. Molly can tell you all about the Crosses. Both her mother and her elder sister were in service at the hall at one time, and her father got to be head groom.
And that's the schoolhouse?
Yes, they liked the school boss on the premises in the old days.
We were wondering if there might be a possibility of renting it.
We're buying a new house in Granford. It was supposed to be ready for Christmas, but now they tell us it won't be finished until Easter at the earliest.
If we moved into the schoolhouse, we could bring our furniture up here, and it would be all ready to move to Granford at Easter.
It would save us a tremendous amount of bother.
I can't see any objections. The education office would have to give their permission.
Oh, we've already sounded them out. They said it depended on the school manager.
Well, there aren't many of us left. Cannon's in hospital, Jack Palmer has moved. That only leaves Miss Box at the shop, Tom Stott and me.
Would they agree, do you think?
I don't see why not. Before we say any more, we'd better have a look round, see what sort of state it's in. We'll go back through the schoolroom. The inside door leads into the house kitchen. Very handy being able to step straight from home right into your job.
Hello.
Mr. Chapman.
That's right.
Andrew Smith. I'm the curate at St. Peter's.
Oh, yes, pleased to meet you. Bob Kingsley said you'd be looking in.
I did intend to call on you on your first day, but I've been rather rushed filling in for Callan Butler. Well, you look as if you settled in very well.
Yes. Feel as if I've been here years.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
No, nothing vital. I'm just catching up on admin. Only 14 kids on roll, but still, usual red tape. So we can wait. Come and meet Joe.
More tea, Mr. Oh, dear, do I call you Reverend or Mr. or what?
I prefer Andrew. In the village, I'm often addressed as curate. It makes me wince. I will have another cup, thank you.
Do help yourself to cake.
Oh, thanks. Well, I must say you've made this one very cosy.
A bit of instant decorating. It was chaos last week. We did here, the bedroom and the kitchen all at one go.
It's good to see the place lived in. I often drive this way at night. It used to look so forlorn.
We like it, being all alone. It makes a change.
Good. So you've settled to country life?
Oh, very much so. And the children are lovely. Where do you live?
I've got a couple of rooms at the rectory at Halesby. That's the big village beyond Fenham.
Isn't that where the children from here are going after the closure?
Yes, the extensions of the school are almost finished.
You must be rather busy doing the canon's work and your own.
There is another curate, Frank Hill. We're a group parish, 6 churches. We look after 3 each.
Sort of a flying pass.
That's it, exactly. We shoot round on Sundays from church to church.
What kind of congregations do you get?
Oh, sparse. Halesby's the largest, usually round about 20. The others vary between 10 and 6. Nearly all old people, too.
We found everybody very helpful.
And, forthcoming?
Well...
I can hardly expect to be accepted as a real school boss.
Did you know that you're only the 8th head teacher since 1869?
Well, incidentally, I was turning out a cupboard the other day.
Oh, yes.
And I found an old logbook.
It's here. Now, I think this fits marvellous. Listen. I, Evelyn Bridges, commence duty this day as headmistress of Oxby Parochial Church School. 63 children answer to the register. I shall be assisted by Maud J. Thompson, student teacher. It's dated August the 30th, 1902.
May I see? Is this the only one you found?
Yes, apart from the current one.
Last entry, January 1904. The ones preceding and following this will be in the county archives at Lincoln.
I must look them up sometime. I've only glanced at this, but it makes fascinating reading.
Beautiful handwriting. I bet Miss Evelyn Bridges knew what she was about.
Well, I'm not turning this over to county archives just yet. I want to read it through.
Well, I should like to borrow it when you've finished.
What's that? I heard something.
What?
Oh, music. Singing. Did you leave the radio on? I heard singing. The radio, did you leave it on?
Oh, you didn't have the radio on last night. Oh, you were dreaming. Lie down, you're letting in the cold. It was a dream. Turn off the light.
Did you say singing?
That's what it sounded like.
But he was dreaming.
Well, it could have been the wind through the telegraph wires. It's often windy up there.
It sounded like early one morning.
Well, it was early, I'll give you that. 2 o'clock.
Oh, you know. La, la, da, dee,
I
da,
know the tune, Mark.
One or two of the lads get up there poaching.
Singing poachers? Oh, what do you think, Molly? Are there any musical poachers in the village?
Look, it's getting on for 9, Molly. You said you'd call and see Mrs. Bancroft.
What's this about music?
Martin thinks he heard singing in the night.
Singing?
The children singing early one morning.
From the schoolroom?
But it came from downstairs, yes.
I think it's the strain. The pressures of command. All those children.
Yes. Excuse me, I shall have to be going.
Oh, dear. Wait, it's quiet tonight.
Oh, well, this is about usual. We get a lot of car trade at the weekends, but not much midweek. Same old faces, then.
You said you were going to show me how to play darts.
All right. I'll come round that side. I'll partner you, and Martin can play with Eric. All right, Eric?
Oh, yeah, right.
Now, anybody who wants a drink can get their own. Where's old Aaron?
Somebody move them up.
Jill, listen.
Oh, go to sleep.
My God.
Martin, what's wrong? What are you doing?
Didn't you hear it?
Hear what?
The singing.
No, I didn't. Oh, it's freezing down here. Close the door.
It was the same song. It stopped when I opened the schoolroom door. Then just for a few seconds I heard what sounded like a woman sobbing.
Martin.
I heard it, Jill. It wasn't imagination.
Oh, cold. Let's go back upstairs.
I heard something.
Yes, all right, but let's go back to bed.
You don't believe me?
Love, I'm barely awake.
From the moment we came here, I felt... I don't know. A sense of something. A kind of quiet sadness. Haven't you felt it?
No.
It's something to do with Miss Bridges.
How do you know that?
Well, I don't know it. I feel it.
You've spent too long studying that logbook. It'll sound ridiculous if you tell anybody.
Do you think it sounds ridiculous?
I didn't say that.
Let's go back upstairs.
Shall I make a hot drink?
No, thanks. Turn the light off. (346) Martin Chapman.
Andrew Smith here.
Oh, just the man. I was going to ring you.
You can read the lesson on Sunday.
Yes, I suppose so. But it isn't that. Will you be calling round this evening?
I can, yes.
We're thinking of organising an Edwardian evening at the school. You know, kind of concert. Miss Bridges always used to list the songs she was going to teach the children in the logbook, and we could do some of those. But we'll need your help with any local performers.
Yes, of course. It sounds a wonderful idea. Oh, by the way, I traced the logbook following the one you've got.
You've seen it?
This afternoon at the archives at Lincoln. I only managed to have a quick glance through it. I didn't have long.
When did it go up to?
1910, I think. It wasn't all Miss Bridges. Entries by her stopped in October 1904.
Did it say what happened to her?
No, not a word. A chap called Simpson took over and remained head until he retired in the early 1930s.
Yeah.
Oh, something else. I found an old chap at Asselton who was actually taught by Miss B.
No. How old is he?
Getting on for 80. I can arrange for you to meet him if you like.
Yes, I should like to.
I'll fix it.
Good afternoon, Miss Green. Come in. Oh, thank you. I've brought the visitor I told you about. This is Martin Chapman, the new headmaster at Oxford.
Pleased to meet you, sir. Come here. Sit down.
Thank you.
You live in a lovely spot, Mr. Green.
Hmm? You're a countryman, sir?
No, but I'm learning to be.
That's the idea. School boss at Oxford, eh?
Yes, until it closes at Easter.
It isn't right, closing it.
No.
A village should have its own school and not send its children away.
There must have been a good many more children in the school when you were there, Mr. Green.
Oh, packed full.
Yeah.
They used to come as far as Benedictine.
I understand you were at the school when Miss Bridges was there.
Oh, that's right.
Do you remember much about her?
Bits and pieces, you know. It's a long time, and I've seen and done a lot since then, you know. I've not stuck in this place all my life, you know. I've seen the world. Enlisted in 1914 and stayed in the army till they took me out in 45.
But you remember Miss Bridges?
Oh, some things as clear as anything.
How old was she?
Oh, you're asking me something now. I mean, she seemed old to us, like teachers always do to children. I suppose she'd be, what, 35, 36? She always dressed very smart. A long dark skirt and a blouse with a high collar. She was a neat woman. Yeah, very nice looking. Strict, mind you. One or two rough old boys at the school in those days, she settled them very sharp. When she said jump, you jumped. She'd have us sitting like this, arms folded at the back. No backs to the benches to lean on, you know. You had to keep us straight back. Mind you, it did me no harm.
Did she like music?
That's what I remember most. The music. We had this little choir. Used to sing all over. We sang for Mr. Cross at the old times without number.
Mr. Cross was the squire?
That's right. He lived at Fenimore. She was a good woman. You know, in winter, when the weather was bad, she made soup in the morning before school. And it was there, waiting for us. There was plenty of them went to school, you know, with empty bellies. And she knew it. She did it herself, all out in her own pocket. You wouldn't say that now. Oh, she was a good woman.
Were you there when she left?
Left?
Didn't she leave the school in 1904?
She didn't leave. She died. She's in Oxford churchyard near the big yew tree.
I didn't know that.
How did she die?
Have you ever stood in the schoolyard and looked over Aylesby way?
Yes.
There was a railway line there between Lincoln and King's Lynn. That's where Miss Bridges was killed. An accident.
What happened?
As I recall, and remember, I was only a little old boy at the time. She was crossing the line. She got hit by the train. I can't recall much else about it, except, well, there was a big fuss in the village, and I think it was potato picking week. Charlie Briggs could tell you more about it. He's 4 years older than me.
Mr. Briggs died last year, Mr. Green.
So he did. I forgot. There won't be many left, you remember. It's going back a bit.
Yes, I think you're the only person around who was at the school at the time, Mr. Green.
The last of the old brigade, eh?
It looks like it, yeah.
Knocked down by a train. That's all I remember. Oh, it was a long time ago. She was a nice woman.
You've been very helpful, Mr. Green.
Yeah. I've seen the world, sir. Africa, Egypt, India, France. But I've seen nothing better than the view from the old schoolyard over Aylesby Way.
That was a bit of a turn-up.
I'm astonished no one's ever told me. Just the kind of story that asks to become part of village folklore.
But there aren't many genuine locals left, are there?
That's true.
You remember I told you about the singing I thought I heard?
Yes?
I heard it again the other night.
Did Jill?
No. But I was wide awake this time. I went down to the schoolroom, and when I opened the door, it stopped. Then for a few seconds, I heard a woman sobbing.
Good heavens.
You've never heard any stories about the school being haunted?
No, but I haven't been here that long.
You know, when I'm alone in the schoolroom at night after the kids have gone, I often get the feeling that I'm being watched. It's hard to explain.
What about Jill? Is she bothered by all this?
No. She thinks I'm going round the bend. What do you think?
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio. You know, I think there are too many well-documented stories of happenings for them to be dismissed lightly. Borley Rectory, for example.
From what I can gather, no one ever seemed very keen to live in the schoolhouse. Molly was most uneasy when we asked about renting it when we first came.
Have you told her about the singing?
When I mentioned it to Bob in the pub, she scuttled off. That was the first time. I haven't told anybody else about the other night.
And you think what you heard has something to do with Miss Bridges?
I think I heard her sobbing the other night. My hair stood on end, but I felt more disturbed and moved than terrified. And curious.
Evelyn Bridges, 1869 to 1904. Not much, is it? I thought there'd be a fancy inscription. Look at some of the others.
I wonder who had it erected.
A family, I suppose.
But who looks after it?
The Virgin, perhaps?
I'm surprised Andrew didn't know it was here.
Oh, I don't know. There are hundreds of graves. Oh, there he is. In his working tops for the change.
Hello.
On duty?
I've got a wedding here in 20 minutes. See you found Miss Bridges.
I expected to find it overgrown. Who keeps it like this?
The verger says a middle-aged couple come up from Cambridge once a month to attend to it. Apparently they're distant relatives of Miss Bridges.
Are they?
Their name's in the visitors' book in the church, and their address, I think.
I'd like to talk to them.
No, if they're only middle-aged, they must have been born years after Miss B died.
Well, they're bound to know something about.
Oh, let me know if you find anything, will you? Oh, I must rush. By the way, I don't suppose you'd fancy coming along to augment the choir.
Not today, thank you.
It's only my second wedding. I don't want to have to do all the singing as well.
It really is very good of you to let us intrude like this, Mr. Watson.
Not at all. We're always glad to see visitors. Things tend to be rather quiet now that the children have gone.
How many children have you?
A son and daughter. Both flown the nest now. Mark is teaching in London, and Evelyn is at Reading University.
Evelyn? After Miss Bridges?
I suppose so, yes. I think you said something about an old school logbook over the phone.
Yes. We found it at the back of a cupboard. It covers the time when Miss Bridges started at Oxford.
We should have brought it.
Yes, you must call and see it next time you come to Oxford.
Yes, I should like to.
Exactly what relation are you to Miss Bridges, Mr. Watson?
Now, let me get it right. She was my maternal grandmother's sister.
Oh, your mother's aunt?
Yes, that's right. I can remember going with my father and mother to Oxford to look after the grave, a kind of family ritual. My daughter refers to it as our monthly grave raid. We've become very fond of Oxby. I'm sure if my wife can find the old papers I mentioned, you'll get a much fuller picture.
Sorry I've been so long.
There you
I
are.
was beginning to think we'd lost them. When Mark was at college, he lent them to somebody who was doing a thesis on village school.
Let me clear the table so we can see what there is. I'll move the tray.
She must have been tremendously conscientious. Look at these lesson notes. Right down to the last detail.
Timetables. Oh, a lecture notebook from college. She was a great believer in getting everything on paper.
We've always been very impressed by the neatness. Nothing to beat the old copper plate hand.
Oh, yes, it's beautiful.
There are lesson notes here that cover the time she was at Oxford.
Huh?
What's this? Oh, she took the children to see the old stocks outside the church. I did that last week. So much for modern methods.
It looks as if a page has fallen out.
Oh, that? No, it isn't a page, it's a note. And it's baffled us for years.
May I look?
Of course.
Greatly regret, not possible tonight. Tuesday. There's no address, and unsigned. Well, it clearly isn't her handwriting. Good quality paper.
A subject of great family speculation. A romance, do you think? Well, it could be.
Why isn't it signed? That's the bit that always fascinates us.
There's something familiar about it.
The handwriting, you mean?
Yes, it must be.
Perhaps you'll remember later.
I'll make a photostat of this at the bank on Monday and send it on to you.
Oh, thank you.
Miss Bridges seems to have been surrounded by mystery and speculation.
In what way?
You know how she died?
Only that she was knocked down by a train not far from the school. Do you know any more?
Well, it appears that every Wednesday evening after tea, she used to visit a Miss Roberts, who lived in a cottage on the edge of the Fenham estate.
She was the ex-governess of the Cross children.
And on that particular evening, it was very foggy. She must have tripped and fallen just as a train was coming. Perhaps she stunned herself.
Crossing the line to go and see Miss Roberts was part of an established routine. Every Wednesday at about 6 o'clock.
What about the train? Didn't that come through at the same time every Wednesday?
Yes, but it was due some time before 6. It was late because of the fog, so she didn't expect it.
I see.
Why was she buried in Oxby Church?
Another family mystery. The Bridges hail from a village just outside Ely. There are dozens of them buried there.
But Evelyn wasn't. We've never been able to understand it.
We thought the people from the two villages might have asked that she be buried at Oxby. Although if they did, they didn't make much of a splash on the gravestone.
That's true. No cherubs or angels.
But it's a lovely spot in the churchyard, just there by the yew tree.
Yes, it is.
Sounds as if you learned quite a bit about Miss B.
We filled in a few gaps.
And Mr. Watson sent us a copy of the mysterious note. Yes. It's rather faint, but I think you can read it.
Thank you.
Odd. Did you tell the Watsons about early one morning?
No, I didn't mention that.
I'm not surprised. I think there's a direct correlation between the amount of drink consumed and the ghosts they're seeing.
There's nothing like wifely sympathy and understanding, is there, Andrew?
How's the Edwardian evening coming along?
It'll be all right on the night, I suppose.
Oh, it's going to be marvellous. The kids will all be dressed in period, and I'm playing the piano a la Miss Bridges in a long skirt and high blouse. Oh, somebody's lending Martin an Edwardian type Norfolk jacket.
I saw Arthur Talbot from Halesby the other day. Oh, he's very keyed up.
Yeah, he's singing Trumpeter, What Are You Sounding Now?
With real trumpet played by Brother Fred.
And I bet Mrs. Ada Rogers is singing Love's Garden of Roses with Parted as an encore.
It's going to be a swinging night.
I thought it went really well. I do, really.
I don't know how we got everybody in.
Well, they'll be asking for a repeat performance in every village from here to Spalding.
Well, Bob, I'm afraid there won't be time before we break up next week.
Oh, is your house ready then?
Well, not quite, but they assure us it will be finished for Easter. I'll believe it when I see it.
Like to soon be busy packing. Haven't seen 5 minutes since you came.
I shall be sorry to go in many ways.
Yes.
Well, you'll be able to say you've known a real village school. There won't be any left soon.
Seems a pity. I hope the children will settle at Halesby.
I think they will. The boys are looking forward to having enough to play football.
Mr. Chapman, I had to come over and tell you how much I enjoyed the show.
Thank you.
I'm Sarah Bingham's grandfather.
Oh, Sarah. She told me you were coming.
I thought it went a treat. And didn't they sing their hearts out? My missus had tears rolling down her face. Now, what are you drinking? And then Mrs. Chapman.
Oh, that's very kind of you, but I think it's gone closing time.
We don't bother ourselves unduly about closing time, do we, Bob? And it's a special night. Now, come on, what are you having?
Phew! I thought we were never going to get away.
The penalty of fame. My public.
Oh, but they were nice, weren't they?
What time is it? 12:30. I bet they're still drinking down there.
Want anything to eat? I'm going to make some coffee.
Oh, no, nothing for me, thanks.
Oh, it's cold. I thought it seemed mild outside.
I'll put the fire on.
Bitter. My God.
You can hear it?
Yes. Oh, Martin, let's get out.
It's all right. Just keep still and listen. It came from the schoolroom.
Don't go, Martin, please.
Just keep still and wait there. It's all right. Christ.
Well, what is it? What can you see?
No. Don't look.
What is it? Martin, what is it?
Don't go in.
But I can't see anything. There's nothing. Martin, what did you see?
She was hanging from that rafter by a rope. Long dress, hair almost to her waist. I couldn't see her face.
What was the crash?
She stood on a chair, then kicked it away.
Miss Bridges.
Yes.
Oh.
Let's go back into the kitchen.
It isn't as cold.
No.
I once read somewhere about the temperature going down just before something like this happened. It was cold when you said you heard it before.
Yes, it was. But you heard it this time.
Yes, I did. Oh, I need a whiskey. Want some?
Please.
Martin, what you saw, it could have been the moonlight through the trees.
I saw it. She hanged herself. It was as real as the singing.
But why?
I think in some way we've stirred something up. Something that's always been here. We found the logbook, we've talked about Miss Bridges, we've read what she wrote. In some way we've generated, I don't know, a feeling that's manifested itself.
You think Miss Bridges committed suicide?
I saw her.
Well, her body was found on the railway line.
That doesn't mean she died there. Someone must have moved the body.
But why?
Where's the logbook?
Well, it's here. Why, what's wrong?
Where is it? Look at that.
School visited 17th June 1904. Everything found to be satisfactory. Signed, Howard Cross, chairman of the managers.
Look at the handwriting.
It's exactly the same as the note the Watson sent us.
I knew I'd seen the writing before. The school managers visited the school regularly. When they did, they made some sort of entry in the logbook.
Howard Cross?
He lived at Fenham Hall.
So Miss Bridges was having an affair with him.
Yes.
Something drastic must have gone wrong.
It would have been very easy for him to visit her here at night.
She may have got pregnant, or he packed her in.
The scandal would have been enormous if they'd been found out.
Poor Miss Bridges. She must have been absolutely desperate.
What she felt was intense enough to recreate what happened here tonight.
Molly will know all about the Cross family.
I've always had the feeling that she knows more than she lets on.
Are you going to tell Andrew?
No. He can't help, can he?
Help?
He can't tell me why she did it or what happened.
And you have to know.
Yes, I do. Not much point in polishing the desks, Molly. Nobody's going to sit at them anymore.
Force a habit. I thought they might send these to Halesby, but I hear they got new furniture.
Do you think they'll put the school up for sale?
There's some talk that they will. Now, do you think I should leave the desks as they are or stack them in the corner?
Oh, I should leave them as they are.
Perhaps that would be better.
Molly?
Yes?
Can you remember Howard Cross? Or was he before your time?
Well, he died when I was about 9. I saw him once or twice.
What was he like?
I can't remember much, except that he was big and stocky built. He was an old man when I saw him.
Didn't your father work at the hall?
Yes. If you'll excuse me, I'll just...
Molly.
get on with my...
I know.
I wasn't sure. You've heard the singing again.
Yes. And I've seen something. The body of a woman hanging from that rafter. Only for a few seconds. But I saw it.
That's what she did. Hung herself.
Miss Bridges?
Yes. You're the only one I know who's ever seen anything. Others has only heard the singing. The last was Mrs. Barley nearly 10 years ago.
And you?
Oh, I hear it all the time. I always have. Right from being a child. But I never seen anything.
But you knew Miss Bridges killed herself?
Yes.
But why did she do it?
Well, she was seeing Howard Cross from the hall. He used to come here at night and went on all the time she were here. Something went wrong, I don't know what. Mr. Cross come up to see her and found her up there.
How do you know that?
My father was working at the hall then. And the night Miss Bridges died, Mr. Cross fetched him out.
To help with the body?
Well, it was school holiday. Potato picking week. Did it on the Tuesday. They took her down, put her body in the house, and then took her down to the railway line the next night.
To make it look like an accident?
Well, they couldn't let her be found in school like that.
Your father told you this?
No. No, my mother told me. Father only told her just before he died. Now, it troubled him having to help like that.
Did he stay at the hall?
He became head groom. And he was left money when Mr. Cross died.
When was that?
1931. There was no one to take over the hall. It went to a cousin in Australia. Now, he sold it.
Does Bob know about Miss Bridges?
Oh, yes.
He never said anything to us.
Well, we didn't know what to do. We weren't sure you'd ever hear anything. Not everybody does.
What about when somebody buys the school? Will you tell them?
I don't know.
I've not heard anything since.
Perhaps she's at rest.
Yes.
It was never anything bad. It was never meant to harm.
Yes, I realize that.
He was a good man to the village. They'd have made a good couple. His wife was never here. Always in London, my mother said. Hardly came back at all after their 2 sons was killed on the Somme.
Do you think anybody knew that Howard Cross came to the school?
A good many, according to my father. But they knew better than to say anything.
Even after the accident?
Especially then. They kept things to themselves in those days.
Well, I shan't say anything, Molly. Except to Jill. She knows most of it anyway.
I think it's best to say nothing. Ancient history now.
Yes, I suppose it is. Very nice. Where did you get the flowers?
Sally Roberts brought them this morning. A leaving present. I don't think she'd mind Miss Bridges having them. They'd only wilt before we got them to Granford.
Yes. I wish I'd brought a trowel. The weeds have started growing already.
Well, the Watsons will be coming up next week to tidy things up. We'll come here again, won't we?
Yes. We'll drive over occasionally. I'm sure Bob's expecting to see us every weekend.
It was a grisly thing to do. Taking her body down to the railway line like that.
I suppose he was desperate.
Must have been a real so-and-so.
According to Molly, he wasn't. He can't have been the hard-drinking, lecherous squire type. Miss Bridges would never have fallen for that.
No. No, I don't think she would. I shall always think of her sitting alone, waiting for him.
Well, we'd better get back to the house. The removal van will be here at 2.
Living in a town again is going to seem odd.
No strange noises in the night on Cherry Hall Drive.
No strange anything. Predictable security with all mod cons.
Isn't that what you want?
Yes. Yes, I suppose so.
It didn't take long. At this rate, we'll be installed in Cherry Hall Drive by tea time.
Did you give them a tip?
I'll give them something when they've unloaded.
Oh, we'd better get after them.
Oh, plenty of time. We'll catch them up before they reach Granford.
Oh, have you got the school keys?
Yes, yes. I'll drop them off at Bob's before we go.
Well, we'd better set off then.
I'll just have a look at the schoolroom before I lock it.
Oh, we haven't left anything. I checked.
I just want to look.
Oh, all right.
We shall never be closer to any children than we've been here.
No. Wonder who'll buy it.
Nobody local. You know what crossed my mind the other night?
Putting in a bid for the school?
2 minds.
You weren't serious.
Oh, just a passing thought. It wouldn't work.
Because of Miss B?
Partly. It was all right when we were teaching here. We belonged then. If we stayed, it wouldn't be the same. I sometimes feel that the past is stronger than the present in Oxby. I don't think I could live with that. Not all the time.
Somebody will buy the school, tear it apart, and make it into a fancy weekend retreat.
Good luck to them. They'll never know what we've been through, so they can sleep in peace.
You think she's gone?
Yes.
Pity we can't leave a plaque. In memory of the ghost of Evelyn Bridges. Oh, poor Miss Bridges.
Yes. Poor Miss Bridges. Come on. Let's go.
The Darkened Schoolroom was written for radio by T.D. Webster. Martin was played by John Pullen and Jill by Jane Wenham. Bob Kingsley was Garrard Green, Molly Kingsley, Anne Jameson. Andrew Smith, Michael Deacon, Mr. Green, Peter Woodthorpe, Mr. Watson, Michael Shannon, and Mrs. Watson, Maddie Head. The play was produced by Harry Catlin.
This is John Daly on a little sagebrush-covered mesa overlooking the Mission Alamo. The besieged and completely surrounded garrison of Free Texans, less than 200 men, are still blocking the advance of Santa Anna's 3,000 Mexican troops into the heart of Free Texas. They still hold out, but it may be that on this morning of March 6, 1836, Santa Anna's troops will storm forward in their final all-out attack. For a short while ago, Santa Anna's cannon, which for 11 days have kept up a relentless bombardment of the Alamo, suddenly ceased firing. And there are signs of activity in the Mexican lines. Couriers began to dash to and from Santa Anna's headquarters.
The Alamo, March 6, 1836.
CBS is there. The defense of the Alamo. CBS asks you to imagine that our microphone is present at this unforgettable moment of Texas history. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. CBS is there. This broadcast, the sixth in a special summer series produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now, The Alamo, March 6th, 1836, and John Daly. Out before us, we wonder, as the whole world wonders, what is going on inside the Alamo. The little mission, which looks like a brown roosting hen, its head the bell tower, and its body the rectangular stockade that stretches back from the mission proper, is ominously quiet. Our CBS mobile unit is outside the Mexican lines and about a half a mile away from the Alamo. The Mexicans have taken no notice of our unit since they first questioned us when we arrived on the scene. The fact that the United States is officially neutral in this revolt of the Texas patriots against the Santa Ana government still protects us and permits us to continue our observation and reports without let or hindrance. No military action in all history can be compared to this siege. These men, these Texans, could have escaped. They had full warning of Santa Anna's approach with his army of 3,000, but they chose to stand because they knew that unless Santa Anna was stopped, if only for a few precious days, unless his relentless march was stalled, all of free Texas would fall before the invaders. Of course, it's still possible that the Alamo may be relieved. It's still possible that reinforcements may come. Involuntarily, we keep staring toward the east, along the road relief may come, must come, if it is to come, a road swept by a cold March wind. Actually, we know that the chances for relief are so small as to be practically non-existent. These Texans, these farm boys and trappers and cattle raisers, these lads who a few weeks ago were plowing fields and milking cows have almost overnight become soldiers. And meanwhile, one of the most puzzling aspects of the situation has been the continued silence of the portable radio transmitter we know to be inside the Alamo. Our technicians have been on the alert constantly, day and night, but so far we have not been able to get any signal from within the walls. Meantime, the panorama of battle stretches out before us. It looks like some toy battlefield, but we know it is real. The bodies of white-clad Mexican soldiers sprawled on the ground are real. The red blood flag denoting no quarter flies from Santa Anna's lines. Soldiers always say that waiting is worse than battle. We know what they mean now, but we will wait here. And this is John Daly returning you to the temporary capital of this infant nation, Washington on the Brazos, and Ken Roberts. This is Ken Roberts inside the small, rude, unpainted building which houses the Free Texas Convention, or Consultation as it is called. That cold March wind John Daly spoke about is blowing on the Brazos, too, and the windows of the building have been covered with canvas in an attempt to hold out the cold. The convention, which is working on the Free Texas Constitution, is in recess. Most of the delegates are standing about in small, solemn groups. They're talking quietly and soberly of the news they just heard from John Daly, the news that the final all-out attack on the Alamo may be impending. Mrs. Eliza Benson, who lives in the neighborhood, is here with me now. She has kindly consented to answer a few questions. Mrs. Benson, I understand you have a son with Lieutenant Colonel Travis at the Alamo.
Yes, I have, Mr. Roberts.
Well, how long has he been in the Army?
Oh, not long. 2 weeks, maybe. We only been in Texas all told less than 3 months.
Where did you come from, Mrs. Benson?
From Indian Territory out near Independence Way. See, we had a few acres that Sam, my husband, bought from the land office.
Uh-huh.
And the Indians come and Sam was killed. We didn't have anything, not even a wagon. So I took my boy Philip and we walked down here. 250 miles. Sure was a long walk.
Yes, it must have been. And now you have a home here in Texas?
Well, we got some acreage near Goliad. But just when Philip was getting set to put in a crop, all this trouble started. All the young men went into the Army, and Philip, he went too.
Do you think those boys, Philip and the others, will be able to hold off Santa Anna?
Well, I didn't know anything about that. Philip is where God put him. It's not for his mother or anyone else to decide such questions. But I know the men who are with him, Billy Travis, Colonel Boyd, David Crockett, and the other lads from our little town, other towns in Texas, they'll be doing what they should be doing. They'll be brave.
Thank you, Mrs. Benson. I wish you could see these faces around me now. They're American faces, wind-bitten and square-jawed. The language is the language of the Tennessee hills, the Mohawk Valley, the farmlands, the old frontiers, the places you and I know. Although until 4 days ago, when the Texas Declaration of Independence was signed, this land had been politically foreign, it has long been culturally and physically allied to the United States. These people, these Texans, are the cousins and the brothers and the husbands of our own families. They are our kin. For example, the typical Texan who's standing at our CBS microphone now. He's a tall, bony figure of a man in buckskin breeches and homespun shirt. He's grinning at the description. What is your name, sir?
Smithwick. Noah Smithwick.
And where is your home, Mr. Smithwick?
Well, I got a parcel out San Felipe way.
Well, where was your home before you came to Texas, Mr. Smithwick?
Kentucky. Hopkinsville.
And what brought you to Texas?
Well, I reckon the same thing that brought the others. A chance to own some land, new start. Maybe just a kind of itch to haul up anchor and see some new ports.
You talk like a Navy man.
Well, I was one during the war against England. 1812.
I see.
Yeah. Gunner's mate on the good old Constitution. Ironside, that was. Yeah, I came home after the war and kind of couldn't get used to things, you know. And a fella come through town, he talked mighty big about this here place called Texas and said as how old Moses Austin got himself a whopping big grand of land and was offering farmland and some 400 acres of pasture to folks who'd come down this way. So pack up my kit and caboodle and come down.
Well, did you get all that was promised to you, Mr. Smithwick?
Got some.
Well, is Texas what you expected it to be?
Well, I reckon it's a mite different from what we was told it to be.
How's that, sir?
Well, this fellow who signed us up, he's a tolerable good liar, you know.
Liar?
Yeah. He said that there'd be no taxes, and he said as how the country was so full of game. Now, get this. Wild horses, turkey, and buffalo, that all one would have to do to get a meal is pitch a bowie knife over his left shoulder. And he said as how when you planted corn, you'd have to back up real fast so as the stalk wouldn't bash in the chin coming up. Terrible good lie.
Well, Mr. Smithwick.
Yeah.
How do you feel about what the boys at the Alamo are doing? Holding off Santa Ana, I mean. Giving Texas time.
Oh, well, I tell you, I figure this way, Mr. Roberts. That's your name, isn't it?
That's right, sir.
Well, those boys, they kind of calculated what the situation was and did what they figured was needed. And it's a right grand thing they're doing, and we ain't forgetting that either. Those boys know what they're fighting for.
Yes, I guess they do.
We got no more reason to be part of Mexico than we has to be part of China, you know.
How's that, Mr. Smithwick?
Well, we don't speak the same language, think the same way, and that ain't all. We've been doing our best, you know, to mind our own business, asking precious little. But now what's happened? Well, I tell you, Steve Austin goes down to Mexico City to speak our cause, and Santa Ana smacks him into a dungeon for almost a year. Now tell me, is that how free citizens get treated in a decent country?
Oh, I guess it isn't.
No, you guess right. We ask for schools for our kids and little things like trial by jury and the right to speak a piece when we're in a mind to speak. Now, I know what the talk is how we're all of us here nothing but a crew of pirates and ruffians out to stir up trouble. Well, that just ain't so. We're plain, ordinary, God-fearing folks.
Excuse me, Mr. Smithwick. The rider is just out of the convention hall. His clothes are caked with mud. He looks tired. He looks as if he's ridden a long way and ridden hard. The men are crowding around him now, but he's pushing his way through to the desk. I'm going to try to get up to him. One side, please. Would you step aside, please? Get off that cable. Please, let me through. Please. Who is the rider, sir? Where is he from?
Billy Travis from the Alamo. He's got a dispatch for General Houston.
The rider is from the Alamo. He's come from the Alamo. General Sam Houston has just entered the hall. The rider is talking to him now. And there's Mr. Richard Evans, the president of the convention. The news of the rider's arrival is spread all over. All the delegates are pouring in now. General Houston is reading the dispatch handed to him by the rider. It must be news from the Alamo at last. News from inside the Alamo. Now General Houston is talking to Mr. Evans. He's pointing to the dispatch. Wait a minute. Just a moment. Mr. Evans is raising his hand. He's pounding the button.
Quiet, please. Please, quiet. Quiet. Gentlemen, we have here a dispatch from Lieutenant Colonel William B. Travis, commanding the garrison at San Antonio de Bexar. General Houston has asked me to read it to you. To the Commander-in-Chief of the Army of Texas. On the 23rd of February, the enemy in large force entered the city of San Antonio de Bexar, which could not be prevented as I had not sufficient force
to defend my position. Colonel Batters, the adjutant major of the President General Santa Anna, demanded a surrender at discretion, calling us firing rebels. I answered them with a cannon shot. The enemy commenced a bombardment with a 5-inch howitzer, which, together with heavy cannonade, has been kept up incessantly ever since. I instantly sent express to Colonel Fannin at Goliad and to the people of Gonzales and San Felipe. Our numbers are few, and I have every reason to expect an attack from the whole force of the enemy very soon. But I shall hold to the last extremity, hoping to secure reinforcements in a day or two. Do hasten on aid to me as rapidly as possible, as from the superior number of the enemy, it would be impossible for us to keep them out much longer. If they overpower us, we fall a sacrifice at the shrine of our country, and we hope posterity in our country will do our memory justice. Give me help, O my country. Victory or death. Signed W.B. Travis, Lieutenant Colonel. So ends the dispatch.
There it is. There you have it. The first official word of the situation within the Alamo. I hope you heard it as Mr. Ellis read it to the delegates here at Washington on the Brazos this morning of March 6, 1836. Although the dispatch confirms everything John Daly has been able to report to you from the CBS mobile unit, although most of the information contained in the dispatch is already known, still this is the first official word that has come through from the Alamo itself since it was besieged 11 days ago. While the dispatch was defiant, almost heroic, its meaning is clear. The situation was desperate then when there was still hope for reinforcements. It is even more desperate now that hope is dim. Mr. Ellis, General Houston, and some of the delegates have been holding a consultation. Mr. Ellis is calling to order again.
Gentlemen, quiet. Quiet, please, quiet. General Houston, I will now give you your orders. As Commander-in-Chief of the Texas Army, you're ordered forthwith to repair to such place on the frontier as you may deem advisable. You will proceed to establish headquarters and organize an army, and you will require all officers of the Army of whatever grade to report to you. And, as it is impossible at this time to determine any particular line of action, you will act according to the emergencies of the occasion and the best dictates of your own judgment for the purpose of protecting our frontier and advancing the best interests of our country.
Thank you, sir. Good day.
You have just heard General Houston's orders as given to him by Mr. Ellis. The general has saluted Mr. Ellis now. He's coming this way, pushing his way through the delegates. They're shaking his hands, patting him on the back, and wishing him well. Oh, General Houston, this is CBS.
Yes?
General Houston, can you tell us anything about your plans?
It is my intention to fight Santa Anna.
But are you ready, sir? Is Texas ready to challenge to fight the immense army of Santa Anna?
When is Texas not ready to fight?
What about the Alamo, General Houston? Can you tell us anything about the Alamo?
Colonel Travis and his boys are standing at the Alamo for one purpose, to give me time to organize a defense against Santa Anna. They saw their duty. They did not waver. I will not waver in mine.
Can you give us a message to the American people, General Houston?
Yes. You heard the dispatch from Colonel Travis. He said, "Give me help, oh my country." Well, I say, volunteers from the United States for the Army of Texas will be welcome. I say to all red-blooded Americans, come to Texas. Come with a good rifle. And come soon. In the name of the men of the Alamo, liberty or death.
Thank you, General Sam Houston, Commander-in-Chief of the Army of Texas. The general is leaving the building now, surrounded by the delegates. These people have placed their highest hopes in Sam Houston, the tight-lipped, broad-shouldered ex-governor from Tennessee, upon whose military skill their very lives are now dependent. Undoubtedly, the events that have happened here in the last few minutes have given John Daly, our CBS correspondent near the Alamo, the first official news of the situation inside the mission. So now, John Daly.
Hurt from
Faint sounds from the shortwave transmitter inside the Alamo. The couriers behind Santa Anna's lines have disappeared. The silence has deepened. The wind continues to howl, and the first rays of the sun are now beginning to streak the battlefield before me. I can't tell you how deeply all of us here were moved by the reading of the message from Colonel Travis. As we heard his words, we were able to look down on the mission to see the pitiful inadequacy of its defenses. Less than 200 men against 3,000. The odds are staggering, and they become epic when you stop to think that they were chosen by the less than 200. I keep watching that road over which reinforcements must come. There's no sign of help, but there is something coming through by shortwave from the Alamo. We have a shortwave receiver tuned to their frequency, and the signal is clear. Let's listen to it.
Lieutenant Colonel Travis, our garrison commander, has a message. Here is Lieutenant Colonel Travis.
To the people of Texas and all Americans in the world, fellow citizens and compatriots, I have sustained a bombardment and a continual cannonade for many days, and have not lost a man. I shall never surrender or retreat. I call on you in the name of liberty, of patriotism, and everything dear to the American character, to come to our aid with all dispatch. If this call is neglected, I am determined to sustain myself as long as possible and die like a soldier who never forgets what is due to his own honor and that of his country. Victory or death.
This is the Alamo. This is the Alamo. That was the commander of our garrison, Lieutenant Colonel William B. Travis, appealing for reinforcements. I hope we're getting through. I hope you heard the Colonel, because we sure need those reinforcements. Now, here's the Honorable Davy Crockett. He wants to say a word.
Howdy. Can't talk long, because it looks like we got a little excitement here about. Some of you folks are wondering what an ex-congressman is doing down here in San Antonio. Well, I had a bit of a difference of opinion with my constituents back home in Tennessee. I told them that if they didn't re-elect me, they might all go to places, and I'd go to Texas. Here I am. And here's where every freedom-loving man ought to be. I'm proud to identify myself with the fighting men of Texas. I consider it a rare honor to be able to defend, in company with my fellow citizens, the liberties of our common country.
That was the Honorable Davy Crockett talking to the people of the United States of America. Well, where are you, lad? You coming? We're waiting on you. This is the Alamo. This is the Alamo. Hope we're getting through. I reckon you folks might like to know how we're making out here. Well, we got beeves enough, corn enough, and I ain't heard no complaining yet about the supply of liquid refreshments. It's quiet now. Too darn quiet for comfort, if you're asking me. Some of the boys are catching a little shut-eye at the posts. And we made up that when the attack comes, the bell here will be rung. And that'll be the alarm. Well, now, some of the boys got some messages there they want me to send, so here goes. Pinky Benedict says for his wife not to worry, and maybe it'd be a good idea if she visited her sister in Memphis for a stretch. Wally Bradley, he says for his kid brother to be sure he watches out for his traps, he said, in the bayou, and to move him over to Short Creek for beaver in about a month. Now, this next one is kind of personal, so all you people listening, stop up your ears, see? It's from Dick Simon. He says to his wife that he sure loves her a heap, and to kiss the baby for her. Kiss him for me, too, Mom. Well, now, that's all for now. This is the Alamo signing off. We'll try to get back on the air again soon. Signing off. Signing off.
You have just heard the first radio message direct from the Alamo. The convention on the Brazos must have heard it also, so back to Convention Hall and Ken Roberts.
The impact of the message from the Alamo on the delegates assembled here was profound. They gathered around the radio and hung on every word. Their faces reflected their anxiety, their anguish, their prayers for the boys at the Alamo. But they have not permitted their feelings to sway them from their determination to make Texas free. the delegates have taken up their new day's labor on the draft of the Constitution. They are determined that the time granted them by the stand at the Alamo must not be wasted. These few days of respite may mean the difference between victory for free Texas or death for its dream of independence. And help is on the way, we know that, as Travis and his men hold off Santa Anna on the western frontier. Volunteers from the United States are pouring in from the east. They're coming, they're on the march. Men from Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, and Indiana. Men from Maine and New York and Massachusetts. Right at this moment, a transport loaded with troops headed for Texas is about to pull out from a wharf somewhere in Louisiana. For an on-the-spot description of the embarkment of these volunteers, we take you now to Jackson Beck.
This is Jackson Beck on the wharf in Louisiana. A crack regiment of militia, Colonel Thomas Watson commanding, is aboard ship and ready to sail for Texas. There's a band here on the deck serenading the boys, and hundreds of people have turned out to see them off. I'm not permitted to give you their exact number, but I can tell you that the number is not meager, and the men are packed with fight. For the past few days, ever since news of Santa Anna's advance and the siege of the Alamo reached New Orleans, an air of wild excitement has spread over the city. Though the United States government maintains a strict policy of official neutrality, it is inevitable that the natural sympathy for the American colonists in Texas should be translated into action. Enlistment officers are on every street corner. The roll of volunteers swells every hour. Beside me now is the man who commands this detachment, Colonel Tom Watson. Colonel Watson, it looks like your men are anxious to get to Texas.
Anxious, huh? If that steamboat don't sail fast enough, I reckon as how they'll get out and swim. We're all anxious. We're proud to be able to lend a helping hand to our brothers of Texas. To fight for freedom, sir, is man's greatest privilege. If the boys at the Alamo are listening, here's our message to them. We're coming. We're marching to Texas. Victory or death.
Thank you, Colonel Watson. There goes the ship's bell. She's ready to go out. Colonel Watson's going aboard. The excitement of the crowd is now at peak level. The lines have been thrown off. There's the ship's whistle. The big side wheel's beginning to turn. You can probably hear it, threshing the water as the ship gets underway. Now the crowd's going stark raving crazy.
This is the CBS studio in Washington on the Brazos. We have interrupted Jackson Beck because we have a report of action at the Alamo. We take you now to John Daly.
Santa Anna has begun the attack on the Alamo. The Alamo bells are sounding the alarm. The Mexican bugles are calling for the charge. We can see it all. It's like a play on a stage spread out before our eyes. The Mexican infantry, dragging escalades to scale the walls, is pouring over the little patch of ground that has separated the Alamo from the Mexican forces. They've been met with a withering fire from the Texans' rifles and small cannon. But although Santa Anna's men are falling like flies, they're still pressing forward. The ground is covered with bodies. The Mexican losses will be terrific no matter what the outcome. But no one can doubt their bravery. Some of the escalades are against the walls of the Alamo now. But as far as I can see, not a single Mexican has yet been able to scale them. The smoke and the dust of battle has settled like a pall on this bloody scene. We can hear gunfire, the shouts of officers, the moans and the screams of the wounded. It's a ghastly, horrible glamour of blood and war. There seems to be some slackening of fire from within the Alamo, and Mexican troops have rallied and are storming the walls once again. They're up on the escalades. I think they've mounted the ladders and are getting inside the Alamo, but there's so much smoke and dust, it's impossible to be sure. Here come the Mexican cavalry. About 1,000 horsemen, they're charging across the field. Their sabers are glittering in the sun. Their horses setting up a terrific cloud of dust. The Alamo is calling. Our shortwave receiver is blasting a message. The Alamo is on the air.
I'm here in a little shop. I can see them pouring over the wall and dropping into the courtyard. It's a whopping fracas, you take it from me. Over yonder way, on some kind of a scaffolding or something, Colonel Travis has set up a little cannon. He's got it aimed right smack at the courtyard. Clean them out like a blue, clean, red ass. But it ain't stopping others from coming over the wall. They're coming even faster. Travis and his boys are trying to reload the cannon. But now the Mexicans have opened up. They're firing point blank at him. Travis is down. He's down, but he's still got his pistol. Look at that. He's aiming at one of the officers. Got him. Now they're headed this way. Some of the boys there squatted down in back of the windows and doors. We ain't got time for reloading, and they're coming straight on at us. The boys have turned their rifles upside down. They ain't gonna walk in like this here was a meeting house. You listening? This is the Alamo. Folks in here, still fighting. And whatever
This is John Daly. The signal from the Alamo has failed, finished. The flag of Texas is coming down from the mast. The battle is over. The Alamo has fallen. We remember the blood-red flag, the no-quarter sign which flew from Santa Anna's lines, and we wonder how many Texas survivors there are, if any. Santa Anna has promised there will be none, and Santa Anna is noted for his cruelty. He has gained the Alamo, but strictly from a military point of view, he has lost something far more precious, surprise and time. If the defenders of the Alamo had not held him here for 2 weeks, if they'd permitted him to march eastward into the heart of Texas, it's impossible to say what the consequences would have been for Texas' dreams of independence. But now, because of what these less than 200 heroes have done against the enemy's 3,000, now Texas has a fighting chance for freedom. Undoubtedly, they've won for themselves immortality. Undoubtedly, they'll never be forgotten. There will be others who will take their places. Of that you may be certain, for Texas has only just begun to fight. And at this very moment, General Sam Houston is gathering an army of volunteers, men who will soon be ready to take the field against Santa Anna, men who are even now dedicating themselves to avenging the slaughter here. Mexicans are still scaling the Alamo walls amidst the confusion of the littered battles.
San Antonio, March 6, 1836. The Alamo falls, but Texas independence is saved.
You have been listening to CBS Is There, the sixth in a special summer series of broadcasts of famous events. Next week,
the Roman Empire, August 26, 79 A.D. Mount Vesuvius erupts and destroys Pompeii. CBS Is There.
CBS Is There is produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon. Tonight's broadcast was written by Irv Tunick. Democracy isn't just a system of government. It's a doctrine of mankind. It teaches that the next fellow's as good as you, whether he's white or colored, Jew or Gentile. Some people with Nazi techniques are trying to sow the seeds of hatred and prejudice in America. America's no place for it. If someone runs down a neighbor's race or religion, remind him that he's out of joint with democracy. Help keep America democratic and strong. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we bring you A Well-Dressed Man by Frederick Raphael. When John Joseph Jenks was charged with murder, he pleaded as an alibi that he was drinking with a well-dressed man about 5 feet 9 inches tall who answered to the name of Phil. A plea that was to lift Phil Mallard from out of his obscurity as a dispenser for a suburban chemist into the limelight as chief witness for the defense at the Old Bailey. It was to do more. It was to bring together shy, lonely Phil Mallard, whose only real contact with his fellow human beings was a chess-playing opponent in Australia, whom he had never seen, and self-confessed gangster, tough, brutal John Jenks, in a situation that builds up to a horrifying climax. Frederick Raphael lives up to his worldwide reputation as novelist and film scenario writer with the brilliance of his character portrayals and his ability to create a climax that will astonish you despite its seeming inevitability. Listen in a few moments to A Well-Dressed Man, adapted and produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Michael Silver. Wherever... Now, Act 1 of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, A Well-Dressed Man.
Here's your prescription already made up, Mrs. Louise.
Thank you. I see you've got a new radio set.
Yes, one of these new kind of transistors. Here.
The solicitors acting for John Joseph Jenks are particularly anxious to contact a man Jenks says he met in a public house in Putney on the evening of the murder. The man was well dressed, about 5 feet 9 inches tall, and is said to answer to the name of Phil.
Yes, nothing but murders and murder trials. Well, good day to you, Mrs. Louise.
Good day.
Oh, excuse me. Good morning, Mr. Laban.
Good morning.
I fear I'm a couple of minutes late. There was a queue outside the football ground. I had some difficulty in getting through. One gets punched about.
Well, you don't look as if you've suffered any damage.
Oh, no, not at all. Forgive me asking, Mr. Laban, but was there any post by any chance?
Have you been applying for jobs again?
It isn't that. I shouldn't like you to think that I
Mr.
would...
Mallard, how many times have we been over this ground during the last, 10 years?
It isn't a reflection on...
I know, Mr. Mallard, I know. I quite appreciate your motives. I've often felt much the same myself. One doesn't enjoy being in a backwater.
No, one doesn't.
But quite frankly, wouldn't you do better to reconcile yourself?
Reconcile myself?
No one's going to take up the references of a not very young dispenser working for a not very successful branch of a not very famous firm of suburban chemists. Now, really, are they? Mr. Mallard, wouldn't it be wiser, I speak now as one who has been your colleague for a period of years, would it not be wiser to accept the situation and not waste your threepences on stamped addressed envelopes which never get used?
You don't think I'm the man they're after?
Frankly, no. I don't think you're the man they're after.
The thing is...
You feel that you're wasting yourself. I know, Mr. Mallard. I had a picture of yourself discovering a cure for some rare disease and receiving the homage of a grateful nation. We all did, Mr. Mallard. Saving someone's life and basking forever in the sunshine of his gratitude. We're most of us driven to take up our careers with the idea of performing some magnificent service to others, and we stay in them because by the time we discover what drudgery they are, we're too set to move.
There wasn't any post, I take it.
There was not.
Morning, Mr. Laybourne.
Oh, good morning.
Packhurst, Paris Cosmetic Preparations. How are things?
Well,
I thought I'd just give you a look in. We've got our new skin enhancer, the one we're having the big success with, the one with even spread dispensing actions. You haven't...
Yes. Oh, excuse me, I just... your newspaper caught my eye.
Keep it. Please, no, do have it. I've done with it, please.
Oh, thank you. It was just that...
Well-dressed man, that business. Don't believe in him, do you? If your police arrest someone, they've generally got the reason. You don't often get the police making a mistake. Now, 2 sizes these come in. The 5 and 9 tube and 10 and 3 the handy can with the luxury diffuser. Yeah, well-dressed man. Obvious red-heading.
He might turn up. You never know.
You think so?
Looking for something, Mr. Mallard?
No. Oh, smell it a mile off. The red-heading, I mean. Smell it a mile off.
Well, I'll take 6 and 6. That's 6 big and 6 small.
6 and 6. Very much obliged to you, Mr. Laybourne. They always have some sort of red-heading, the defence does. Their job, though, isn't it? He doesn't exist, you can be sure of that. Well-dressed man. Answers to the name of Phil. Could be anyone.
Well,
I must depart. Good morning to you, Mr. Laybourne, and many thanks. Next Friday week, if that's convenient.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Yes?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can I help you?
Don't you recognize me, Vivian?
Philip! Oh, good gracious me, no, I did not at first. Well, how are you?
I'm all right.
Are you going to come in?
Thank you. I wondered if I might...
We are expecting people in a little while, but...
I just wanted a word with Basil, if I might. I'm sorry if it's a bad time.
Oh, well, it's always a bad time these days, I'm afraid. Life's one long rush. People, and more people. If it isn't American editors, it's local flower shows, you can imagine.
Yes.
Well, I'll go and see if Basil's about here.
Thank you.
That's about it, I think. The usual piece about inquiries for stamped addressed envelopes, Brigade.
Sorry to disturb you, darling. Only, Philip's here.
Philip?
Your brother.
Philip? What's he want?
Well, he didn't say. He wants to see you, that's all.
I suppose someone must have died or something. Oh, dear. Oh, well. Olive, call Dennis Thingamabob. Tell him I'd love to lunch on Friday. Oh, and get hold of that man from Vacation Magazine. Tell him I'm on for the Chateau country. And how many words do you want and when? Oh, and call the Maison Provençale. Tell them I want a table for 8 for tomorrow. And make sure they know who we are. I don't want limp game, chips and Empire cough mixture at 22 and a head, all right?
Yes, Mr. Mallard.
Philip. Yeah. Oh, Philip, my dear old boy, this is a surprise.
I'm sorry, I seem to have come at a bad moment.
Well, you weren't now. Oh, what have you got there?
Oh, only this... It's your scrapbook. I was...
Oh, one of our scrapbooks, have you? Silly, really, keeping all that nonsense.
Very impressive.
Well, it's a living. You're looking as spruce as ever, Philip. How are things?
Still the same.
Time you found yourself a wife.
I shall never do that, I don't suppose. Not now.
Well, I'm going back upstairs to finish getting ready. Do excuse me, Philip, will you?
Of course. It was nice to see you again.
Oh, lovely to see you. Oh, Basil, the caterer, will be here in half an hour, darling. He knows where everything is if you let him in.
I will.
You've done more for her than I ever could have.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, yes. She's not like the girl I used to know, not now.
They all changed.
You've been very successful.
We've worked hard, you know.
Oh, yes, I know. You always did. Mother always had faith in you. Said you'd be someone.
Oh, one has to take one's opportunities. I was lucky, that's all. Well, it has been a long time, hmm?
Yes. We haven't met since the funeral. Mother's.
Poor Mum. No, we have. Never fought you on a date, eh, Philip?
No.
You're still in Hilton, eh?
I am. This is a nice place.
Nice enough, terribly cramped, of course. Luckily, we get about a good deal, or we should feel like birds in a gilded cage, all dressed up and nowhere to stretch out. Hmm?
Yes. I gather you're abroad a good deal.
Well, we have to be. Needs must when the bank manager drives. Oh, well, Philip, is there something? I mean, what can I...
I want your advice.
Problem?
Yes, I have rather...
Well?
No, I'm in rather a quandary.
Quandary? What kind? Need money?
No. It's just that I rather think I'm the missing Phil.
The missing Phil?
The man they're looking for.
You mean you've done something?
Haven't you seen the paper? It's been all over the paper about this murder.
Murder?
They're looking for a man called Phil.
No one's ever called you Phil, have they?
Yes. And unless I come forward, they'll hang him. Looks as if they'll hang him unless I...
Hang who?
This man, Jenks, they've accused of the Hammer murder. Unless I tell them he was with me.
With you?
Yes. You see how important I may be. How important.
You say you were with him. Where was this?
In the pub in Putney. Sometimes I go out. I go out to pubs. It's allowed.
And you met this chap they...
Want to hang. Yes, I think I did.
Strange company for you, Philip. A man like that. You're positive.
I'm not like you, Basil. I didn't have your advantages. I didn't go to university. I don't have famous friends. I take my company when I can find it.
Why exactly have you come here, Philip?
To get your reaction.
To what exactly?
My problem, of course. What should I do? I must do it, mustn't I? Come forward. I mean, I don't want to, heaven knows, but...
You'll get the most appalling amount of publicity.
Exactly.
Newspapers, interviews, all that sort of thing. I can't see you enjoying the experience. It's enough to unnerve the strongest of us.
But if I'm the only person who can save him, the only person who can help him, surely
I dare say they'll come down on us like a ton of vultures as well. The very fact that I've even got a brother at all will be enough to start the gossip boys sharpening their poison arrows. The police seem pretty sure he did it.
They are. That's why
They must have their reasons. Well, I'm only thinking of you, Philip. The important thing is not to look foolish. I mean, if you were to come forward and then be proved mistaken, we should all, well, you'll be made a fool of, that's all, and we should all regret it. Tell me, since when do people call you Phil? I never called you Phil, nor did Mother.
My other friend does. The one I play chess with in Australia.
The one you...
We play chess by correspondence. He calls me Phil. That's what started it.
Well, I don't really feel I've been much help.
The thing is, I might be very important.
Yes, I can see that. Well, perhaps you should go and see somebody connected with the case. Have a word with them.
Yes. Well, thank you, Basil. Sorry if I've disturbed you.
Not at all. Not at all.
The prisoner knew, and you may think was in an excellent position for knowing, that Mr. Hammond was in possession of substantial sums each Friday night when the takings from the garage which he owned and where Jinx had sought employment were put in a safe to be taken to the bank on the Saturday. Jinx, in the view of the prosecution, returned to his place of work, knowing Hammond would be there, and stole up behind him, intending to strike him down and take the money. Hammond suspected something, turned and resisted, and was then callously struck repeated and terrible blows on the head, as a result of which he shortly died. Jinx took the money and went on his way. He was not seen again until he was arrested in Belfast. There, he claimed first that his name was O'Shea, and afterwards that though he was Jinx, he knew nothing of the murder and had simply decided to leave the garage. Later still, he said he knew of the murder and said he feared he would be charged with it. Now, we have heard of an alibi. The defense claims, as claim it clearly must to have any hope of success, that Jinx was elsewhere on the night of the murder. Just what this story adds up to, or whether indeed it will be continued with at all, we shall see presently. Meanwhile, I shall, with my Lord's permission, call the first witness, Alfred Dean Oliver.
I said they wouldn't find him, didn't I? And for why? Because there isn't such a bloke. He'll swing all right.
Maybe.
Oh, no question. Now, they tell me how to get on with the two-tones. Do well, did they?
Clearing slowly.
They'll come back for more, that I can promise you. A dozen?
Half. Make it half.
Half this week, fair enough. I'll bet you the other half dozen Jinx is in the condemned cell come Wednesday next.
Fair enough. Central 0181. I think I can help you. My name's Phil Mallard. That's right, Phil.
Now, will you tell the jury and my lord in your own words what you did that evening?
I got home from work about 6:30. Then after supper, as it was a fine evening, I decided to go out. I walked for a while, and then I caught a bus. Eventually, I found myself by the river, and I walked along from Putney Bridge towards Richmond, that direction. I went into a pub after a while because I felt thirsty. It was quite warm. I ordered my drink. It was a shandy, actually, with lemonade. They hadn't any ginger, and I sat down, and there was a small table on the terrace, so I sat there.
We were watching some scullers.
We?
The people out there. The river was very calm. One of the scullers had been exerting himself more than most, and he dived into the river. We all laughed. That's when we began to talk. He and I. I used to scull myself at one time. He said he was keen on sport too. We had some more to drink, socially as it were, and we talked. Reminisced, you might say. We went on talking till the pub closed, and then we walked to the bus stop, and I caught my bus.
And you're sure that that was the man with whom you spent the evening?
Positive. Yes.
You've left it pretty late in the day, Mr. Mallard. Well, haven't you left it pretty late in the day?
I suppose so.
You suppose so? Why did you not come forward before?
I was afraid to. I was afraid to.
Well, of what were you afraid?
I don't know. Notoriety?
Notoriety?
Being asked a lot of questions?
Well, I'm afraid your fears in that respect were more than justified. I shall indeed be asking you a lot of questions. Now, you say you are absolutely convinced, without the remotest possibility of doubt, that that was the man with whom you spent the evening of the 3rd of August last?
I am.
Had you ever met him before?
Never.
Have you ever met him since?
I have not.
Mr. Mallard, have you seen photographs of the accused in your newspaper at all?
Yes, I have done.
You have done? On how many occasions?
A couple or so.
You've seen photographs of the accused more often than you've seen the accused himself.
That's true. Only
one thing at a time, Mr. Mallard, if you don't mind. Now, let us go back to this famous evening. What made you go to Putney that evening? You live some distance from that place. Why did you go there?
I was born there. I sometimes go back.
To see people? Relatives?
No, I just go there. I don't know anyone.
A sentimental journey,
if you like.
Now, you say you sat on the terrace. It was quite shady under there, I dare say?
Oh, yes, it was shady.
Yes, and you were looking out at the bright river, the reflection of the setting sun. Quite dazzling, I dare say.
I don't think so.
What did you talk about?
Birds was one thing.
Birds, did you? What sort of birds?
I like to feed them. I put crumbs on my sill. He likes birds, too.
Oh, indeed. And what sort of birds does he like?
He flew pigeons at one time.
Where did you read about that?
Nowhere.
Do you swear you never read that Jinx was a pigeon fancier?
I shouldn't be surprised. I may have. Afterwards, since I mean.
Mr. Mallard, how many times have you visited Putney during the last year?
A few.
A few? 3 times? 13 times? 30 times?
5 or 6 times.
5 or 6 times. Can you give us the dates?
Dates?
Dates, that's right, dates. The dates on which you made these sentimental journeys.
I don't know. Last year I went once in October, I think it was. Again in November and Christmas time.
I want the dates, the exact dates, Mr. Mallard. What day in October?
Well, I'm not sure if it was October. It might have been the last week in September or the first in November.
Or the second in July, perhaps.
No, I
don't know, do you, Mr. Mallard?
Well, I can't swear.
You can't swear, quite so. You can't swear. But you have sworn. You have sworn, Mr. Mallard. You've sworn that it was August the 3rd that you visited Putney and saw the accused in the dim light of a public house terrace and found the experience and the date so unforgettable that you have not the tiniest doubt about them. Yet you can give us no other date, Mr. Mallard? Truthfully, can you stand there and tell us you have no doubt about it having been the 3rd of August? Really?
Oh, yes. You see...
Thank you, Mr. Mallard.
It was my birthday, you see. I don't forget my birthday.
It's here.
Philip. Paper's full of him. If he goes on at this rate, they'll be holding over my column to make room for pictures of him.
Oh, grisly notion.
I had lunch with Dennis about this TV series, and all they could do was talk about Philip.
He'll make us famous yet.
Making such a fool of himself.
And us.
Needless to say, and us. Do you know, one of the people at lunch actually wanted to meet him.
Meet him? What for?
They thought he sounded interesting. Interesting. Philip.
Basil, do you think he's going to get that man off?
Oh, I don't know. If he's telling the truth, well, after all, why should he make it up? Philip, of all people, why should he?
You may well think that Mr. Mallard is the most important person in this case. No one could occupy a more crucial position than he does. For if you leave his evidence, the whole case for the prosecution must fall to the ground. Jenks, even if he were equipped with the fastest motor car, could not possibly have been with Mr. Mallard and committed the murder. You've heard ample evidence on that score. Many things are possible, but one cannot be in Putney and in Hornsey at the same time. Either Mr. Mallard has wrongly identified the accused, or the accused must be acquitted. You've seen Mr. Mallard, and you must come to your own conclusions. Does he seem the kind of man who would claim notoriety? Is he the kind likely to suffer from hallucination or self-delusion? Is he the victim of a simple mistake? Or again, is he telling the truth? You may well ask yourself what possible motive he'd have in fabricating the story he has told us. Mr. Mallard is the only person who can claim to have seen the accused at the time of the murder. The evidence against Jenks is, you may think, very strong, but it's also very circumstantial. Against it, you must place the evidence of Mr. Mallard. It's as simple, members of the jury, and as difficult as that. I can give no direction to you on this matter. It is you, and you alone, who must decide. Members of the jury, are you agreed on your verdict? We are. Do you find the prisoner guilty or not guilty of the crime with which he is charged? We find him not guilty. And is that the verdict of you all? It is. I order that the accused, John Joseph Jenks, be discharged forthwith.
Well, Inspector, there it is.
I'll never believe he didn't do it.
No, there's nothing we can do now.
No, true.
What about this man, Mallard? What do you make of it?
Cracked. Must have been.
It doesn't seem cracked.
Well, let's hope we manage to pin something on Jenks before he goes and does it again.
Well, that's your business, Dwyer.
That's right.
Yes? Hello, friend. Mr. Jenks,
Mind if I come in?
No. But, yes, do. You'll find the place in a bit of a muddle, I'm afraid.
Well, I must say, I never thought you'd do what you did. I never expected it. Quite a turn-up, really, that was, you coming forward. I like 2 spoonsful of that coffee, if you don't mind.
Oh, yes, certainly. I had to. I could never have borne it if they'd found you guilty and if they'd...
Hang me? They would have, too, you bet. Should have seen old Dwyer's face when I come out of court. Should have seen his face, old Dwyer.
What?
Inspector on the case. Livid. Livid.
Oh. You are?
Yes, sir. Well, I had to come and thank you. I mean, in the search, it was the least I could do, wasn't it?
Very nice of you.
Very nice of you, come to that.
It's nothing.
Nothing? Saved me blooming neck, no fooling. No, I had to express my gratitude to you, didn't I? I mean, saving the life of a complete stranger like that. I mean, that deserves gratitude, that does, doesn't it?
It was a pleasure.
Pleasure, was it? Oh, that's nice. You, live alone then, here, do you?
Yes, I do.
Very interesting, that is. Very interesting. All alone, do you?
That's right.
Wife dead, then, is she?
I never had a wife.
Don't worry, you haven't missed anything. Very interesting, though, that is. Never had a wife. You, not like them?
She married someone else.
Did she? Oh, I see. Never had the urge since then, haven't you?
No. Coffee all right? If you want some more sugar...
do with a spot, thanks. Sweet tooth, me. Well, all alone, are you? Nice place you got. All the amenities, very nice.
It's simple, but...
simple. You should see some of the places I've kept in. Luxurious, this is. No, I never realised you had a place like this. Never intruded if I'd known.
It's perfectly all right.
No, I mean that night in the pub when we was watching the river and all that. I'd never have intruded myself if I'd known what sort of bloke you were. I had to come and thank you, give you my gratitude tonight.
It's very nice of you. I'm glad you came.
Lonely, I dare say. Eh? All by yourself. Never been married. Well. Your birthday, was it?
On the
3rd of August. That's your birthday, is it?
Yeah, 3rd of August.
How old are you then?
45.
Are you really? 45, eh? That's very interesting, that is. Got any biscuits, have you?
Biscuits?
I could do with something to eat, matter of fact.
Oh, I see.
Makes you peckish being tried for murder, it does. Nervous tension, think it must be, yes. Hanging about, you know. Yes.
I've got some digestives and some cheese if you'd like it.
Well, that'll do. Yeah, you should have seen old Dwyer's face. Funny people coppers are. Never let you off the hook. You know that? Oh, I don't suppose you would, respectable bloke like you, but they never let you off the hook.
I've cut the ride off.
Furious. Yeah, it's like old times, this is, eh? You and me, eh?
Yeah, yes,
Go round to my digs, the place I used to live. You'll find one of them there.
One of?
You'll find a copper hanging round the door, waiting, hoping I'll do something else. Very interesting, that is, about coppers. One-track minds.
What will you do now?
Do?
Now the case is over. Where will you go?
Well, I don't know. I hadn't thought. Nice place you've got here.
There's not really too much room.
They don't know me around here. That's the thing. The busies don't know me. I'm not known. I can lead my own life. I can't go back to Ormsey. They'll hand me. Certain to. One-track mind. That's why I thought I'll look that bloke up.
Really?
See if he can help me. No, I think it's very luxurious. I mean, you've got all the amenities, haven't you? Fancy you remembering me, that's what gets me. Really recognised my face, did you?
Yes, of course.
Amazing, that is. What's your racket, then? What do you do for a living?
I work in a chemist.
Oh, chemist, you? Very interesting. Big one?
Reasonable one. Not large.
Reasonable size?
That's right.
Yes.
I have to be at work quite early in the morning. I have to get to bed quite early, otherwise I can't do my work.
Incapacitated, quite. Don't mind me. I mean, if you want to kip, don't mind me. Whenever you want to, I mean, just, you know. Play chess, do you?
If you don't mind...
Or something wrong?
No, don't touch those chess pieces if you don't mind.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I do apologise. Important, then, that is it?
It's an unfinished game.
Well, why don't you finish it?
My opponent's in Australia.
Ah, why?
Well, he lives there. He sends me his moves, and I send him mine.
I see. Couldn't you find no one nearer, then?
I don't happen to have done so.
Ah.
I suppose... What? You're not a chess player?
No. I used to play solo, but not anymore. In Australia, is he? Right, Stu?
Yes. We managed to exchange moves once a fortnight.
Do you really? Very interesting, that is. Once a fortnight, do you?
Sometimes less, sometimes
more. Oh, I know. Do you really? You're cracked, aren't you?
I'm sorry?
Cracked. Nutcase, aren't you?
I think perhaps...
Bombed, aren't you?
It'd be better if you...
Playing chess with a bloke in Australia. Popping up out of the blue at the Bailey.
It was nice of you to come round, and now, if you don't mind, I'm going to bed.
I'm not stopping you.
I'd be very glad if... Would you care to come round again? Have some coffee?
I mean, you really deserve to be locked up. You do, don't you? Playing chess with a bloke in Australia. Fantastic, that is. I mean, just imagine if old Muckfist had got that out of you. Would I be wrong in thinking that you played chess with a man in Australia? I mean, all he had to do was ask you a question like that and I'd be playing drafts for the death watch, I mean. Straight. You're a pretty rum bloke, you are.
You think so?
Dead rum. Oh, never mind. This is a nice place, I must say. All the amenities, haven't you? I mean...
You must come again.
Short of company, then, are you?
Lonely. It can be.
Just think of being in the condemned cell, like. I should think that is lonely and all.
Yes.
People around you all the time there, though. Lonely.
I suppose it would be.
I mean, watching you. Horrible that must be.
Quite.
Nerve-wracking that must be, I should think. Well, you got me out of that all right then, friend, didn't you? I mean, you looked after me, didn't you? Saw me all right then, didn't you?
Oh, it was nothing.
No, I suppose not. Got your name in the papers?
Yes. Both of us did.
Both of us did, you're right there. You got something there, all right. Famous we are.
It's all over now.
For them it is, but not for us. I mean, we're a famous pair, you and I. I mean, you've got your cuttings, haven't you? Got your scrapbook there, I see. Been pasting some new ones in, I see.
Stupid. I ought to get rid of them. It was stupid of me.
No. I differ there. I don't think so. A man's entitled to his cuttings. It's an old story, that is. Got mine all right.
Oh.
There we are. Got mine here, all there. Got more than you, too.
Naturally.
Naturally, as you say. I mean, you didn't come in till late, did you? Sitting on the terrace watching the river, did you?
No.
That's a nice scrapbook, that is. How much that set you back then?
16 and 6.
16 and 6, did it really? Get me one, can you?
Well, you can get one.
Why don't you like to show me face?
They're on sale in the stationers.
It's the busies I'm worried about. As soon as they know where I am, I shan't be able to call me life me own. Like being under the death watch it'd be, promise you. One-track minds.
Next time you come, I'll have one for you.
You see, they never give you a second chance, the busies don't. Get their tabs on you, you might as well take a running jump in the Grand Union Canal. I mean, I can't show me face, that's the truth. You know what I mean, don't you, Fred?
Well, yes.
No, I mean, this is a lovely place. This is you. Nice place you got here. I mean, if I can lie low here for a bit, all the amenities, haven't you? Well, I can get a second chance, like.
Lie low?
Look, you got me into this.
I?
You get me off, didn't you? Don't deny that, do you? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be on the loose, would I?
But you can go anywhere. You were acquitted. You can go anywhere.
You should have seen Dwyer then. Livid, furious he was. No, I got to be someone out of harm's way. I mean, you got me into this, didn't you? Meeting me in the pub, like you said. I mean, it's your fault I'm here. It's not anyone else's fault, is it?
You're welcome to stay tonight if you want to.
I've got no choice. No alternative, friend. I mean, that's straight. I'll be perfectly straight with you over this.
If you don't mind the sofa.
Oh, not for tonight, no. That'd do very nicely. I'm surprised you don't have a spare bed, though, for visitors. People who come to stay. I'm prepared, ain't you?
I don't know people.
No?
You're going to have a rug and a pillow, if you like. Make yourself comfortable on the sofa. Yeah. All right?
That looks very cosy. Very homey, that does.
I'm afraid it's rather makeshift.
Makeshift? Educated, are you, aren't you? Educated bloke.
I went to school. I didn't go to university. My brother...
Educated bloke, thought you were.
There we are. I go to work about 8:15. I have to catch my bus.
Right, oh, right, you are 8:15.
I have to be out of here.
I'm with you.
Well, I'll leave you.
Okay, Phil. Good night, Phil.
You are now listening to Drive, the hungry detergent. Only Drive, the new kind of washing powder, has Ensolve, the professional stain remover. That's why Drive with Ensolve eats stains like baby food, tomato sauce, egg, chocolate. Yet it's so gentle with fabrics, so kind to colors. Just soak overnight in new Drive and stains vanish. Then wash in new Drive for astounding results. New Drive Eat Stains gets your whole wash so clean, it's spotless. Now available throughout the Transvaal.
It's here, new Dual.
Yes, Dual is the new floor cleaner that really deserves to be called revolutionary. Because Dual actually cleans and polishes your floors all in one go.
Dual is an entirely new floor cleaner that has its own built-in floor polish as well. Dual saves you hours of work.
With Dual, you get all your washable floors spotlessly clean. And you get a magnificent, hard, non-slip, dirt-resisting shine, all in one go.
And the more you clean with Dual, the more brilliantly your floors shine.
Get new Dual right away. It's the revolutionary new floor cleaner that cleans and polishes all in one go.
Remember, it's Dual. D-U-A-L, Dual.
Basil Mallard.
Oh, Mr. Mallard, sorry to disturb you. My news editor asked me to get hold of you. I hope it's not a bad moment.
Oh, not at all. What can I do for you?
Well, we were just wondering if you were having a celebration at all this evening.
Celebration?
That is the Mr. Mallard, isn't it, speaking?
I hope so.
Mr. Mallard who gave evidence in the trial.
No, that's my brother.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm so sorry. I asked them to get me... They must have got me the wrong one. Would you have your brother's number at all?
No, I'm afraid not.
Jenks. Mr. Jenks. It's breakfast, Mr. Jenks.
What? Oh, how is you? Never jog me, Phil. That's a jog. I don't like to be jogged.
Breakfast is ready.
Breakfast, is it? Ah, you woke me up. I was dreaming. You woke me up.
We've got to be out of here in a quarter of an hour.
We have to be out of here? I can't go out on the street 8:30 in the morning. What would I do at 8:30 in the morning out on the street?
Well, aren't you going to look for work?
Hey, think they wouldn't get on my tail, the coppers? Think they wouldn't? Oh, I wouldn't have a chance. Nah, best thing I can do is lay up for a week or two.
We could go and look for something suitable somewhere.
Hopeless, hopeless. I told you, friend, I go out of that door and down into the street, and where am I?
Hillston High Street, north side.
I'm in trouble right away. I told you I don't know how many times they'll hound me. But oh, give us a break.
What do you want to do?
Stop here a day or two. Pals, aren't we, Phil? Hey, you and me? I'm your best friend, I am, remember? The sun on the water and all that, remember? We're pals. You don't want to let a pal down, do you?
No, but...
Of course you don't. Not made like that, are you? What am I, Phil?
I don't...
What am I? Who am I? John Joseph Jinks. And I'm an innocent man, aren't I?
Yes, sir.
Yes, exactly so. Now, you got me into this, and I came round here to express my gratitude, right?
Yes, I'm very grateful.
And show how grateful you are, friend, and help me out for a day or two, okay?
I must go to work. I shall be late.
You never want to be late. You want to be punctual. That's good, that is. Punctuality is. That's a virtue. You run along.
Now, please, don't...
What?
Don't touch this. Move anything. Any of the chessmen.
Righto, if you say so. Right you are. Oh, by the way, might bring some smokes when you get back tonight. I'm right ahead. Haven't got any, have you?
No, I don't smoke.
Sensible bloke. Don't forget, will you? And the scrapbook, Fred. Cheers.
Inspector Dwyer here, Doyle. Any sign of Master Jenks? I see. Has he indeed? Well, in my experience, people don't vanish, Doyle. I want tabs on him. Now, let me know as soon as you hear anything. He must be somewhere. He can't have vanished into thin air.
Don't...
Oh, sorry.
Bang too hard, will you?
Oh, don't worry. I can handle an hammer. I was just putting a couple of nails in this picture. You and me coming out of the Bailey. Good, isn't it? I thought we should put it up. Memento. Got the book, have you? The scrapbook?
I managed to get this.
Ah. Flimsy, isn't it? Flimsy, that is. Unsubstantial.
Well, it was all they had.
All they had. Go on.
The shops were closing. It wasn't proper stationers.
All they had. You want to watch it?
It was a general store's on the corner.
On that corner. You want to watch it? You telling the truth, are you?
I couldn't get anything else. It'll have to do.
Have to do? What do you mean?
See if at the baked beans.
That's right. Only one they had. I don't believe you.
Both tins.
Well, I got hungry. I was hungry.
You had no business to eat both of tins.
You're changing the subject, you are, aren't you? You're not telling the truth, are you?
What?
About the scrapbook. You're not, are you?
It's the only one they had.
If you and me are going to be friends, if we're going to stay friends, you're going to have to learn to tell the truth. I mean, I can't stand fibs. You're a liar, aren't you?
If you can't be polite, well, you just have to...
No, I mean, you're what they call a liar. I mean, a real liar, aren't you?
Please don't...
I mean to say, you're a case, aren't you? What they call a case, you are. Bonked, I mean, aren't you? No, straight.
If you've had supper...
I'll tell you something if you like.
Yes?
I've had an offer.
Offer?
That's right. Bloke I met in the pub made me an offer.
What are you trying to...
I'm not kidding you. He did. What's for supper, then?
You ate both tins of baked beans, both.
Well, it was parky-like, you know.
You'll have to have cornflakes.
That's breakfast food, really, isn't it? Cornflakes.
That's all there is.
All right, then. Only what do we have for breakfast?
Toast.
He did. Made me an offer. Why do you tell lies?
It was the only one they had.
I can't trust you, Phil. That's the truth. I can't trust you. Can't believe a word you say. It's awkward, that is. I mean, I've got no basis of trust. 1,000 quid straight. £1,000 this bloke offered me.
What for?
My story. After the trial, this was. After you sprung me, like. Then in a pub afterwards, 1,000 quid.
Why did you refuse?
I didn't. I said I'd think about it. Consider it. Said I would. I've got his number, you know, for when I decide.
What story exactly?
Not every day a bloke gives up 1,000 quid. Sunday paper. Doesn't happen every day. I mean, a chance like that, to have my own column, like. Sort of thing you dream about, isn't it? Having your own column. I saw a picture once. Bloke had his own column.
My brother...
What's that? Oh, what's he done?
My brother has his own column in a newspaper.
Does he really? Oh, it's very interesting, that is. Make a lot of money then, does he? Got a nice house and all that business?
Oh, yes, indeed.
All the amenities plus?
It's very elegant.
That's the word. Luxurious, am I right?
Yes. He's done very well. He's got everything. Travels a lot, everything.
I like to see the house where he lives, your brother. Elegant, I expect. Away a lot. 1,000 quid I could have made. That's a lot of money, isn't it? Your brother make that much for his articles?
I don't know.
Well known, is he?
Quite.
Well known as Godfrey Wynne?
I don't know. Dare say.
Very interesting, that is. Well known as Godfrey Wynne. No, I'd like to see the house.
I think they've moved from where they were. I fancy they've moved.
You find the address, Phil, eh? I don't know that I believe you about them moving. I don't know if I can trust you. Terrible thing, you know, living with someone you can't trust. 5 years you could get.
Oh, Inspector Dyer. Oh, certainly. Mr. Mallard isn't here at the moment, I'm afraid. He stepped out for something. But I'll tell him you called. Oh, yes, I quite understand. Perfectly all right.
I'm sorry, but you have to leave here.
Don't start.
The police.
What about the police? What have they been up to?
Here, have you... I haven't done anything. Only they called at the shop this morning where I work. They wanted me to call them up. I haven't yet, but...
You're not uttering threats.
Uttering threats?
Threatening me. You're not, are you?
They're suspicious, that's all.
You tell them where
I haven't spoken to them at all yet. I was out getting some supplies. I wasn't in.
Oh, that's all right then, isn't it? If they didn't talk to you.
Well, from what Mr. Laban told me, they were very suspicious. There's been a break-in and they're suspicious.
Break-in?
The tobacconist's store bashed in.
Oh, yeah.
2 nights ago.
You don't say. Want a fag?
No, I don't, thanks.
Got some cash, you said, have you?
I'll give you money. Yes, cash. I've got a bit.
Haven't made a note of the numbers or anything, have you? Haven't been educated about it or anything?
Here we are. They're all odd ones. I haven't even looked at them.
Here. This is all on the up and up, I suppose. I mean, knowing what a liar you are, I wouldn't put it past you to be putting the wind up me. I mean, ones isn't much use these days now. I don't suppose your brother even uses ones, not nowadays. Fivers or nothing. Expect he's got drawers full, eh? Small change onces are to a bloke like your brother.
Keeps all his money in the bank. Never has any in the house. I promise you.
Found the address of it?
There's nothing there, I tell you. You must get out of here.
Dwyer, was it?
You can get down to the bus station very easily. You could be in Manchester tonight.
What do I want to be in Manchester for? What am I supposed to do in Manchester? A new life couldn't I have in Manchester?
Yes.
Got a suitcase?
Suitcase?
Under your bed?
Oh, yes.
Only pyjamas?
I'll give you a pair.
Suspicious, Dwyer, was he?
Well...
I thought you didn't speak to him.
I was going to say... Mr. Laban said...
and a toothbrush. Must have a toothbrush. He sounded...
businesslike.
Would do.
That's why I thought he might come round, might call.
This isn't a trick of yours, is it? One of your lies?
No.
You won't tell him when you were gone?
He won't even know you've been here.
Get the case. Come on. Thanks, Fred.
Good luck. Turn right at the bottom, and you're at the terminal.
I'll say cheerio, then. Cheerio. Looks like it's too late. I better get back into the bedroom. Only watch it. So much as one word, and I'll be on you.
Mr. Mallard, may I have a word? Inspector Dwyer.
Of course. Come in.
I hope I haven't come at a bad moment.
What can I do for you?
You seen anything of your friend, Jenks, at all?
Jenks? No, nothing. Why? Has he been in some sort of trouble?
No. We've rather lost touch with Master Jenks, that's all. He must be keeping out of harm's way somewhere.
What about this robbery at the tobacconist's? I suppose you were thinking...
Was I? Jenks? No, I don't think so. No one was cursed, for one thing. He makes habit of violence, Jenks does.
Does he?
As long as he keeps his nose clean, we can't touch him. Only I'd like to know where he is. Goodbye, Mr. Mallard.
You're a clever little lying swine, aren't you? Dwyer hadn't got a clue. Even when you're trying to tip him off, he hadn't got a clue. Can't trust you an inch, can I? You're a shocker, you are, you know, shocker. Nearly had me in Manchester, didn't you? Shocking. Clever, I must say. Tricky. Educated, I must say, the way you done it. Now, what about your brother's address, your brother?
Has there been any post today?
Post?
Letters.
Expecting a letter, are you?
Yes.
Oh, yes, from Australia.
Yes, has it come? Where is it?
Steady.
And where is it? I want it. What have you done with it?
I picked it up. You didn't want it trampled on, did you? Walked on, did you?
Now, please give it to me. Well, come on, give it to me.
Watch it.
Ow!
Don't start roughhousing with me, son. Don't start roughhousing. I wouldn't.
Oh, I want my letter.
Yes.
You killed him. You killed him. Murderer, you're a murderer. You killed that man. That's what you did. You killed him.
Shut up.
Oh, you killed him.
I told you to shut up. Now shut up.
Why did I?
Why did you? I don't know. Why did you?
Because I thought...
Give the needle a shove.
I thought you needed someone. I thought there was someone you needed them and they failed you. I don't know.
Remember where they went to? The Chesterton here?
Of course.
You are bonked straight. See what I mean, don't you? I could get 1,000 quid any time I wanted, just like that. Stop messing about with them things, will you? Always messing about. Hey, you're a full-time liar, really, aren't you? I mean, that's really what you are. Terrible thing that is to be a liar. Shocking that is.
Please, may I have my letter?
After you've made the copy. That's it, strong tonight. Hello. You've got a new jar for the sugar, haven't you? Haven't seen that before.
Oh, yes, I have. Help yourself.
Aren't you having none, sugar? Aren't you having none?
No, I won't actually. Not tonight.
Good out. There we are then. Nice and sweet, way I like things.
You killed him, didn't you?
Don't start, Phil. Don't start.
You're not going to have my brother's address, not as long as you live.
Oh, we'll see about that. In due course, we'll see.
Not as long as you live.
So you had it all the time, did you? I mean, you was lying, saying you didn't have it. Telling an untruth, wasn't you? Not to be trusted, are you? Not trustworthy, I mean, are you? Not to be trusted. Come here.
Not as long as you live.
Come here.
No!
Inspector Dwyer. What? Dead? I see. Yes, I'll be right over. Stay there. I'll be right over. I was afraid of something like this. Well?
Body's over there, Inspector.
Well. So much for John Joseph Jenks. How did it happen, Mr. Mallard?
I couldn't stand it any longer. I realized what he'd done. I mean, the murder. I realized...
Yes. But how did Jenks come to take poison? How did you...
This particular poison has a molecular structure not dissimilar to sugar. He helped himself. I offered him the jar and he helped himself. It took effect quite rapidly, more or less painlessly. You see, I don't take sugar myself.
Very lucky. You lied, didn't you, about being within the night Hammond was killed?
Yes, I did. I'm afraid I did. I thought there really was a Phil, you see. Who wouldn't or daren't, couldn't. I couldn't bear to think of anyone being hanged because someone wouldn't help him, so I helped him instead.
I see. I only wish you'd called me before you killed him, not after.
I knew that pub, that area. It could have been me so easily. I knew the area.
Well, we'd better be off.
Of course. Wonder if I might just post this on the way. It's to a friend of mine in Australia. Nothing about all this.
I'm afraid I shall have to have a look at it. Oh. Well, what's this mean? White resigns. Not a code, is it?
No, it's just about, our game of chess. I don't suppose I shall be able to go on with it now.
No, I suppose not.
I suppose this'll make you quite famous, won't it? Important. I mean, after all, I'm a murderer, aren't I?
In tonight's presentation of A Well-Dressed Man by Frederick Raphael, you heard John Hayter as Philip, Gabriel Bayman as Jenks, and Hugh Rouse as Basil. Sheila Holliday played the part of Vivian, and others in the cast were Donald Monat, Bill Brewer, John Whiteley, Stuart Brown, and Derek Royal. A Well-Dressed Man was adapted and produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Michael Silver. Next week, Lux Radio Theatre will celebrate its 1000th performance, and for this very special occasion, takes pleasure in presenting 4 internationally known stars of stage and screen who are at present visiting South Africa: Richard Todd, Jean Kent, Vanessa Lee, and Peter Graves in Canaries Sometimes Sing. a delightful comedy by Frederick Lonsdale. Canaries Sometimes Sing has been produced for Lux Radio Theatre's 1000th anniversary by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthorpe. So until next Monday night at 8:30, this is your Lux Radio Theatre host, Peter Tobin, bidding you all good night.
Enjoy brighter radio listening with Blaupunkt Radiogram's automatic pre-select tuning.
The Challenge of Space. Carling, world brewers of the great American beer Carling Black Label, presents another story in the dramatic series, The Challenge of Space.
Good evening. This is Charles B. Ryan, Director of Space Research here at the New Mexico Center, which coordinates the efforts of thousands of people connected with the space program. This is a story of 3 ground crew men who faced unexpected danger in carrying out their duties. I call it a climb up to safety.
When the sun burns straight overhead and the grass lies scorched underfoot, when the breeze is gone and the air hangs heavy as lead, when the red dust cakes on a man's face and the dryness bites deep in his throat, that's when a man needs a beer. Carling Black Label beer. Husky, lusty, and strong. Carling is the man's brand. Extra strength Carling Black Label is now brewed right here in South Africa, so you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. If you've got a thirst, put our brand on it. Carling Black Label, brewed for men in 18 breweries around the world.
The many thousands of technicians at work on all phases of the preparation of the mighty Saturn V rockets, which carry our astronauts into space, and those men concerned with the countdown itself, do their work with an efficiency that matches the spirit of these great ventures. Yet chance and circumstance that play such a big part in man's affairs can still intervene to create an unexpected situation. The countdown had gone perfectly, and with their jobs satisfactorily completed, the ground crew were preparing to leave the service gantry that towered beside the waiting rocket. But through no fault of their own, within a few minutes, 3 of those men would be facing death.
Well, there she goes, fellas. Everybody into the elevator.
Countdown went well, Chuck, huh?
Not a hitch, Eddie. How was it in the first aid department?
Well, we sent one fella off the job with a split finger, and a new guy felt a bit dizzy with the height. Otherwise, I guess a clean run. Their cards will be in the rack at ground level.
And that's about now. Okay, fellas, let's have your cards as you leave the elevator. 10, 12, 30, 40, 60. Let's have those 2 from the rack, Eddie. Thanks. That makes 90. There's somebody missing.
You sure?
Well, don't think I miscounted. 40, 50, 70. You didn't send Don Keating down earlier, did you, Ed?
No, I didn't. I gave you the 2 cards for those I sent off.
And you didn't see him amongst this bunch? The ones who came down with us?
Well, Keating's a medium-sized guy with a thin nose, pale complexion.
Yeah, that's him.
No, he definitely didn't come down with us.
That's what I thought. I was sure I couldn't have missed him. He must still be up on the gantry. I'll go find him.
Yeah, I'll come with.
We haven't much time to clear before blast-off. And we don't want to be anywhere around when the rocket motors fire. You'd better get on the cover.
Yeah, look, we got enough time, just about. We'll find him quicker with 2 of us looking.
Okay, Ed, come on.
Where is he working, Chuck?
10th level, operating the air compressors.
Maybe he didn't hear the warning klaxon because of the noise of those things.
The compressors should have been shut down by the time the warning went.
Well, he might have had earplugs.
Hey, you never know. I've been keeping an eye on the emergency staircase in case he's walking down.
Never knew a workman would walk when he could use the elevator.
You're right. Here we are at the 10th level.
The compressors are switched off.
As they should be, but where the heck has he got to? Don! Don Keating!
He doesn't seem to be here. I'll give a shout at the stairway and make sure he's not over that side of the gantry platform.
Right, Eddie. I'll look this side.
Right. Hello there. Don Keating. Don! Are you there, Don?
Now, where the heck could that guy have gotten to... Hey, Eddie, I found him.
Oh, okay, Chuck. Where is he? I didn't hear him answer.
He couldn't answer. He's out cold.
Let me look at him. He certainly is out. See, what do you think happened?
There's a broken rubber pressure pipe here. Looks as if it gave him a crack on the head while he was working on it.
But wouldn't he have been wearing a hard hat?
Yeah, it's lying here beside him.
Yeah. Well, from the look of this bruise, the pipe caught him just on the side of the head below the brain.
Right. Let's get him down in the elevator.
Right.
Take his feet, Eddie.
Okay.
Yeah, time's slipping away. We'd better get out of here fast.
Yeah.
I don't want to find myself at the wrong end of a 7.5 million pound thrust rocket engine.
How long do you reckon we've got, Chuck?
10 minutes, no longer. We'll make it, though.
Wonder if there'll be any transport down below.
I'll have to carry him if there's not. But one of the others may have come back with a truck.
If they realize we're still up here.
Surely someone would have missed the foreman.
Foremen don't count. Once work is over...
So what if foremen aren't popular guys that are... Hey.
What the heck?
They've cut off the power supply to the gantry.
And us stuck between floors with a sick man?
They don't know that, evidently. Turning off the currents is a safety precaution in case the wires are burnt out by the flame from the rocket motor as it lifts off.
Yeah, I've seen those flames lick halfway up the gantry from ground level. It's spectacular. From the distance.
Even more spectacular from here. I'm going out through the trapdoor on the top of the elevator cage. Give me a leg up, will you, Eddie?
Right. Put your foot in my hands.
Okay.
Can you reach the trap?
Yeah, easy. Lift me a bit higher if you can.
Right. Up you go.
Right, Eddie. Made it. See if you can bring down, Rod. We'll never be able to lift him out of here by ourselves.
Right. What are you going to do?
Climb up the girders of the shaft. Open the platform door from the inside. Then at least we'll be able to get out of this trap.
Control, Hilton here. Who is it?
Stan, Chuck here.
Oh, hi, Chuck. Nice job you boys did on the countdown. Everything okay?
Nothing wrong with the countdown. But there's 3 of us still in the gantry.
The blazes there is. We'll have to abort the mission.
No. Don't do that.
You'll never make it back here now. Ignition's due in 6.25 minutes. Nobody stays on the rig when those motors fire.
Are you telling me we're finished?
Sorry, Chuck. I didn't mean...
Oh, forget it. We haven't got time to argue. Can you put the gantry power back on?
I can try, but I can't promise anything. It'd have to be cut 3 minutes from now in any case. If one of those heavy cables went down to Earth, you'd be electrocuted.
Instead of frying as the rocket takes off? Nice choice. But don't bother. I don't think it'll help us. I certainly don't want to be stuck in the elevator at blast-off.
What are you doing up there this time in the first place?
Don Keating was laid out in an accident. Eddie Baker and me went back to look for him, and the elevator stopped on us.
Look, let me abort the mission.
Oh, forget it. I'll ring you back. I got an idea.
But, Chuck...
What was that all about, Stan? Somebody on the gantry?
Chuck, Eddie, and Don Keating.
We'll have to abort.
Chuck says no.
To blazes with what Chuck says.
We can cancel the firing right down to within a few seconds of the start of the ignition sequence. That gives us about 5 minutes.
But they'd be roasted alive up there.
I know. There's that chance. Chuck says he'll ring us back.
They haven't got time to make phone calls.
Well, he says he has something in mind, but I can't think what it is.
Don? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Who is it?
It's Eddie. Eddie Baker.
Where am I? What happened?
Look, we're stuck in the elevator. Do you think you can stand up?
I feel a bit dizzy.
Yeah, you had a crack on the head. The dizziness will pass off. You're not really injured.
Hello? Has Don come round?
Yeah, he's still a bit muzzy, but he's with us again.
I got a short section of aluminum ladder. I'll pass it through the trapdoor. Here, coming down.
Okay. All right, I got it. Now, Don, let me help you up the ladder.
Where are we going?
Onto the top of the elevator and then up onto the platform, okay?
I'll try.
Good man, I'll help you.
And me. I'll give you a hand once you're through the trapdoor.
That's it, Don.
Oh, I feel terrible.
Don't worry, we'll fix you up once we get out of here. Hang on tight. Up you go.
Right, Don. Here, I got you on. Yeah, easy, does it?
Thanks, Chuck. Oh, my head.
Yeah, it'll ease a bit presently.
Can I rest?
Later. Okay, Eddie, I got Don safely up here.
Good. Now, if I bring up the ladder and prop it securely, it's a bit short.
Only 2 or 3 feet. Now, up you go, Eddie. Then I'll come and support Don from behind you. Right, Don. Now, up you go. Now, quick as you can, son.
Not at all. Well, why's the elevator stop working? We're near firing time, aren't we?
That's how near we are, Don. The power's been cut off.
Then we must get out of here.
No, there isn't time now, Don.
There must be time. Well, let's get down the emergency stairs.
Don, there isn't time for that. We make it to the bottom and be out in the open just as the motor's fired. You know what that would mean?
I know what it means if we're up here. I'm going down.
No, you're not, Don.
Let me go on going down, I tell you. What level's this, anyway?
The 7th, Don, but listen, Chuck's right. If you made it to the ground, you'd never get under cover before the whole area's blasted.
Not if we stand here talking about it. Now, let go of me, the two of you. Let go!
Easy, Don.
I phoned Stan Hilton and told him we were up here.
Is he going to abort the firing?
I told him not to, Eddie.
You're crazy! You've seen what happens to anything that can burn on these towers when the rocket exhaust blasts them. Let go of me. I'm not staying here with you crazy guys. I'm getting off this rig.
Don, just listen to me.
No. Well, you're keeping me here. Our last chance of getting clear is slipping away.
Now, just listen, Don. That last chance went a few moments ago when the elevator stopped running.
I don't care. You've got no right to keep me here. I want to go down. Let me go.
Shut up, Don. Shut up. And listen to me. In a few minutes from now, the lower levels of this gantry will be filled with smoke and flame and unburned fuel. You'd fry, freeze, and suffocate. But what you're actually going to do is climb higher up this gantry. You've got to climb upwards to safety. Do you hear me? Up, not down. Now, get going, but fast.
Know something? In these mellow after-supper hours, there's nothing like a beer to make a man feel good, relaxed and good. And there's no beer like a Carling Black Label. Carling is the man's brand, the great American beer that's now brewed right here in South Africa, so you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. Got a thirst? Then why not get your hands on a Carling right now, cold and frosty in the can. Man, oh man, isn't that just what real beer is all about? No wonder Carling is enjoyed by men in more than 50 countries around the world. Go for the man's brand. Go for Carling. Carling Black Label.
I'm stressed. I don't think I can go any further.
You're doing okay, Don.
Sure, Don. Not much further now.
Just a short rest. I'm sick.
We'd better let him rest. Yeah. We're going to have to carry him, Chuck.
All right, good. You sit there for a few moments. Don, Eddie, I'll phone control from here.
Right. Okay.
Hilton.
Stan? Chuck.
I thought it would be you. Shall we abort the mission?
No, Stan. We're at the 11th level and going up.
Going up?
Yep. Down below there'd be too much fire splash as the motors ignite. And the rocket takes a few seconds to build up power as it lifts off.
we'd be burnt to a crisp.
But even at the higher levels...
We stand a good chance. The splash won't reach us, and the rocket will go past quicker anyway. Maybe 3 seconds is all we'd have to stand the main blast.
Chuck, there can be no question of you standing up to the main blast.
The radiated heat from the main blast, I mean. We're going up to the 14th or 15th level, as high as we can get. How long have we got?
2.5 minutes to lift off.
Stand by. I'll ring you when we get to our final level. Then you come up and get us when it's all over, huh?
Will do, Chuck. But I'll stand by for your final call before ignition. Just over 2 minutes now.
Oh, I'm cold.
We're all cold on this deck. So come on. Get moving, Don, please.
Come on, Don. It's no good standing here. Frost from the fuel venting out of the tanks is falling all over us. It'll be warmer higher up.
Warmer? We'll roast as the rocket goes by.
Oh, we won't, Don. I promise you we won't.
Oh, who do you think you are? A fire god to be able to stop it? Oh, I'm cold.
Come on, Don. Watch you don't slip on the ice. Come on. Eddie, grab his arm.
I'm sick of... I'm cold.
Now,
I
come
can't
on.
go in.
You're not going to freeze or burn. Now, if we know it. Now, let's just get moving again. Move!
Can you spot them through the glasses, Stan?
I thought I did see them once, somewhere up on the 12th or 13th platform. See if you can spot them, Clark.
Okay, Stan. Now, what do you give for the chances?
I got permission to cancel the blast off at 60 seconds, just before internal power on the rocket takes over completely. Chuck only needs to say the word.
Why don't we abort anyway?
You got any idea how much even half an hour's delay would cost? And with the tanks pressurized, it's not as easy as all that. It'd take a week, more likely. And then we needn't bother to fly the mission.
But 3 men's lives are at stake.
I know it. Chuck knows it. We'll let him decide.
But it isn't only the heat. Although that'll be bad enough, there'll be fumes from burning paint, smoke from the rocket firing.
As well as a gale of wind from the exhaust that could blow them off the gantry. You don't need to tell me.
Hilton.
Stan, we're at the 15th level. There's 2 platforms above us, but they'll protect us from anything coming down on us. Chuck, give me the word to call this whole thing. No, Stan, we'll take a chance on it. Look, I got permission to cancel the firing. No, not after the words everyone's put into the stick. The countdown went without a hold-up. You don't get many like that. You got 15 seconds to give the word. After that, it'll be too late once the ignition sequence is started. Time to make final preparations, then. 15th level, Stan, okay? We'll find you, Chuck. Good luck.
Isn't it quiet?
Yeah.
It's a bit unnatural with all that activity going on down there.
I wish it wasn't so quiet. There's one thing that can spell real safety for us, but I didn't think they'd leave it so late before the firing.
What's that, Chuck?
It's the...
I can't stand it. Why doesn't somebody do something? Not just wait around to get fried.
There's not a lot we can do, Don. Chuck's got an idea which he's going to tell
I'm
us
not burning to death. I'm going to make it quick.
Grab him, Eddie.
Right. I got him, Chuck. Let me go. I'm going to jump. At least it'll make it quick.
Oh, no, you're not.
Grab his arms, Chuck. I don't want to burn. I don't want to burn.
Watch it, Eddie. You'll be over the edge in a minute.
Got my foot on a stanchion. Put him further onto the platform, for heaven's sake. He's not just for the moment. Have to hit him if necessary.
If you two don't let me go, I'll take you both with me.
Oh, no, you'll be all right. I tell you, you'll be all right. Don, stop struggling.
I'm going to die. I'm going to die my way.
You will die if you go over the edge, but you got a chance up here.
I don't want to die. I don't want to...
All right. Come on, Don. Come on, we'll look after you.
Watch that he doesn't make a bolt for it, eh?
Okay, I've got him, Chuck. It's all right now.
It's all right, fellas. I won't do it again.
Yeah, of course you won't.
We'll be safe here, won't we, Chuck?
Yeah, sure, we'll be safe. But we must go over to the other side of the platform.
But that's nearer the rocket than this side.
Yeah, I know it is, but don't you see?
No! We'll all be killed. I won't go!
If you won't come across to the other side of the platform with us, we'll have to drag you.
What are you trying to do to us? We're as far away from the flame path as we can get.
We haven't time to argue. Grab him, Eddie.
Right.
No!
Okay. No!
Straighten your knees and walk, man.
No!
Right, Eddie. Drag him.
Okay, come on over here.
There, this should be all right.
Stand there, Don. Stand there.
See if you can stand, Don.
I can't.
Let him sit with his back to the girder so that he's facing away from the rocket.
Now, you sit there, Don. You'll be shielded by the girder.
Eddie, fasten my belt to his and strap him to the girder, okay?
But why should we...
I hope it'll hold. There'll be a fair amount of blast. You can do the same with yours. You're skinny enough for it to wrap around yourself and the girder.
All right, but what about you?
I've slipped my arms out of my coverall, and I'll tie the sleeves to something. Then we'll all have to hang on like crazy.
It can only be about 30 seconds to blast off now.
Eddie, Chuck, I'm scared.
Take it easy, Don. You've had a bit of a rough time.
And we're all scared, Don.
Why are we so close to the rocket side?
Because over here there's the one thing that'll save us, I hope. But I didn't know they left it this late.
What is it, Chuck?
It's the... here it comes.
Hey, the water sprinkler system.
That's it. The whole of the side of the tower nearest to the motor blast is drenched with water. Both of you make sure you're thoroughly soaked.
Oh, I'm cold again.
Sorry, Don. You can take your choice. Just make sure you're good and soaked.
It won't be many seconds now.
Don, and you, Eddie, make sure you hang on with both hands. Eddie, Don can't dash off somewhere, can he? Don't want to fight him as the rocket lifts up.
Oh, don't worry, Chuck. He can't get free. I've knotted the ends of the belt so they won't go through the buckles.
Thanks for your help, Eddie. You needn't have been in this at all, really.
It seemed to be a two-man job, Chuck.
Blast off! That blast off!
It's okay, Don. Hang on tight.
I don't want to burn.
And you won't. You're too wet to burn. Okay, Eddie?
Ready, Chuck?
Hang on tight, both of you.
What's that? Chuck, there's a rocket hit the tower.
No, it's the access ramp swinging clear.
But how could it move if the power is off?
It's hydraulic. But brace yourselves. Here comes the worst part.
Billy, drowning with this water spray.
Look down, Eddie, and shut your eyes. Protect them from the blasting heat.
I'm not going to look around. Listen to that motor building up power.
It should be climbing now. It'll only take a second or so to go past.
We may get the full force of the blast if the rocket tilts away from the tower.
I hope it doesn't, not till it's at altitude.
Fuel! There's fuel spraying around!
Pull your legs in. Keep under the strongest water spray you can.
And hold your breath till it's gone, till it's washed away.
It's fast. The rocket's fast.
But the heat and the steam. I can't stand it.
Get under the sprays and hang on.
I never fought in a bit like this.
Hold on, Eddie. Hold on for the blast.
How much longer?
Just a few seconds.
The heat! I can't stand the heat!
Until I shut. And hang on. Just hang on.
Hilton, control.
The phone still works.
Chuck, you're okay?
Alive, but call me baldy. Got no hair or eyebrows. Got singed off, even though we were soaking wet.
How is that?
Still under the gantry coolant sprays. Tied to girders against the blast. Don't think we would have made it otherwise. Eddie's okay, but Don's pretty shocked. How was the launch, Stan?
Perfect. Just like the countdown.
Good. We're on the 15th level. Coming to get us?
As soon as everything's cooled down, we'll find you.
Right.
Chuck.
Yeah?
You did a pretty good job up there.
Well, I guess that's why they made me foreman.
Not exactly all in the day's work, because the space program is designed with safety in mind for astronauts and ground crew members alike. When something unusual happens, something not covered by the regulations, it's only the men on the spot who can do anything about it. But we hope it's not usually such a hot spot. And now, until next week, this is Charles B. Ryan here at the New Mexico Space Center, wishing you all good night.
When the day is gone and the sun sets fire to the faraway hills, when the rivers flow red in the twilight and the long shadows slowly fade into darkness, when the action's over and stories are retold round a log fire, that's when a man needs a beer. Carling Black Label. Husky, lusty, and strong, Carling is the man's brand. Extra-strength Carling Black Label is now brewed right here in South Africa, so you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. If you've got a thirst, put our brand on it. Carling Black Label, brewed for men in 18 breweries around the world. Carling invites you to listen again next week to another story in this dramatic series, The Challenge of Space.
Johnson Wax Program. Good evening, everyone.
Hi, Harlow. Welcome home.
Thank you, and good evening again. The makers of Johnson's Wax present Marion and Jim as Fibber McGee and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open the show with After You've Gone. Get going, Ted. Announcement which I want to make here should be of interest to everybody who owns an automobile. So attention, please. The makers of Johnson's Wax, in celebration of their 50th anniversary, are offering a can of Johnson's Auto Wax free of charge. Just go to your service station, auto supply store, or regular wax dealer and ask for Johnson's free gift anniversary package. This special package contains a pint of Johnson's Auto Cleaner and a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax. You pay 59 cents for the cleaner. This is less than the regular selling price. And you get the full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax free. The supply of these free gift packages is limited, so get your free can of Johnson's Auto Wax without delay. It's a balmy summer evening at Wistful Vista, and it's going to get balmier by the minute. Fibber and Molly started out for a stroll. Fibber thought it might be a chummy idea to drop in at the Detective Bureau for a chat with the boys. So here, talking to the Chief of Detectives, we find Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Yes, sir, that was the toughest case my detective agency ever solved. There was hardly a clue to that gal's murder, except a penny box of matches. And I solved the crime with that.
McGee, how did you solve a crime with a penny box of matches?
I struck 'em one at a time and read her diary. Yes, sir, Chief. Every time my detective agency run into a crime, I solved it like a flash. Deducing got to be a kind of a game with me.
With deduces wild.
Yes, yes. Well, very interesting, I'm sure. Very interesting. I'd like to give you a practical test, my little Sherlock Holmes. Your boasting has sort of struck my fancy. Yes, yes. My vital fancy. Now then, let's see. What do you deduce from a close scrutiny of my personal appearance?
And remember your manners, McGee.
Well, sir, Bud, I deduced that your wife is visiting relatives this week, and you're keeping bachelor quarters, and your wife is a large woman who wears a striped sweater and shorts, and she'll be home August the 30th.
Well, heavenly days. Is he right, Mr. Detective?
Absolutely, my little G-woman. How would you figure that out, McGee?
Well, I knowed your wife was away on account of 2 buttons missing off your vest and a hole in your sock. I knew you was keeping bachelor quarters on account of because there's some egg on your necktie, and men always cook eggs when their wife's away.
Well, how'd you know she was visiting relatives?
On account of because that's a female's idea of a vacation.
Well, tell me, my little Scotland Yard stick, how did you know she was large and wore a striped sweater and shorts?
I deduced it, Bud. You wouldn't be so scared of her if she was little. And I never seen a big gal yet that didn't like to wear a striped sweater and shorts.
But what makes you think I'm afraid of her?
Look at the calendar over there on the wall. On August 30th, it says in your handwriting, it says, poker game with fire department, and then it's crossed out. Have a cigar, Chief?
No, thanks. I got one.
Oh, you've got 2, have you? Oh, thanks. Well, sir, as I was saying a minute ago, with modern scientific methods... I'll get it, Chief. Oh, yes. What? Chester Checkstub missing? Who you got, the valet? Well, send him in, Sarge. You get that, Chief? Chester Checkstub, the billionaire department store owner, has been took for a ride.
Heavenly days.
That's so. McGee, we must solve this case or I'm through. Chester Checkstub is Big Star.
Well, I can be seen with the naked eye myself. Here's the valet now.
It's all of us, sir. All of us, sir.
Oh, sit down and calm yourself, my boy.
You're Chester Checkstub's valet, ain't you?
Oh, yes, sir. A gentleman's gentleman, sir, you might say, as used to be butler with Mrs. Astor. Me name is Horace.
Oh, heavenly days. Mrs. Astor's Horace.
Sergeant says Checkstub left a note saying he was being took for a ride. Where'd you find the note?
Stuck in the liquor cabinet, sir. Where he knew I'd find it, sir. Bless his office.
Oh, boy, is this something. It's been torn here like somebody tried to grab it away from me. Listen. Am being taken for a ride by boss of the underworld. The rest is torn off.
That means boss of the underworld.
Oh, signed Chester Checkstub.
Oh, the poor master. And him so ill and naughty when I saw him last.
You go on home before you get his story going. Go on now. We'll find him if it's the last thing we do.
And it probably will be.
Fine state of affairs. Yes, a fine state. One of our leading citizens.
Well, listen, Boomer, old boy, we gotta have action. Who's the big shot in the underworld now?
Butch Weems.
Does he work alone?
No, he has quite a band, I understand.
That's all I want to know. Come on, Molly. Come on, Boomer. Here's the squad car here. Get in. All right, buddy, let her go.
I always wanted to ride in one of these things. Turn on the radio, officer.
Yes, my little gun, Molly.
Calling car D41. Car D41, attention.
Listen closely, please. That's our car number.
Car D41. Stop at Harry's Hamburger Palace and bring the commissioner 2 with mustard. That's all.
It's wonderful what they're doing with radio these days. I always...
Attention, car D41. Calling car D41. Correction. Make that piccalilli instead of mustard. That's all.
As you probably heard, that was Butch Weems and his gang, with Mr. Tanner, alias Elmo the Chirp, giving us the bird. Fibber and Molly and the chief of detectives go over the scene of the crime inside the Check Stub Mansion at 14th and Oak Street. Here are Fibber and Molly interviewing suspects.
All right, you. What's your name?
Hortense O'Halloran.
Oh, 'tis, eh? Ain't you known to the police in Peoria as Parlor-Maid Polly, the first picker?
No. No, I never been in Peoria.
Well, all right. Why did you kill her?
Heavenly days, McGee, you'll scare the poor girl to death.
I know what I'm doing, Molly. She's covering up something. Listen, Sid, why did you kill him? You did kill him, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, but I didn't mean no harm.
You get that, Molly? She admits killing him, but she didn't mean any harm.
Well, maybe it was accidental.
Oh, no, it wasn't. I killed him on purpose.
Why?
He bit me.
A likely story. A nice old feller like Mr. Chester biting.
Oh, him.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant that fly I killed in the dining room.
Dismissed.
McGee the fly cop.
Mock of the law, that's what they are. Scoffing at justice. What gets me down is... What? I heard a noise outside the door. Somebody listening. Go throw it open.
No, you go throw it open.
No, you go. I'll sit here and keep you covered.
I don't want.
Oh, go on, Molly. Throw it open. Remember, I'm right behind you.
I'll always remember that. All right, here goes nothing. Come out of there, you eavesdropping murderer!
All right, Bud. Walk right over here to the desk. I've got you covered. Shut the door, Molly. Listening, eh? Take off your hat. Now then, why was you listening at that door?
I wanted to hear what you were saying.
Frank, isn't he, McGee?
No, I'm Henry.
Well, listen, Henry, don't get smart. How'd you get that cut on your face?
From a razor while shaving.
Oh, no, you didn't. You got that shave in a barber shop.
How could you tell, McGee?
He's got a fresh shine, a manicure, and he smells like hair tonic. You get that, Molly? He's bald and smells like hair tonic. That's a barber's work.
Marvelous, McGee.
All right. I did get a shave in a barber shop. But the barber cut me.
A likely story. You don't... Why did you kill him?
I didn't kill him. But I only tipped him a dime.
No. He means, why did you kill Mr. Chesterton?
I didn't, but I'd like to know who did.
Oh, somebody beat you to it, eh? He's the criminal type, all right, Molly. No lobes on his ears. All right. What's your name and where do you work?
My name is Henry Handcuff, and I'm the police commissioner.
Heavenly days.
That's what I thought all the time. I just wanted to show you I was on the job, boss. By the way, how was the hamburger?
Terrible. They got ketchup instead of pickle in it.
Before you interview the next suspect, McGee, let's look through this book.
Oh, I ain't got time to read a book now, Molly.
This is the Rogues Gallery, isn't it?
Say, it is kind of interesting at that, ain't it? That one looks familiar. That face there. What's it say about him?
It says number 2345667J. Name, Wilcox. Stitches Wilcox. Alias Harpo, alias Barlow, alias Harlow. Just discharged from hospital.
Was he sick?
What do you think? He just went there to get some flowers?
Real good picture of him, ain't it, Molly?
Wonderful. I could almost expect him to speak.
Well, if I did, I'd speak about the quick and safe job Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish does on your car.
Hey, Harpo.
Yes. How are you, Fibber? And hello, Molly.
Harpo.
Yes.
We're working on a murder case here.
Well, what about it?
Well, don't you think one murder at a time is enough?
Oh, all right, I can take a hint. But this is a fine reception for an old
Convict?
No, convalescent.
Poor Mr. Wilcox. And him just out of the hospital with an appendicitis operation.
Was it expensive?
Well, I don't know. Why's that?
Well, I always says that what this country needs is a good 5-cent scar. Look at this next picture. That fella looks familiar there. Who is that, Molly?
That's Butch Weems.
What's his racket?
He's a dance bandit.
Oh. Has he done time?
Yes, mostly 6'8".
Hello. Yes, Detective McGee speaking. Oh, you have, eh? Well, bring him in. They're bringing in that Weems guy now, Molly. Fix the light so it shines on his face.
Oh, if I do, he'll take a bow.
Here's Butch Weems, boss.
Shall I stick around? He's tough.
I can handle him, officer. Sit down, Weems. That's what you call sitting pretty. Now then, where was you coming from when my men picked you up in the subway?
How'd you know they picked him up in the subway?
Look how his shoes have been trampled on. Now
Hey, do
then.
you mind if I fix this light? Shines right in my eyes. There, that's better.
Listen, Butch. I understand you got quite a record.
Sure I have. We made several for Victor.
Listen, Butch Weems, this is serious.
We saw your picture in the Rose Gallery.
Yeah.
Did it do me justice?
You don't want justice. What you want is mercy. Your number was 234-568J.
Oh, that was my last number.
Well, what's your next number?
Rendezvous with a Dream with Sing Sing Como. Come in, Muggs, the boys.
When the moon begins to beam, I'll have a rendezvous with a dream. Down beside the rippling stream, my heart will lead me to a rendezvous with a dream. Then you will say that you love me and hold me so tight. But like the stars up above me, you'll fade away in the light. But when at last my dream comes true, I'll have a rendezvous with you.
It won't take you long to make your car shine like new again with Johnson's Auto Cleaner. This remarkable new liquid cleaner dries quickly to a white powder. When you wipe off the powder, along comes all the old dirt and road film, leaving the car bright as a mirror. Now, if you've just bought a new car and want to keep it shining, protected from scratches and stains, be sure to wax the finish. And naturally, you'll want to use Johnson's Auto Wax. Right here, let me remind you that you can get a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax free if you go to your dealer at once. Ask for Johnson's free gift anniversary package containing a pint of Johnson's Auto Cleaner and a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax. You pay only for the cleaner, the small price of 59 cents. The Auto Wax is given to you free of charge. Now, these free gift packages are going fast, so don't delay too long getting that free can of Johnson's Auto Wax. Now back to the Check Stub Mansion, where Detective McGee is interviewing the Chinese cook.
What's your name?
I sing.
What do you know about this disappearance of Chester Check Stub?
No sabe disappearance. Him go plenty, come back plenty. Me no care. Me go on cookie. Why ask it?
Well, me husband is a detective, Mr. Singh.
Like Charlie Chan?
Well, something like Charlie Chan. Only smarter.
Hope so. Charlie Chan, he big fakey. Him American man, fix you up like China boy.
Oh, well, I don't think you had nothing to do with this case. You run along, Ah Sing. We'll just nose around.
Very good, boss. But remember.
Remember what?
Old Chinese saying. Huh? Man with long nose catch 'em plenty pork and snoot. Bye now.
Yeah, Detective McGee speaking. Okay, send him in. The furnace tender, Molly.
Kind of suspicious, him being here in this weather.
All right, Bud. Sit down there. In the light. Why did you kill him?
Kill who, please, sir?
Every day, Billy Watson.
Oh, hi, Phil.
Hi, you boy. How you, man? I didn't kill nobody, sir. Yes.
Where was you between the hours of 11 o'clock?
What?
I said you got an alibi for the hours between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. this morning?
Yes, sir, Miss McGee. All during that time, I was asleep, please, sir.
A likely story. If you was asleep, how could you have an alibi?
Oh, that's very easy, Mr. McGee. I ate too many barbecue spare ribs last night before I go to bed.
Yes?
Yeah, and I dreamed all night. I dreamed I was washing windows for Mr. Toop, and he was scared I'd fall out. Please, sir. If you don't believe me, you ask Mr. Toop.
It's like Silly's trouble, don't it? I'll check up with more Toops as a matter of routine. Okay, Phil, you can go.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You know what I'm going to do now, Molly? Search the house. Going over it with a fine tooth comb.
I see. Skullduggery.
You see, if there's any clue...
Who's there?
Hey, boss, we got her.
Huh? Got who?
Samal. The chief rounded her up. You know, she runs with the Weems gang. They call her the Orchid.
Heavenly days, the orchid. Because she runs around with the orchestra, I suppose.
Quiet, Molly.
The boy says she's real beautiful, ma'am. I ain't ever seen her myself, 'cause she always wears a veil.
There's a whale, eh? Well, listen here, officer. I don't care how beautiful she is. It won't affect me none.
I've heard of women like her, McGee. Wicked and beautiful. They lure men to destruction. All for the sake of a pretty face. Ah, me.
Bring her in, Sarge.
Okay, boss.
Tie straight, Molly?
What do you say? Oh, dear, get that smirk off your face, McGee.
So you're the beautiful Orchid, are you? The gun moll of the Weems gang. Let me see your face. I says, take off the veil, sis. I don't care how gorgeous you are. I can take it. Oh, so you won't talk, eh? Okay, I'll fix you.
McGee, what are you going to do?
I'm going to rip this veil off. Now then, my proud beauty.
Well, Skippy, are you satisfied?
Are you the Orchid?
That's me, Sonny. That's what they call me, the Orchid.
Kind of wilted, ain't you, Grandma?
Well, you're fresh enough for both of us, son.
Well, listen, Orchid. Where was you between 11 o'clock last night and 7 this morning?
I was seeing the man about ostrich.
A smart dame, huh?
No, that's on the level, Shorty. You see, I'm teaching my granddaughter fan dancing, and I had to see a man about some feathers.
You know anything about Chester Checkstub, the billionaire department store man being took for a ride?
Oh, no, I don't go in for that stuff nowadays. You know that. I stick to shoplifting myself. It's more genteel.
You married?
Well, I was, but I left my husband.
Why?
Well, I like a man with nerve, Sonny. And ever since the police raided us and took all our guns, he won't do anything. Says he just hasn't got the gaps for it anymore. So long, boys. Gotta go pick myself up a fall outfit. Give me my veil.
Now we're getting someplace.
Where?
Well, old say, I forgot something. Hey, officer.
Yes, sir.
Any fingerprints on the windowsills, officer?
No, sir. They're protected with Johnson's wax.
Are you on duty here, Harlow?
Yes, I am Lieutenant Wilcox of the Home Inside Squad.
I'm afraid that operation didn't do him a bit of good. Come on, Molly. I'm going to search the house. Hey, Chief.
Yes, yes. What is it, my little detective? Detective? I've been searching the kitchen. Found some interesting items, too. Baked ham, raisin bread, olives, peach pie, and a short beer. What was it you wanted?
Well, my husband thought it might be a good idea to go through all the rooms.
Yes, yes. A very fine idea. Might catch a couple of rumors. Yes, yes. So go right ahead. If you want me for anything, I'll be right behind my third piece of peach pie.
Hey, he don't take this murder serious, Molly.
He's probably one of those people who reads the last chapter first to see how it comes out. What room do we take first?
Come on upstairs. I want to see old Checkstub's room.
Which room is it, McGee?
This one right here, Molly. We'll just look around and see.
Oh, McGee, look. There's somebody under the bed.
Come out of there, you. I got you covered. One side, Molly. All right, Bud. Don't make no false moves now. Now face the window and let me get a good look at you.
What is it, a hold-up?
McGee, it's Chester Checkstub himself.
Chester Checkstub? Well, what was you sleeping under the bed for, Checkstub?
I wasn't sleeping, you idiot. I dropped my collar button.
Well, we found a note that says you've been murdered.
What do you mean, murdered?
Why, look at this note. It says, am being taken for a ride by boss of the underworld.
Boss of the underworld.
Oh, nonsense, you nitwit. That note's been torn. It said I went for a ride with one of my employees.
One of your employees?
Yes, the boss of the underwear department.
Well, that's a heck of a note.
Work and more play. That's what most women want and should have during the hot summer months. That's why millions of housewives have become so enthusiastic about Johnson's Glow Coat. This remarkable no-rubbing floor polish is so easy to use. It dries in 20 minutes and leaves a beautiful polish on floors and linoleum. You don't have to do any rubbing or buffing. Just put Glow Coat on the floor and forget about it until it's dry. From that time on, your floors will be much easier to care for. Dirt and dust can't cling to the shining surface. The polish is tough and long-wearing, and it saves the floor underneath from getting worn and shabby-looking. Ask your dealer for Glow Coat, spelled G-L-O-C-O-A-T. It comes in the attractive yellow can. And remember, you save money by ordering the larger sizes.
If old Checkstub had only had sense enough to stay dead, I'd have showed him some real detective work.
A likely story. I bet you think that Sherlock Holmes is a subdivision.
Good
night, all. Wilcox bidding you until the same time next week. Good night.
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half-hour, Favorite Story. According to that connoisseur of mysteries, Alexander Wolcott, the story we're bringing you in this half hour is the best whodunit ever written. Mr. Russell Krauss, the distinguished playwright, chose it as his favorite story, The Moonstone of Wilkie Collins. In certain parts of India, there are rumors in hushed tones about a certain yellow diamond, larger than the Koh-i-Noor, more perfect than the Cullinan, more richly storied than the Sancy, which once hung about the throat of Queen Elizabeth of England. The earliest known traditions of this gem describe it as gleaming from the forehead of the four-handed Indian goddess of the moon. From its color, which grew and faded in brilliance with the waxing and waning of the moon, it became known as the Moonstone. In a shrine inlaid with precious stones, under a roof supported by pillars of gold, sits the moon goddess, her eyes closed, the ever-wakeful diamond in her forehead, looking out over the bowed heads of worshippers in her temple. The Brahmins say that Vishnu the Preserver breathed divinity into the moonstone, and whatever mortal shall touch that sinister stone will find disaster and sudden death. Genghis Khan tried to carry the moonstone back to Xanadu, but he died before it reached his caves of ice. The Islam conqueror Mahmud of Ghizni tore the stone from the statue's forehead and was found strangled in his sleep at the dark of the moon. For another awesome adventure of the Moonstone, I commend you to Mr. Wilkie Collins.
What is it?
I must have words with you.
You'll have to excuse me. My boat sails in an hour. I have very little time.
Oh, Mr. Blake, you have no less time than I, and no more. Here in India, you must have learned that time is as endless as the river Ganges, which cannot be hurried in its course and cannot be stayed.
Who are you? Why do you come uninvited to my hotel room?
I've come to warn you your life is in great danger.
Why?
You have offended the goddess of the moon.
I have no time for superstitious ravings. Now get out. I have bags to pack. I'm leaving for England.
You will die, Franklin Blake.
Very well, I shall die. Men do.
You and whoever touches it shall be cursed. It will wither you as the frost withers the lotus in the desert night. To touch it is to go mad.
To touch what?
In the Hindu temple of the moon in the province of Kathiawar sits the granite image of the moon goddess, her forearms stretching toward the four corners of the earth. And for 11 centuries she has worn in her forehead the moonstone.
I know nothing of this.
You know nothing of a yellow-white diamond which shimmers with the luster of the Queen of Night?
Get out!
You do not know that the shrine of Kathiawar has been robbed, desecrated, and the diamond snatched from the forehead of the moon goddess?
You accuse me?
I accuse no one. But do you imagine, Franklin Blake, that the moon goddess will suffer to lose her moonstone on revenge?
Don't prattle to me of moon goddesses.
Do you fancy that the priest of Kathiawar will rest until the moonstone again reposes in its sacred shrine?
If you do not leave me, I shall ask the hotel authorities to remove you forcibly.
I shall go. Have a pleasant voyage to England, Mr. Blake. For I promise you, it is a voyage to disaster.
Rachel, my sweet.
Dear, precious,
I want a
Franklin.
kiss for every hour I've been away from you.
Oh, it's been an eternity.
It has.
You have no idea how difficult it is for a girl, Franklin, to be 10,000 miles away from the man she's going to marry.
But I'm home, darling. That's all that matters. We'll publish the banns immediately. And in a month, the Church of England will miraculously transform Miss Rachel Verinder into Mrs. Franklin Blake.
Now, you must tell me what's in the boxes.
Presents for the loveliest young lady in the British Empire. Here, this one's from me.
Oh, It has the scent of India about it. Oh, Franklin, it's precious.
It's a good luck Buddha. Rub his tummy, and he'll bring you the best luck in the world.
Guaranteed?
So the natives say.
Oh, thank you, dear. I shall treasure this always. What's in the little black box?
I don't know. It's from your great-uncle Jonathan.
Uncle Jonathan? But he's been dead for 3 years.
Well, his solicitor in Calcutta said I must deliver this to you.
How odd.
And he warned me to take particularly good care of it, so I didn't trust it with my trunks. I kept it with my personal things.
From Uncle Jonathan. Whatever could it...
Good Lord.
Can it be real?
I don't know.
I've never seen a diamond so yellow. See how it glitters in the candlelight.
I had no idea I was carrying anything so priceless.
Oh, it must be worth a fortune.
Wait, there's a note. What does it say?
It's from Uncle Jonathan. It must have been written just before he died. To my dearest Rachel, I bequeath my love and the moonstone.
The moonstone? What was that?
Oh, my little good luck Buddha. It's split in two.
Staggeringly beautiful.
Do you think it's genuine, Mr. Ablewhite?
Yes, Godfrey. Do you think it's real?
Oh, unquestionably. I'm quite a judge of gems, especially diamonds. I purchased a valuable pendant as a Christmas present for the late Mrs. Ablewhite. May God rest her. Cost me 200,000 guineas, but this stone, why, I would estimate it is even more perfect than the Koh-i-Noor and of greater size.
Worth, how much would you say?
My dear Franklin, I'm not a diamond merchant. I'm a mere dabbler in charities. But I should guess this moonstone of yours, Rachel, would fetch £1 million. £1 million? Possibly £1 million, too. A handsome dowry, I must say.
I'm a very fortunate young lady, Godfrey.
And Franklin is a very fortunate young man.
Ablewhite, I trust that you don't insinuate I would marry Rachel for her fortune.
I insinuate? You gave the thought words, Mr. Blake.
See here, I won't be insulted by anyone.
Gentlemen, stop this bickering. Franklin, I'm surprised. Cousin Godfrey said nothing to offend you. Now shake hands and say you're sorry.
I'm sorry. Forgive me, Ablewhite. Didn't mean to say anything out of line. I've just been, a little jumpy since I got back from India.
That's all right, old man. Well, I'll say good night.
Good night, Cousin Godfrey.
Have to get some sleep, you know. That's what you need, Blake. Sleep.
Sleep? Oh.
Poor Franklin. What's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing but India fever, darling. A few more weeks of bracing English air, a few more weeks of being with you, and I'll be myself again. But I've had the most dreadful time sleeping.
I promise you shall sleep tonight.
Oh, if I only could.
Rosanna! Rosanna!
Yes, Miss Rachel?
Will you bring a packet of sleeping powders for Mr. Blake?
For Mr. Blake?
If you'd be so kind.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Strange child. Is she new to the household?
No, Franklin. Don't you remember her? Before you went away to India.
Little Rosanna? Oh, she's quite grown up now.
Quite.
Now, darling, where are you going to keep the moonstone?
I don't know. In my jewel casket, I suppose.
Oh, but you mustn't.
Well, why not?
Or would you leave £1 million where any servant girl could pop it under her apron while she dusted your room?
Well, would you have me lock it up in a safe?
Naturally.
Oh, how distrustful you are, my dear. This is not a hotel. No one's going to run off with my diamond.
But a little caution, Rachel, after all.
Why are you so concerned about the moonstone, Franklin? It's mine, darling, not yours.
Well...
Mr. Blake.
Oh, the sleeping powders, Franklin.
Oh, thank you.
Here you are, sir.
Why, Rosanna, how your hand is shaking.
Oh, it's nothing. I'm quite all right. Forgive me, sir. Forgive me, Mr. Blake.
Well, what's wrong with her?
Don't you recognize the symptoms, my dear?
No.
The girl's falling in love with you. Go to bed, darling. Sleep well.
on earth is...
What will the servant girl be doing prowling about
Good heavens, what's wrong here? What time is it?
Past 3 a.m., Blake.
Godfrey saw Rosanna on the stairs, so he wakened the whole house.
Well, perhaps she was sleepwalking. Were you sleepwalking, child?
I hardly think so, Blake, because I saw her coming out of your bedroom.
What? I've been sound asleep, had a heavy dosage of sleeping powders. I would have... Good Lord, the moonstone. Where did you put it, Rachel?
You know where I put it.
Your jewel casket. Quick. We must find out if it's still there.
Now, Franklin, don't go in my room.
I must. Darling, if your diamond has been stolen, we... Good Lord.
What is it, Blake?
Look in the jewel casket.
I know. The moonstone is gone.
I'm a respectable gentleman, sir. I refuse to be questioned like a common thief.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ablewhite, but the priceless diamond belonging to Miss Rachel Verinder has vanished. You were in the house at the time it was stolen. The government authorities insist that you cooperate with us in attempting to locate the gem.
I do not understand how this is any concern of the government authorities.
I called Sergeant Cuff into this investigation, Rachel. He's here at my request.
You had no business calling him, Franklin.
I would gather from your tone, Miss Verinder, that you have no desire to recover the moonstone, as it's called.
I refuse to answer.
Hmm? Was the gem insured?
No. I just arrived with it from India. We hadn't had time to insure it.
Could it have been mislaid? Miss Verinder, with your permission, I'd like to look through your closets and wardrobe, just to make sure.
No.
Rachel.
Sergeant Cuff may not examine any part of my wardrobe.
But my...
Well, this makes things rather difficult. But what about the servant girl, Rosanna?
You may search my room, sir. I don't know anything about the diamond. Not anything. I didn't even know there was such a thing in the house.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Ablewhite?
I am a wealthy man, sir. I've no need to steal diamonds to increase my fortune.
Mr. Blake, what have you to say?
Well, I...
What's that?
There was a face. I saw a face near the window.
Night prowler.
Quick, Sergeant, out the back way.
Whoever it is, we must hold them. Question.
Stop, whoever you are.
Don't try to run away. We'll fire on you.
The Indian.
May I introduce myself? My name is Baru, priest of the goddess of the moon. Ah, Mr. Blake. I believe we have met before in your hotel room in Calcutta.
What are you doing here?
My mission is identical with the one that concerns you, Sergeant Cuff. I, too, am looking for the moonstone.
Whenever a jewel disappears, there you have a story, whether it happens in the Daily News, a novel by your bedside, or on this program. A gem belonging to Miss Rachel Verinder, the moonstone, has vanished, and the eminent Sergeant Cuff of Scotland Yard is on the trail of the famous diamond. We bring you Act 2 of Mr. Russell Krause's favorite story, The Moonstone.
Mr. Blake. How's Miss Verinder this afternoon?
I don't know, Sergeant. She won't see me. She won't speak to me. She's locked herself in her room.
Why?
I don't know. I have no idea. Came back here to England expecting to be married at once, expecting to find happiness. Instead...
What's the matter, Mr. Blake?
The Indian. This is exactly what he predicted. A voyage to disaster. Where is he? Do you have him in custody, Sergeant?
Our Indian friend, of course not.
But don't you suspect him of the robbery?
Oh, I suspect everyone, Mr. Blake. I can't throw every suspect into prison. And frankly, I don't think that the Indian could possibly have stolen the moonstone.
But he followed me all the way from Calcutta. He had every reason to steal the diamond.
Yes. He has every reason to depart for India the instant the diamond's delivered into his hands. He's still here. Therefore, I conclude he is not the thief.
Then who did steal it? Where is the diamond now? It's your responsibility, Sergeant, to have it returned to Miss Verinder.
Even though the lady herself shows no interest in helping us find the stone. Such is the lot of a British detective. But no matter.
Rachel.
I will answer no questions.
Rachel, for the love of heaven, don't treat me like a stranger. What have I done to you? Why are you so cold?
I will answer no questions. I'm leaving the house for London immediately.
Miss Verinder.
Yes, Sergeant Cuff.
This, unseemly haste cannot help arousing certain suspicions.
You suspect me of stealing my own diamond?
I only suspect that you know a great deal more about the disappearance of the moonstone than you're willing to tell.
I have nothing whatsoever to say. I shall be in the garden, Franklin. Will you call me when the carriage arrives?
Yes, of course, Rachel.
Now, come with me, Blake. Hurry.
Where?
To Miss Rachel's room. This may be our only chance to find what she's hiding from us. Locked.
Of course it's locked.
Rosanna.
Miss Verinder's things are all packed and ready to be taken to London.
Rosanna, we must find Miss Rachel's diamond. You have a key to your mistress's room, haven't you?
But you can't have it. I won't let you in.
But for the sake of recovering a fortune, Rosanna. Something worth £1 million has been stolen.
I won't let you in. Please don't ask it. Please, Mr. Blake. For your own sake.
For my sake?
Hello.
What is it, Sergeant?
This door. Has it been freshly painted?
Why, yes, I believe Rachel said something to me about it. The door to her room was freshly lacquered just yesterday evening.
Then the paint would not have been dry at the time the robbery was committed.
Quite right. This sort of lacquer takes about 12 hours to set, I believe.
And this paint smear by the edge of the door may very well have been made by the person who stole the moonstone from Miss Verinder's jewel case.
No, don't listen to him, Mr. Blake. He's talking nonsense.
Quiet, Rosanna. Why, you're quite right, Sergeant. The paint is smeared.
And if we can find a garment with a paint smear on it, the chances are excellent that the owner of that garment is the person who stole the moonstone.
Rosanna, come back!
Stop her! Don't let her get away!
Rosanna!
Oh, you're hurting me.
What do you know about this? Tell me.
Don't threaten her, Blake. Get the keys from her if she has them.
No, I beg you, Mr. Blake. Don't go into Miss Rachel's room.
Give me those keys. There you are, Sergeant.
Here's her luggage. Let's go through it together, quickly.
All right. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything here.
Keep looking in the other bags. Look for a garment with a brown paint smear on it.
Ah, here's something.
No,
That's what she's been hiding.
A dressing gown.
Uh-huh. The paint smear seems to match. Are there any initials on it? F.B.
Sergeant Cuff. This dressing gown belongs to me. This is ridiculous. I couldn't have stolen the moonstone. I was asleep.
Were you, Mr. Blake?
Certainly. I didn't wake up until I heard Rosanna scream in the hallway. Let me think. I'd complained about not sleeping, and Rachel rang for the servant, and Rosanna came and brought me some sleeping powders.
Ah.
I remember her hand shook as she handed me the glass. I thought it was curious, and Rachel offered the absurd explanation that poor Rosanna was infatuated with me.
Mr. Blake, I think I have a solution to this mystery.
You know who stole the moonstone?
Not exactly, but I have a plan which may tell us how the diamond disappeared. It is very kind of you to postpone your trip to London by this one night, Miss Verinder.
Kind. You left me no alternative, Sergeant. You take complete charge of my own house, refuse to summon me a carriage.
It's for your benefit, Miss Verinder, that I've asked you to watch with me here tonight.
What do you expect to see?
I don't know precisely. But we've tried this evening to reenact, as nearly as possible, the events which took place on the night the diamond was stolen. Mr. Blake is retired at the same time as he did on that night. He took exactly the same sleeping potion. We have placed a paste replica of the moonstone in your jewel case. And now we have nothing to do but wait, watch the hallway, and see what happens.
Sergeant, no matter what happens, no matter what you see, I want you to know that Franklin Blake is not a thief.
We'll soon know. The door to his room is opening.
Franklin!
He's wearing the dressing gown. He's going straight to your room.
His eyes are so glassy.
He's sleepwalking. He doesn't know what he's doing. Now, see? He brushes against the door of your room, the door which was covered with wet paint.
He'll take the diamond out of the jewel box, just as he did before.
You saw him steal it then, the night the moonstone disappeared?
Yes.
But you wouldn't tell anyone because...
Because I love him. Oh, if he'd steal from me, he could never be a faithful husband, so how could I marry him? But I could never accuse Franklin as a criminal.
He's not a criminal. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's completely asleep.
If Franklin took the diamond in his sleep, then what became of it?
That's what we hope to find out.
But how can we find the...
Put the diamond in a safe place.
It's an anxiety complex. He's worried about your leaving the moonstone in a jewel box unlocked.
Get the diamond and lock it in the safe.
That's exactly the way he did it. He lifted the lid of my jewel box and took the stone out. But I didn't know he was sleepwalking.
What did you do after that?
Well, I noticed the paint smear on the door, and I knew Franklin's dressing gown must have done it. I knew this would incriminate him, and so I called my maidservant.
Rosanna?
Yes. She went into Franklin's room and took his dressing gown, and I hid it among my things.
And Abel White saw Rosanna leaving Blake's room. But where was Abel White?
Abel White. Cousin Godfrey. Where are you? You were here before.
Godfrey?
You took the diamond, Godfrey.
He's dropped it.
Just as he did before. Only Abel White was there to snatch it away.
But why would Cousin Godfrey steal my diamond?
Why? Because he was desperate for money. His philanthropies were just a cover-up, Miss Verinder, the whitewash for his financial manipulations. He'd suffered bad reverses. He was seriously in debt. He was in the hall that night, waiting to steal the gem himself, when Blake became his unknowing accomplice. Yes, Abel White is the man who stole your moonstone.
Oh, thank heaven it wasn't Franklin. Franklin! Oh, my darling.
What is... I don't understand. What am I doing here?
You've been sleepwalking, Mr. Blake.
I have?
Oh, Franklin, darling. And I thought you had stolen my diamond.
You can understand, I think, how delighted I was to have Rachel embrace me, to know that the marriage I'd looked forward to during the long months in India was soon to take place. As for the moonstone, well, Godfrey Ablewhite took it to London, then attempted to leave with it for Amsterdam. But he was found murdered, and the gem was taken from him. The murderer was never discovered, but Sergeant Cuff uncovered evidence that the man was of swarthy complexion and answered to the description of the Hindu high priest who had followed me from Calcutta to England. No one knows where the moonstone is today, but travelers from the inland plateaus of Kathiawar tell me that there stands behind a curtain of trees a shrine to the goddess of the moon. On a high throne is the dreadful statue, its 4 arms reaching toward the 4 corners of the earth, and in its forehead, the gleaming yellow diamond called the Moonstone.
Is it still there, the Moonstone? I do not know. The years pass and repeat each other. The same events revolve in the cycles of time. What will be the next adventures of the Moonstone? Who can tell? You've been listening to The Moonstone by Wilkie Collins, the favorite story of Mr. Russell Krauss. Sergeant Cuff was a versatile young man from Chicago named Marvin Miller, and from Weems, Scotland, equally versatile, came Thomas Freeburn Smith, who played Franklin Blake. We all hope you enjoyed our favorite story production of The Moonstone. If you dial this way next week, you'll hear Jane Austen's touching and amusing story about how a mother succeeded in marrying off a house full of daughters. Pride and Prejudice, the favorite story choice of the famous American artist and scenic designer, Mr. Oliver Smith. We hope you'll be listening.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, your pilot on a mysterious cruise through the uncharted seas of your very own imagination. Vengeance is mine, I shall repay, saith the Lord. From this, we must assume that revenge belongs to him and to him alone, and that should end the matter, shouldn't it? But so many times, so many of us are so outraged by the painful fact that wrongdoers simply seem to get away with murder. Well, don't bet on it. After all, if the Lord says he will repay, he is good for the debt. And if he chooses to make it a long-term note, he has plenty of time. All of eternity.
Rosa, look there. The car, it's out of control. Oh! Rosa, hurry. Maybe we can help these people.
Benno, are they... Oh, no.
They're dead. There's nothing I can do for them.
Oh, are you sure?
I'm sure. The impact of the crash, death was immediate.
It's the Konigs.
The Konigs?
The people I told you about. The ones who have the papers and the visa to go to the United States.
Oh.
Poor souls. They waited so long to get on the quota.
Rosa, you say they have papers? Well, then, why don't we...
No, Benno.
But how else? How else we'd be able to get to America?
Benno, I don't think it's the right thing.
Who'll ever know? Who'll ever care? Here, help me. We'll take their papers.
But it's stealing.
Stealing? They can't use them anymore. They have better papers now. A passport to heaven. They won't mind if we use their visa to get to the next best place.
Our mystery drama, The Shadow of the Past, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Howard Da Silva. The neighborhood is old, run down. The buildings are crumbling and grimy. The neighborhood used to be a ghetto, a procession of many ghettos, as succeeding waves of immigrant nationalities pause here before moving on to the full promise of America. Now the neighborhood, strictly speaking, is no longer a ghetto. Some would call it a slum. Whatever. It still teems and pulses with closely packed humanity. It is still a melting pot, a crucible, a place for dreams and despair. Men and women throng the streets, move in and out of dingy shops, chat animatedly on the sidewalks, on the steps, from the windows. Little kids play jacks, hopscotch, hump rope. The older ones play stickball in the gutter, dodging the automobiles. That wiry kid at bat right now looks like he could hit that ball 3 sewers at least. See that swing, and there it goes. That ball must be at least 6 stories high. He'll pretty near make the end of the block. But watch the kid in the red shirt go after it. Look out for those people, red shirt. That fat man, the one with the briefcase in one hand and the notebook in the other. Look out! You'll run into him.
I got it! He's out! He's out! The bomb, he's out!
Oh, my eye! Oh, my eye! I can't see! What have you done to me? I'm blind.
Hey, I didn't do it on purpose.
No, hoodlum! You could have killed me. Call an ambulance. I'm bleeding. Police!
Well, wait a minute. You don't need an ambulance. You can walk right in and see Doc. You're right outside the doctor's
Get
office.
your hands off me. I'm just going to jail.
Yeah, sure. But first get that eye fixed, huh? Now, come on. Just up the steps right here. That's it. Hey, Pancho, you guys saved me my electric bat, huh? That's it. Now, through the hall.
I'll teach you to attack law-abiding citizens on the street.
Okay, here we go. Now, ring the bell and walk in. Hey there, Mrs. Koenig.
Oh, my. What is this, Joseph?
I ran into him and banged up his eye. Is that Koenig?
I'm blind. I'm going blind.
No. Everything will be all right.
Mister, I leave you in the best hands.
Let me help you. This way. The doctor will see you immediately. Benno?
No, bring him in, Rosa. Now, just sit down there.
I'll answer it outside in the office.
Well, now let me look at the eye. I'm blind. No. Nothing like that. Here, let me wash it out first. Then we can see what we have. I know it does sting just a little bit. Did someone hit you?
Hoodlum. One of those gangsters playing ball in the street.
It's really quite superficial.
Superficial? To who? To you? You don't feel it?
I don't even think you'll have a black eye. I promise you. Now just relax. You don't live around here, do you?
Me? Live in this pigsty. I just collect the rents.
Well, it's hardly a pigsty. Mostly poor, hard-working people.
Lazy, shiftless bums.
I think I'd better put a dressing on.
You're a good doctor.
Really? How can you tell?
Hands. You've got good hands. Sure. Swift. Light. Why do you waste yourself in this godforsaken neighborhood?
I don't think God ever forsakes any neighborhood. Yes, that looks all right. It'll get better soon.
Good. How much I owe you?
Nothing.
How do you expect to get rich if you charge nothing?
Have we met before somewhere?
No. I don't believe I had that pleasure.
Your face is familiar. And your voice.
Oh, you know what they say. They say everybody looks exactly like another person someplace in the world. Everybody has a double.
Perhaps.
And somewhere along the line, you must have met my double.
It's possible.
What kind of fellow was he, this double of mine? The fine figure of a man, I hope?
No, he was the scum of the earth.
That's funny. That's very funny.
The face. The voice. And now the laugh. Meyer. You are Karl-Heinz Meyer, Commandant of the Oberdorn concentration camp.
That's a lie.
Is it? You don't remember me, Meyer? Why should you remember me? I was merely one of tens, hundreds of thousands. But I was a doctor, and I was useful, and so I lasted longer.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You thought I went up in smoke like all the others, but I didn't.
You're making a mistake.
You don't remember Sternberg? Dr. Benno Sternberg? Here, allow me to roll up my sleeve and present my credentials. Here, you can read the number you personally inscribed on my arm.
What can you do? That's right. What can you do? Nothing. No one has anything against me anymore. I was clear. You know yourself, all I did was obey orders. Place yourself in my position. I had a wife. I had a baby. What else could I do? I only obeyed orders and did what I was told. That's why I was acquitted. That's why I'm free.
Karl-Heinz Meyer. How I dreamed of this moment.
Now, it's over. Now, listen, Benno. Whatever it was, it's over. It's gone, forgotten. It's a past.
now that the impossible moment has arrived. All I want to say is, get out.
The past is dead.
Get out before I disgrace myself in the eyes of God.
No, wait. You are Benno Sternberg, huh? But why have you taken the name Koenig?
Get out before I throw you out.
Why have you taken the name Koenig? Are you in hiding?
I said to get out.
Or perhaps you are not in this country legally? That touched a nerve, didn't it? Is it true? Have I guessed it? You didn't really expect to fool your old camp commandant now, did you? Well, say something. Oh, still the same stubborn swine, huh, Benno? So you are here illegally. Don't be afraid. Oh, I shall not betray you. Well, shouldn't you be grateful? Shouldn't you make it worth my while to keep my mouth shut? Oh, say, I remember. You had a wife. She was a pretty little thing. Oh, yes, indeed, I do remember.
You dog, you nothing do.
What did you do that?
Oh, Benno, there's a patient outside.
Close the door.
What?
Come in, close the door.
Benno, what happened to him?
He's dead.
Dead? What do you mean dead? Why?
I killed him.
What are you saying?
I drove a pair of scissors through his heart.
No.
You didn't recognize him when he came in, did you, Rosa?
Recognize him?
Meyer. Karl-Heinz Meyer. Do you remember?
You had no right to kill him.
I don't know what happened. Something. I looked at his face and I heard his voice. And suddenly, he became all their voices and all their boots and their bludgeons and their pistols and their faces. And there was the barbed wire, the stone walls, the screams, the smoke. All of us heard it together. To be beaten, tortured, murdered.
And now, Benno, are you better than he is? You are a murderer, too.
Rosa, the beast, he knew it once. He knew it once I was here illegally. At our age, to be homeless again.
Homelessness is nothing new for us, Benno. But murder? No, you had no right to kill him.
I know I had no right to kill him. But I did, and he's dead.
You must call the police.
And go to prison? Is that what I must do now? At my age?
But the law says...
Laws are made by politicians.
Not this law, Benno. This law was made by God.
I know. And this law is broken every day, everywhere, by hundreds, thousands of people. And he doesn't seem to be too upset about it.
Oh, Benno, what are you saying?
I am saying I will not give up my life for Karl-Heinz Meyer. I need your help, Rosa. I need your help.
Oh, yes, Benno. I will help you. Benno.
Yes?
Benno.
What is it?
It begins.
What begins?
The business with the police.
Rosa, what are you talking about?
There is a policeman in the office.
What does he want?
He says he wants to talk to you.
All right. He probably wants to ask me about Meyer.
Oh, no. He's here to arrest you.
Why?
Because you killed Meyer.
Rosa, they don't know that. They can't know that.
Why did you have to kill him? Why?
I can't bring him back, Rosa. Now I'll see this police officer. You wish to see me? I'm Dr. Koenig.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'm Lieutenant Smith.
Yes?
I appreciate your time, Doctor. This morning, the body of a man named Charles Meyer was found in an alleyway in back of this building.
Yes, I heard about it. On the radio.
Late yesterday afternoon, he was involved in a street accident outside. He was brought in here for treatment.
His eye had been injured.
Severely?
Oh, quite superficially, but painful.
Uh-huh. When did he leave here?
When?
Uh-huh.
Oh, he was here for about 10 minutes, I suppose.
And then he left?
Yes.
Were you acquainted with this Mr. Meyer?
No.
And when he left your office, that was the last you saw of him?
Yes.
Well, now that's all, Dr. Coney. Sorry I took up your time.
That's all?
That's all. Thank you. Goodbye.
Lieutenant.
Yes, Doctor?
Do the police have any idea as to why he was murdered?
Oh, well, that's open and shut. He had about $2,000 in rent collection money. Some local hoodlum was probably waiting for him. This can be a dangerous neighborhood. Well, goodbye, Doctor. Funny.
Benno, I'm frightened.
Of what?
That police officer, he's a quiet man, but he's a clever man. He suspects you.
Pull yourself together, Rosa. There's nothing to be afraid of. You heard what he said. It was robbery, that's all.
Is that all?
No, Rosa.
Can we live with it, Benno?
Yes, Rosa. We can live with it.
Benno will have to fight the habits and the personal morality of a lifetime. But if history teaches us anything at all, it is that man is adaptable. We'll see how well the good doctor adapts to his new role in just a few moments when I return with Act 2. The days, the months, the years go by. Time is the great healer. The ugliest wounds close finally. And after a while, even the deepest pain subsides, and life goes on. It finds a new channel, a new purpose. The past is forgotten. Until one day, a door opens, and an evil presence enters the room. And once again, the past, the dreadful, horrible past, becomes again the unbearable present. When the past threatened Dr. Benno Sternberg, or Koenig, as he is now called, Benno struck at it furiously and killed it. However, society calls what he did murder, and Benno must find a way to live with it.
Rosa? Come, have your tea. Rosa.
Yes.
All day you stand there looking out at the window as if you expect someone.
I expect someone, Benno.
Who?
You know who. The police officer.
Rosa.
Every time I see a policeman...
I killed a man who deserved to die.
You can't talk that way. They spoke that way. They decided who could live and who must die.
How many appointments have I today?
I'll look in the book. Why?
Cancel them.
I did that yesterday and the day before.
I don't feel well.
Benno, you know what you have to do.
Don't tell me anything. Let me be. I killed Meyer, and it's over. Done with. It's in the past. And the past must be forgotten. The past is dead. Do you understand?
Yes, Benno. I understand.
Well, yes, Lieutenant. It was the first of the month, and Mr. Meyer, he comes into the place to collect his rent. I give him his money in $20 bills. Yeah. Come the first of the month, he would start at the far end of the block with Domming's Meat Market. He collected from all the stores on this side of the street.
What kind of man was this Mr. Meyer?
Very methodical. On the dot. Always here 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the first day of the month. Always started collecting from the far end. Always wound up with me.
Always, Mr. Shannon?
Always, Lieutenant Smith.
That last day, too?
Sure. We chatted a bit about this and that, and I seen him to the door.
Where did he go?
Oh, just 10, 15 feet to the bus stop on the corner. Through for the day. Then one of the kids runs into him, not meaning any harm, of course. And they bring him inside to the good doctor's place. It's the corner house next door. And that's the last I seen of him. You could always depend on him to show up 4 o'clock in the afternoon every first of the month. And you'd better have the rent.
Hello, Mrs. Coney.
Oh.
I'm sorry to bother you again. Is the doctor in?
Yes. Won't you have a seat?
This really won't take a minute.
I'll tell him you're here.
Thank you.
Benno, he's here, the police officer. Why is he here?
Perhaps he wants to ask me a question.
What? He was already here once.
I don't know why he's here.
He knows, I tell you, he knows.
Be quiet. There's no way for him to know. I'll tell him to come in.
Yes, but please, Benno, don't ask me to stay in here with you.
Rosa, I need you.
I can't help you, Benno. I'm too frightened. I would give us away. Please, go inside, officer. The doctor will see you now.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry to impose again.
It's all right, Lieutenant.
I neglected to ask you something the other day.
Yes?
You said Mr. Meyer had been here for about 10 minutes.
It might have been 15. I didn't think to check.
Oh, but that doesn't matter. Now, when he left the office, where did he go?
Where did he go?
Uh-huh.
I would say he went out.
Out to the street?
Well, yes, out to the street.
Well, there's also a back door that leads to the alleyway where his body was discovered. Could he have gone out that back door?
No, he went out the front door.
I see. Well, I'll have to pick up the trail from there somehow. Well, thank you again.
It's nothing.
Goodbye, Doctor. Goodbye, Mrs. Coney.
Goodbye.
Rosa.
Yes?
I must lie down for a while.
But you have an appointment to examine Mr. Kavlik in 15 minutes.
I have to lie down. Cancel it.
But that man doesn't have a telephone.
That's not my problem.
Benno.
I can't do any work this afternoon.
What did the officer want?
Nothing.
Then what's bothering you?
Nothing's bothering me. I don't feel well. I'm 62 years old. Don't I have the right to feel ill once in a while?
Hey, Smitty.
Yeah?
How you doing on the Meyer thing?
Oh, I'm nowhere, Captain. Full week and I'm nowhere.
I'll have to pull you off it. We got a gangland killing.
Could I have a couple of more days?
Well, this new thing won't go away.
There's something about this Meyer killing that doesn't quite add up.
Why doesn't it? Guy's smart. The whole neighborhood knows what he's carrying. It's a miracle he hasn't been knocked off before.
I don't know. Something bothers me.
What?
I don't know. And that's what bothers me. Oh, I'll get it, Captain. Homicide South, Lieutenant Smith.
Lieutenant, this is Jerry Shannon. You know me. I own the saloon.
Sure. What can I do for you?
I think I can do something for you.
What's that?
I can give you the killer of Charles Meyer.
Who is he? Who's the killer, Shannon?
This $20 bill. See what it says?
At last.
At last, indeed. Old man Rumley has owed me 20 since the last days of the Eisenhower administration. Now, about a week ago, he struts into the joint, slams it down on the bar. At last, he says. At last, I agrees. And to commemorate this historic occasion, I takes pen in hand, makes this great inscription. This was one of the 20s I give to Charlie Meyer for the rent. And I shouldn't be astonished if that red smear was blood.
And how did it come back to you?
Not an hour ago, a local hooligan, Tommy Willis, he strolls in here, bangs the 20 on the bar, and buys drinks for the house.
Tommy Willis. Yeah. Well, I guess that takes care of that.
I'm being framed.
Where'd you get the $2,000?
I told you, a friend give it to me.
What's his name?
I told you, I don't remember.
There's blood stains on these bills, blood stains on your jacket. How'd the blood get on your jacket, Tommy?
I was shaving.
You always wear a jacket when you shave, don't you, kid? You passed this bill at Shannon's bar. He swears it was one of the bills you paid Meyer with. Come on, Tommy. The stenographer's ready.
Don't drown yourself, cop.
What's the truth, Tommy? Come on.
I told you, Lieutenant. The guy give me the dough.
No, Tommy. Tell us the truth.
He You wouldn't believe it.
Well, what have you got to lose? We don't believe the story you're telling now, either.
Okay, it's 1:30, 2 o'clock at night, see? I'm taking a shortcut through the alley.
Yeah.
It's dark. I trip over something. A guy. Now, I fall right on top of him. That's how come I got blood on the jacket.
All right, go ahead.
Well, I look close.
Yeah.
It's a stiff. Now, I didn't do it. I figure I better blow, but,
Yeah.
But I figure as long as I'm there, maybe got some loose change on him, see? I reach in and I pull out a whole roll. So I'm rich, see?
You're going to stick to that story, Tommy?
The truth.
Well, maybe the jury will believe you.
You can't hang it on me.
Posner, Daly, take him back.
Wait a minute, I didn't do it. I go up against the jury with my rap, I'm gone for life. Now give me a break.
Who wants coffee?
What if he's telling the truth, Captain?
Smitty, what are you saying?
What if he's telling the truth?
Come on, Smitty, the bills, the blood. It's open and shut.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe what?
No, I could buy it if...
If what?
If when Meyer left the doctor's office, he went out the back way into the alley. But he didn't. According to the doctor, he went out the front door into the street.
So?
So? How could Tommy get him to go back there to the alley? Meyer was through for the day. If he left the front way, he'd be at the bus stop.
So maybe he went out the back way.
But Dr. Koenig says... Maybe I better check Dr. Koenig again.
Benno, that police officer's here again. He wants to see you.
Well, can I refuse to see him?
What can he want? This is the third time he's been here. He must know something.
Rosa, you must control yourself. Please, come in, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. I'm sorry to intrude. It's about Mr. Meyer again. We've made an arrest.
What?
We're positive we have the killer.
Who is it?
A young thug named Willis. Tom Willis.
What will they do to him?
Life, at least. But, there's one thing that has me stumped. I would be more certain it was Tom.
You mean you're not sure?
Well, I'd be 100% sure if I could resolve one detail. Now, you said Mr. Meyer left your office through the front door. Are you positive he didn't go out the back door?
I'm only positive he left the office. I took it for granted that he went out into the street.
Oh, then actually you didn't see him go out into the street.
Oh, let me think. Well, it was over a week ago, and I...
Is something the matter, Doctor?
I saw him.
You saw him?
Yes. I'm sorry you didn't ask me.
Well, perhaps I should have asked you.
I saw him come from my husband's surgery, come here into the waiting room. And I saw him to the door because he seemed a bit unsteady. And in the hallway, he turned to the right, which leads to the back entrance. So I remember I called to him. I said, "That's the back door." And he answered me, "It's all right. I know where I'm going."
Well, then that clears it all up.
I'm sorry I contributed to the misunderstanding. It was just that I naturally thought he would go.
Oh, no harm done. I don't think I'll have to bother you again, Doctor, Mrs. Koenig. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Lieutenant. Oh, Rosa.
Now I'm in it too, Benno. Now I'm also a part of it.
And that should be the end of it, shouldn't it? The police have a suspect with whom they're very happy. And certainly he would seem to be the ideal killer. If you were on the jury and didn't know what we know, wouldn't you vote to convict on this evidence? Of course you would. Is this Lieutenant Smith's last visit to Benno's office? You know it isn't. Be here when he calls again in just a few moments, when I return with Act 3. Who shall live and who shall die, who shall make that decision? A three-part question as old as mankind. And for all that we have advanced, assuming, of course, that we have advanced at all, we have never even come close to answering any part of that question, let alone all of it. It's a question now that bewilders and bedevils Benno and Rosa Sternberg, or Benno and Rosa Koenig, as they have chosen to call themselves. Two people who have never done anything wrong in a long and useful lifetime, until last week. And now, one crime must beget another.
No. It would be different if he were somebody.
What do you mean, somebody?
Somebody that mattered.
All of us matter.
He's a hoodlum, a criminal. I won't die for him.
Shall he die for us?
Why not?
Why not? Oh, my dear Lord.
Rosa.
When did you ever talk this way, Benno? Yes, you killed Meyer, but he poisoned you first. And the poison has spread. Soon it'll reach your heart. Soon you will talk like Meyer and the rest of them. Soon you will be like Meyer.
Please, Rosa.
Benno, can you let this boy die for you?
Rosa, just once. Just once, let us be hard.
Hard?
Let us be smart. The way men must be if they want to survive. This is the world, Rosa. A world we never made, but this is what it takes to live in the world.
To live? Live how?
For what? For just once, and no more. Let someone else pay for us. For once, just once, let someone else be a victim.
Is that what you want, Benno?
I want to go on living, working, helping people with my skill.
You haven't seen a single patient all week.
I know, but I will. I'm better now. I'm ready.
You will never be ready.
No, I'm ready.
Your right hand. See how it shakes?
It's cold in here.
It'll always be cold in here.
You must help me, Rosa.
Oh, if I only could. But, Ben, that right hand of yours, it was used to kill. How can it ever be used to cure again, unless you...
I don't want to hear any more.
Well, Smithy, he's been indicted, and I see you're a hero. Did you read the papers? Quick, efficient, skillful police work by an alert team of homicide detectives led by Lieutenant Everett Smith. Was a good job, Smitty. Smitty.
Yeah?
What's the matter now?
I don't know.
I know you got the blahs. Once the excitement of a case is over,
You know, I wish I could convince myself that it really should be over.
What are you building to?
Why did Meyer go out the back way?
Hold the phone. When he went out the front way, you were unhappy because you didn't see how he could wind up in the back alley.
Yeah, I know.
Well, so now that we established he did go out the back way, shouldn't that tie it up?
No.
Why not? It does what it has to do. It puts him in the alley where you needed him.
I know, but...
Yeah?
What was he doing in that alley?
Oh, come on, Smitty.
No, look. Meyer was a smart apple. He had to be. Now, he's carrying a lot of money in a tough neighborhood. He's through for the day. The habits of 25 years should send him to the bus stop right outside of Shannon's bar, just outside of Dr. Koenig's apartment.
So?
So why doesn't he go right to the bus stop right after Koenig treats him?
Well, maybe...
Maybe what? What does he want to go into that back alley for? What sense does it make?
You can't figure some guys.
But you could figure him. He had a routine as steady as the clock, as regular as the calendar. Now, why would he go into the alley?
Look, it's an interesting mental exercise, but we got work to do.
Now, Billingham, don't fight me. Go with me, just for a minute. Now, let's say that Tommy Willis didn't kill Meyer.
But he did. The evidence
all for the sake of argument. Say we didn't have Tommy, all right? Where would we be?
We would be exactly nowhere.
And who would have been the last person to see Meyer alive? Dr. Koenig. That's who.
Are you trying to drag the doctor into this?
No, I'm just walking along a path. I don't know where it's going.
Meyer gets hit in the eye accidentally.
Right.
He gets taken into Dr. Koenig's office accidentally.
Right.
Because this doc happens to be closest to the scene.
Right.
Now, why would Koenig kill him?
I didn't say Koenig killed him.
Well, what are you saying?
I want another day on this case.
Oh, Smitty.
No, something's bothering me.
What kind of line have you got to follow?
If we discount Tommy, now I said if. What have we got? An encounter between Koenig and Meyer. Till now, we figured it a robbery. If it isn't, what is it?
You got the floor.
Why do we assume that Koenig and Meyer didn't know each other?
Because Koenig said so.
Yeah. You know what I want to do today? I want to check both of them out.
Oh, good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Hey, good afternoon, Mrs. Koenig. Is the doctor in?
Who rang the bell, Rose?
Oh, I'd like to talk to you, Doctor.
Do you have some more questions?
Well, I'm not here as a detective. I'm calling on you as a patient.
A patient?
Mm-hmm.
Is something wrong?
I have a problem.
Yes?
I don't know what to do.
About what?
I must reach a decision.
Concerning something physical?
No. It's a matter of, morals, ethics.
But how can I help you? This sounds like more of a problem for a psychiatrist.
A man like you, Doctor, who practices in a neighborhood like this, he knows quite a bit about human behavior. I've asked around. Folks here seem to think you're some kind of god.
That's not really true. I just practice.
I don't know what to do, and I want you to help me make up my mind.
Well, if there's some way I can help.
It has to do with Mr. Meyer.
Mr. Meyer?
Yes. You see, we have a young punk named Tommy Willis for the murder. It's a dream case for a prosecutor. He'll be set up for life. Understand?
Yes.
And he should be. Now, on the other hand, and I can't prove any of this, we have a Dr. Benno Koenig.
Yes?
A great man.
What are you trying to say, Lieutenant?
What I'm trying to say is very difficult, Doctor. That's why I'll need your help. Now, I checked out a Dr. Benno Koenig at the local medical association. They never heard of him.
Benno.
Let me continue, Mrs. Koenig. And no hospital ever heard of him either. So, I must assume that this Dr. Koenig, if he is a doctor, is practicing without a license.
I am a doctor.
Oh, I'm sure of it.
I survived. Rosa and I, we survived the camps. Don't ask how. But when it was over, I wanted to come to this country. But I couldn't get on a quota. A friend of mine and his wife, they did. And they were killed in an accident. His name was Benno Koenig. We took the visa, the papers, but the only thing was, Koenig wasn't a doctor. I could come to this country under the name Benno Koenig, but I couldn't practice medicine.
I see.
But I must practice, or die. All those years in the camps, the thought that one day I could once again be a doctor, that's what kept me alive.
I understand, Doctor.
And so, for all these years, I have hidden myself here. I treat the poor, the forgotten, the hopeless. Who would bother me here? Who would think to ask?
And then Meyer walked in.
Meyer.
Now, I can't prove any of this. Remember, I can't prove it. But Meyer, now, he must have been part of your past. An evil part of your past. No. Don't answer me. And so, you killed him. I can understand that as a human being. I could even justify it. No. Please, don't talk. Remember, I can't prove any of this. Even if we could establish that you did know Meyer, even if we could establish a motive from the past, we couldn't prove it. But I have a problem.
Yes. What to do about the fact that I have no license, no credentials, to stop me from practicing?
No. I'm a homicide detective. I'm not concerned with that. Well, maybe I should be, but in my business, on a practical basis, we have to overlook things every day. No, my problem is Tommy Willis.
The boy.
Now, I don't know what to do. I could forget everything and go on to my next case. Should I? I mean, after all, why shouldn't Tommy pay for Maya?
Why?
Whom means more to the community? You or Tommy? And let me tell you something else. If Tommy beats this rap, he'll be back again in a day, a week, a month. He'll commit murder. That's where he's headed. Isn't this the best solution to the problem? Well, what? I've come for advice, Doctor. What should I do?
I can't advise you.
You can, Doctor. You can. You're a man of experience and wisdom.
No.
I want your advice.
No.
Benno.
No. You must do what your conscience commands.
What does your conscience command, Doctor?
I say...
Now, remember, the case against Tommy is ironclad. No one need ever know except us. There are poor people out there. You're their only hope. Isn't it better for you to stay here and help them?
But I can't help them. I can't, not anymore. My hands, they're no longer the hands of a doctor. They're the hands of a murderer.
Benno.
Yes, Rose. You were always right. I must pay.
But Meyer was trash. This boy is no better. Remember who you're paying for.
Still, I must pay.
We must pay.
And this is how we survive the Myers. Lieutenant, let me treat you for the problem you came in with. I can do it. Now I can do it. I murdered Camp Commandant Karl-Heinz Meyer.
Hey, Doc.
Oh, Joseph, get on.
What happened?
It went right through a plate glass window.
Come inside quickly. Oh, may I, Lieutenant?
Well, go right ahead, Dr. Coney.
You mean Dr. Sternberg?
First, we must stop the bleeding.
Oh, would you mind waiting, Lieutenant? Dr. Sternberg will be with you in just a few minutes.
Honesty may be the best policy, true. So why don't more people follow it? The answer is that the best things usually cost the most. And sometimes the price is too high to pay. But in the end, Benno and Rosa Sternberg paid it, the way they always paid it, gladly. Because once you're accustomed to the best, it's hard to settle for less. I'll be back shortly. The book says, by their deeds you shall know them. And it's always true. In the long run, they will do the same deeds over and over again. After all, the leopard doesn't change his spots, does he? The mayors of this world will go on being the mayors, and so will the Sternbergs. And where will it end? That depends on who will survive, and on whom each of us will choose to be. Our cast included Howard Da Silva, Clarice Blackburn, Sam Gray, Gilbert Mack, and Jack Grimes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Everyone in this town seems to know what's wrong with my house except Helen and me.
They know there's something wrong. That's all they know.
Oh, and you know more, beautiful Zoe. Ah, yes. Behind those beautiful green eyes lies secret.
And your attitude is one reason why I can't tell you. You wouldn't believe me anyway.
Try me.
All right. The house you're living in doesn't really belong to you. That house was stolen from the daughter of Marie Laveau.
Marie Laveau? Who's she?
The most powerful Bokor in the history of voodoo. The beautiful black woman who ruled as the voodoo queen of New Orleans for half a century. You, Douglas Fenton, are living in the house of the voodoo queen.
and she wants you out.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Theater comes to you from CBS Radio and Radio 87.
Transcribed. The National Broadcasting Company presents Biography in Sound. Tonight, George Washington, the man nobody knows. He has been buried for 200 years under tons of plaster, stone, ink, patriotic bombast. We remember him by his little hatchet and the face on a dollar bill. When we think of him, it is as a grim, inhuman hero staring down at us from the walls of classrooms and museums, the Copleys and the Stuarts. Washington, the man, is lost. And yet there is no need for him to be lost. We have countless documents, letters, accounts. We have the research of historians, the guesses of psychologists. What was he like? What was he like when he took off his wig and unbuttoned his waistcoat? What of the human being whose greatness is only magnified by his struggle with himself, with his human longings and fears?
He never cared about me. He treated me like I was an old almanac, out of date.
His mother, Mary Ball Washington.
I have never honored or respected him. He mistreated his men and campaigned unwisely.
General Charles Lee.
Malice could never blast his honor.
John Adams.
His features were indicative of the strongest and most ungovernable passions. Had he been born in the forests, he would have been the fiercest among the savages.
No casual judgment, but the words of Gilbert Stuart, who spent many days painting the man from life.
With respect to myself, I think the arrangement is not quite as it ought to have been, that I, who'd much rather be at home, should occupy a place with which a great many younger and gayer women would be prodigiously pleased. I'm still determined to be cheerful and to be happy.
His wife, Martha Custis Washington.
The world has no business to know the object of my love declared in this manner to you when I want to conceal it.
George Washington to Sally Fairfax, 4 months after his public engagement to Martha Custis. Where did his greatness lie? Well, certainly he was by any standards a great man. Historians are inclined very often to conceive of him as some sort of savior, born perfect and filled with virtue. The truth is that he developed as a man and as a personality over a period of many years, and this is the key to understanding him. Moncure Conway wrote in 1892,
"The Washington family has passed into a conventionalization curiously resembling that of the Holy Family. The savior of his country has, for his mother, a saintly Mary. His father is kept in the background like Joseph. He is born in a mean abode."
The first I ever knew Augustine had a son by his second wife was when he wrote that he was coming to Westmoreland to visit me. He just said, "Bringing my baby son, George, with me." I learned that George had been born at Wakefield, Virginia, on February 22nd, 1732, a new-style calendar. His father, Augustine, was a friend of mine, had iron mines and few plantations. Augustine died when George was 11, a throat infection. Just like his son, come to think of it. Well, anyway, I never did get to know his wife very well. I lost track of George after his father died. I think his mother sent him away right after that to live with his half-brother Lawrence. I guess they didn't get on too well, him and his mother.
The whole record of Mary Ball Washington's life shows that she was a selfish woman. preoccupied with her own needs. She was generous enough, but she wasn't content with giving. She wished passionately to possess in return, according to historian Francis Bellamy. Unlike the other children, Mr. Bellamy writes, George could not respond to this devouring need for devotion on his mother's part. The resulting conflict was so bitter that he was engaged in it for almost the rest of his life. As a matter of fact, he was the only one of Mary Ball's sons to surmount her powerful maternity. Charles died in drink, Samuel of women, and Jack remained tied to her all his life.
No, sir. In all the years I was with him as his man, she never come once to see him. For 30 years after he married Miss Custis, his mother never showed her face at Mount Vernon.
In the 83rd year of her life, Mary Ball Washington lay on her deathbed in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
I only want to hear from him with his own hand that he is well.
She did not hear. Alone, without a word from his mother, he had been sworn in as first president of the United States in New York City. On August 25th, 1789, Mary Ball Washington died of cancer. In the words of Mr. Bellamy, she was a tragic figure in any age, but one who had made her son a rebel in his own self-defense. A fact whose vast importance to the world still cannot be overestimated. At the age of 11, following his father's death, his mother sent him to stay with his half-brother, Lawrence Washington, at Mount Vernon.
It has ever been my opinion...
Lawrence Washington writing to Governor Dinwiddie in London when the question came up of allowing non-members of the Church of England to settle in the lands beyond the Blue Ridge.
It has ever been my opinion that restrictions on the conscience are cruel in regard to those on whom they are imposed.
This from the man who was to exert a tremendous influence on George Washington during the formative years between 11 and 16.
England, Holland, and Prussia are examples I may quote, and much more, Pennsylvania, which has flourished under that delightful liberty so as to become the admiration of every man who considers the short time it has been settled.
6 years of exposure to a doctrine which was shockingly liberal for those times.
Except for a few Quakers, we in Virginia have no dissenters. But what has been the consequence? We have increased by slow degrees, while our neighboring communities, whose natural advantages are inferior to ours, have become increasingly populous.
His companion during these years was young George William Fairfax, son of the colonel who lived as neighbor to Lawrence Washington. This is young Fairfax speaking.
We used to go surveying together. One summer, Father sent us across the Shenandoah Valley. George was the finest horseman I have ever seen. He could stay in the saddle for hours without tiring. Even at that age, he was a giant. 6'2" and 200 pounds without an ounce of fat on him. He used to be quiet for long periods of time when we were together. He had a great sense of privacy. I used to feel it would be almost sacrilegious to intrude on his thoughts during those times.
What was he thinking on those long rides with Fairfax? Well, we can only guess. The colonel's son was going south to marry a tall young brunette, the beautiful Sally Carey. George Fairfax was well off. He could afford to marry. Washington, at 16, didn't have a penny to his name. 2 months before, Washington had met her. Then Sally Fairfax married his closest friend, George William Fairfax. The following year, he went to the Barbados with his brother Lawrence.
To the Barbados, where I hoped the climate would help this cough which has been clinging to me for several months now. While we were there, George contracted the smallpox and was desperately ill for some weeks.
The disease immunized Washington to the plague which was to sweep through the colonial army many years later. The climate of the Barbados was exactly the wrong cure for Lawrence Washington's tubercular lungs, and he died at Mount Vernon shortly after their return.
And to my beloved young half-brother George, in deepest affection, I do bequeath all of my lands and estates at Mount Vernon.
Now, at 20, he was alone, the master of an estate. With his mother, he had little contact. The brother who had cared for him since their father died had also left this world. He was physically powerful, a tremendous horseman, an athlete. And already, as one of the older ladies put it,
impudent? Well, he danced with me 6 times at Colonel Fairfax's reception for Sally. He is charming, though, when he wants to be. I never saw such a moody young man.
My place of residence is at present at his lordship's.
Washington, writing of his stay at Colonel Fairfax's plantation, where he was to spend much of the following 9 years.
My place of residence is at his lordship's, where I might, was my heart disengaged, spend my time very pleasantly, as there's a very agreeable young lady in the same house. But that's only adding fuel to fire. It makes me the more uneasy, for I often and unavoidably being in company with her revives my former passion for your lowland beauty.
Thus began the relationship which was to remain an important part of Washington's inner life until his death. Some say that Sally Fairfax was a flirt. She had her portrait painted with a pretty flower in her hand and a come-hither smile on her lips. The details are not known. We know that he was Virginia's most eligible bachelor for the next 9 years and never once considered marriage. We know that he wrote to Sally often of his unfulfilled love for her, and that he destroyed all of his diaries and letters during this period. We know that at the age of 66, after 25 years of separation from her, years during which he had won the Revolution and been twice President of the United States, he wrote to her,
none of which events, however, nor all of them together, have been able to eradicate from my mind the recollection of those happy moments, the happiest in my life, which I have enjoyed in your company.
I do, sir. I remember the times when Colonel Washington came courting Miss Martha. Yes, I do. Great times, sir. Great times.
Old Cully, Martha Custis' family servant, speaking to the historian George Washington Parke Custis.
He looked like a proper man, I tell you, sir. Never seen the likes of him, though I've seen many in my day. So tall, so straight when he sat on a horse and rode with such an air. Ah, sir, he was like no one else. Many of the grandest gentlemen in the gold lace were at the wedding, but none looked like the man himself.
He married Martha Custis, the richest woman in Virginia, on January 6th, 1759.
And didn't he underestimate this marriage to Martha Custis?
Dr. James Craik, the personal physician who attended him from childhood to his death, who knew him perhaps better than any other man.
Nay, didn't he underestimate it? Perhaps it didn't have the romance you read about in the storybooks, but it was strong and deep. Think on it. It lasted for 40 years. It survived childlessness, revolution, and years of separation. Aye, and it survived Sally Fairfax, too. I know the man. I know him like my own son. And he had a streak of honor in him that once he decided on a course of action, you couldn't swerve him. Oh, I'm not trying to persuade you that he ever forgot Sally. Far from it. But what he had with Martha, you can't break asunder. It was a relationship that grew day by day. And there's a deep satisfaction in that. They liked each other, and they respected each other. And there was more to that round little woman than you'd ever dream.
7 weeks after his marriage to Martha, he wrote Sally Fairfax.
I dare to believe that you are happy, and I wish fervently that I will be happy too. Misconstrue not my meaning. Doubt it not, nor expose it.
And to a close friend in England,
I am now, I believe, fixed at this seat with an agreeable consort for life. And I hope to find more happiness in retirement than I ever experienced amid a wide and bustling world.
He was 27, and he had come to terms with his own turbulent and tormented soul.
I tell you, sir, he was a hard man to know. But after a while, some say he was stony and frozen, but when you come to know him, you get to see that he runs deep with feelings. So deep that I do believe it frightens him sometimes.
There are depths in a man's soul which no one, not even himself, may plumb.
He gets into rages.
Thomas Jefferson.
He gets into rages and passions when he cannot command himself. His temper was naturally high-toned, but reflection and resolution had obtained a firm and habitual ascendancy over it. If, however, it broke its bonds, he was most tremendous in his wrath.
Sir, your impertinent letter of the 24th was delivered to me yesterday by Mr. Smith. As I am not accustomed...
George Washington to Colonel Muse.
As I am not accustomed to receive such from any man, nor would have taken the same from you personally without letting you feel some marks of my resentment, I would advise you to be cautious.
I was his man until he died.
Billy Lee, Washington's mulatto servant.
And he was hard. Just as he was on himself. But he was fair. And a man could count on it.
Sir, with this letter comes a Negro which I beg favor of you to sell.
Washington to the captain of a slaver, written in 1766.
To sell in any of the islands to which you may go for whatever he will fetch. And bring me in return for him 1 hogshead of the best molasses, 1 hogshead of the best rum, 1 barrel of limes, good and cheap, 1 quart of tamarinds. That this fellow is a rogue and a runaway, I shall not pretend to deny. But that he is exceedingly healthy and strong, and good at the whole neighborhood can testify, which gives me reason to hope that he may, with your good management, sell well, if kept clean and trimmed up a little when offered for sale.
We had many long talks on the subject of slavery.
The Marquis de Lafayette, whom Washington regarded as his dearest friend.
And he came to see, I think, that the whole institution of slavery was abhorrent and could not be reconciled with democracy. It was characteristic of the man that his sense of justice would enable him always to select the fine principle and make it a part of his life.
I hope it will not be conceived...
Washington, 1786.
...from these observations, that it is my wish to hold the unhappy people who are the subject of this letter in slavery. I can only say that there is not a man living who wishes more sincerely than I do to see a plan adopted for the abolition of it. But there is only one proper and effectual mode by which it can be accomplished, and that is by legislative authority.
When he died, he left it in his will that I should be free if I choose it. And he forbid any slave of his to be transported down or sold up. And he say free all slaves which belong to him in his name. And he say he like to free all slaves now, but some belong to Miss Washington. So when she die, they all be free. And he say if they cannot work or find food, his heirs shall feed and clothe them.
And I do, moreover, most pointedly and most solemnly enjoin it upon my executors to see that this clause of my will be religiously fulfilled, without evasion, neglect, or delay.
In 1774, the wealthy young fox hunter, lean and sunburned, dressed in his uniform of commander of the Virginia militia, was sent to the First Continental Congress as delegate from his own colony. He was 42 years old at the time. He had been an aide to General Braddock in the campaign against the French in 1755. He had published a rather famous account of his military expedition against Jumonville. And there was a murmur when he entered the assembly.
I thought it a little ridiculous at the time.
The speaker is Benjamin Franklin.
He was the only man there in full uniform. Buff and blue, as I recall it. Same color he adopted for the Continentals. Well, naturally, I turned to Jefferson and asked who the fop was. That's Washington, he told me. Fox hunter from Virginia. Well, he made a speech at the Virginia Burgess only last month in which he offered to raise 1,000 men at his own expense and march at their head to Boston. I put my handkerchief in front of my face to smile at that. It occurred to me how the devil a farmer from Virginia concerned himself with the fact that they were going to close Boston and starve us out. Well, somehow I couldn't take my eyes off the man. Nobody could. He didn't seem at all foppish or ill at ease. There was an air about him. He moved easily, by far the most graceful big man I've ever seen. And when he finally spoke haltingly, ill at ease, you got the feeling that here was a man with such a fine sense of his own inner life that he bore no shame or embarrassment, even at speaking so poorly. He accepted himself with his imperfections, and he knew his limitations. He is the only man I ever met who was utterly and completely devoid of personal fear. Before the Congress had ended, we all knew it. He was our man.
NBC is bringing you Biography in Sound. George Washington, the man nobody knows. We'll continue with Part 2 after a brief pause for station identification. We continue now transcribed with Part 2 of George Washington, the man nobody knows.
They came shuffling in from the farms of Massachusetts and Vermont, sullen, stubborn, heads hanging, big hands gripping long squirrel guns or scythes or wooden clubs. They stood around in silent groups looking at the tall man in the buff and blue uniform of the Virginia militia, appraising him silently, taking the measure of the man. When their officers tried to dress them up in some kind of order, they moved with a slow resentment, eyeing them suspiciously. Most of them wore tattered work clothes. Some were barefoot. Occasionally, you would see a father and a son, no more than 11 or 12. To look at them, you'd wonder what spark had ever prompted them to come. Could these men know the meaning of Jefferson's high-flown rhetoric, the talk of liberty and equality and freedom? Could ignorant folk such as these ever be shaped into an army that would stand against the immaculate ranks of British grenadiers?
When you live hard the way we did, and the Rocks have got a mortgage on the land, you get in the habit of helping out. Like somebody come down one day and says, Japheth, old man Woodard's building a new barn where the old one burned. And you tell your wife, I think I'll go down and lend a hand to old man Woodard with his barn, you see? Well, one day Samish, he has the place near the plank road, he come by and says, Japheth, they got a hard row in Boston. And Israel Putnam's going over there with some of the boys to lend a hand. So I just said to Samantha, I think I'll go down and look around the camp with old Put. And I went. A Yankee is a peculiar bird.
Israel Putnam.
He doesn't care about his head, but he dreads like the devil having his shin shot up. Give him something to stand behind, and he'll fight as long as he can see anything to shoot at. I told General Washington when he first come down to Cambridge to take command that we ought to fight guerrilla style, but he wanted discipline. Discipline. Why, before he come, when Artemus Ward was in command, there wasn't a day passed when an officer wouldn't get knocked down by one of his own men. Like as not, he'd just get up and whip the tar out of his man, or else we'd get a new officer. But the general, he tried to put a stop to it. Torture he used. When he'd find a man guilty of rioting, he'd had him straddle a board 6 foot off the ground. Then they'd tie weights to his feet and leave him. A lot of the men wouldn't stomach it. They went home. Well, the general learned pretty quick that you can't bully a man into fighting for you. He learned you got to say that no matter how you feel about him.
Dear Jack, I am now to bid brother adieu to you.
George Washington to his brother, 1776.
I am now to bid adieu to you and to every kind of domestic ease. I am embarked on a wide ocean, boundless in its prospect, and in which perhaps no safe harbor will be found. My dearest.
George Washington to his wife, 1776.
I would not think of leaving this city without dropping you a line, especially as I do not know whether it will be in my power to write again till we get to camp. I go fully trusting in that providence which has been more bountiful to me than I deserve, and in full confidence of a happy meeting with you sometime in the fall. I return an unalterable affection for you, which neither time nor distance can change. My best love to Jack and Nellie, and regard for the rest of the family. The time is now near at hand.
General Orders, July 2nd, 1776.
The time is now near at hand which must probably determine whether Americans are to be free men or slaves. Let us therefore animate and encourage each other and show to the whole world that a free man contending for liberty on his own ground is superior to any slavish mercenary on earth.
Now there was no retreat. The formative years were over. The meld that had worked in him as a child and a youth and a young man was brought to a boil. Washington, the man, had taken his cross on his shoulders and started on the long pilgrimage of his mature life.
I know the integrity of my own heart.
George Washington, 1776.
I know the unhappy predicament I stand in. I know that without men, without arms, without ammunition, without anything fit for the accommodation of a soldier, that little is to be done. And what is more mortifying, I know that I cannot stand justified to the world without exposing my own weakness and injuring the cause.
Those first months, he was like some kind of animal in a cage. When I'd fix his breakfast in the morning, he'd look at it like a child whose mama's trying to make him eat. He'd push it away. That saved his life one morning in Cambridge when one of his bodyguards tried to poison him. I give the plate to the hound, and he died. And I tell Master George, he don't say a word. He just walk out. And by they come and get Master Hickey, and they hang him up to die. He was in a fierce temper those days, was Master George. No troops, he said. No money, no nothing. How'd they expect me to fight a war? One day he writing one of those letters to the gentleman in Congress. Seemed like he's always writing. And he looked up at me, sudden like, and he said, Will, the Spanish pears will be in bloom at Mount Vernon. And he stopped. And I seen he was 1,000 miles away by the look in his eye. 1,000 miles away.
He wrote to us. I remember it must have been August, because the Spanish pear was in blossom.
Sally Fairfax.
The letter was addressed to my husband. I wondered why he had sent it. Didn't say much. Something about needing supplies and money. It ended, remember me affectionately to your wife. And that was all. Neither of us ever really understood why he wrote that letter. Well, I'm an old woman. Doesn't really matter now.
While Washington tried to make an army out of the chaotic, poverty-stricken mob at Cambridge, the British were encamped in Boston, only a few miles away.
It has always been a source of utter amazement to me.
Sir William Howe, commander of the British garrison at Boston.
That Washington didn't simply march into Boston and put us all to the sword. Half our troops had pneumonia, the other half had smallpox, and we had no supplies at all. If he'd sent 5,000 men at us, he would have destroyed the entire King's force in America. Instead, he let himself send his most brilliant general, Benedict Arnold, racing off to Canada to try and take Quebec. Oh, Lord. By the time he was ready to attack, we'd made plans to evacuate the city anyway. To take a town without killing a single man was an empty victory. I never saw much value in fighting for towns anyway, but it looked good on the communiques, and the king rather expected it.
There were rumors to the effect. Rumors which reached mine own ears.
The speaker is George III, King of England.
To the effect that General Howe's sentiments were with the colonists. Some went so far as to whisper that he deliberately abandoned each opportunity to crush the insurrection. I was also aware that he was a violent Whig and had stated publicly that America deserved her independence and he would like to see her have it. But I know Sir William. He is, as you may recall, a cousin of mine, with good German blood. I believe he did his best. Personally, I was never convinced of the value of those ridiculous outposts to my country anyway. This fellow Washington, I can't understand what makes a loyal British subject who has everything in life, a good income, position, friends, what makes such a man become subversive and try to overthrow his government by plotting and force of arms? So, if it wasn't Howe's treachery, what was it? I spoke to my minister, Lord North, and he makes jokes. I don't know if our generals frighten the enemy, he tells me, but they certainly frighten me. This is funny. I was always convinced, as I am now, that the majority of Americans were loyal British subjects. The number of loyalists who joined our forces was enough to show this. Burgoyne's army was doubled in a single campaign by loyal Americans. And now, secondly, I will not tolerate opposition. The opposition in my own country is fantastic. They plot against me. It's a fact, don't doubt it. I've heard them whisper I am mad, that I impose my will on every minister. But I am the king. How can I be mad? Why didn't they surrender? They are the ones who must be mad. I simply don't understand how we lost the colonies unless it was because of this fellow Washington, who was certainly out of his mind to keep fighting and losing and fighting. And I sent them German soldiers, mind you, and the finest in the world. And those idiots of the generals, they betrayed me. Yes, Howe, too. He never wanted to win. Oh, I should have known from the start.
The indications of the psychosis into which George III lapsed are found in this statement. But there are also in it some interesting observations. Let's listen now to General Charles Lee, whom Washington had sent ahead to fortify New York City.
If it hadn't been for the stupidity and dilatoriness of the British, if the British generals hadn't been blind to their opportunities, George Washington's reputation today would probably be that of a misfit, a failure, and one of the worst blunderers in the history of military strategy who ever lived. Only an utter fool would have attempted the defense of New York. First of all, he shouldn't have tried to defend it. Second, he violated the most simple principle of warfare by dividing his troops, putting half the army over in Brooklyn and the other half in Manhattan. Good Lord. If it hadn't been for the rain, they'd have cut us to ribbons marching in from Long Island like that. They praised him for the retreat. That's what galls me. Retreat. There they were, the best of our army, crowded along the shore in Brooklyn, waiting for a bunch of leaky old rowboats to take them across. If Howe had swept down on them, he'd have ended the bloody war right there. But he waited. He always waited when it seemed he could finish us. And by morning, Glover's regiments of Marblehead fishermen had managed to row them across to Manhattan. So there we were in Manhattan with the British just waiting for a few boats so they could cross the East River and finish us. And still that fool Washington hung on. He was incapable of making a decision. He was the worst military man I ever met in my life.
I remember the morning they crossed the East River to come and get us. It was the 15th of September. The first we knew, the cannons over at the river were booming. The general, he was at headquarters in Harlem. He says, "Horace, saddle my horse." I did. And then we followed him down the island. Well, we got halfway down and we saw the first of our troops. They was running like the devil was chasing them. And it was a red-coated devil. Well, first thing, the general rears up his horse and he yells in that big voice, "Stand up and fight." But you couldn't stop them soldiers. They was full of panic. Then he grabs a whip out of my hands and he rides right into him, cutting and hacking at him like he was crazy. It was no use. They run right past him. He hacked at him till there was none left. And then he just sat there. And I could see them big shoulders moving like he was crying. I looked up, and there was the British coming up the island like a fury. They started shooting. But you know the British, they used to shoot from the hip, and you can't hit nothing that way. Finally, I give his horse a tug, and I said, "Come on, General, you'll get killed." He didn't say a word. I had to lead that horse at a gallop all the way back to Harlem. You know, for a minute there, I thought he didn't care if he lived or died.
We are encamped now on the heights. From my tent, I can see the lower part of Manhattan in flames. They rumor that I sent incendiaries to do it, but I did not.
I remain firm in my pledge to Congress to prevent the destruction of New York City. The Congress, a bunch of well-fed, squabbling idiots. They're comfortable down there in Philadelphia. What do they care that 1,000 men desert me every week, that I have no food, no cavalry, no boots, no uniforms? Arnold is in the north, and no word for days. I've got to get to New Jersey. It's our only hope. Thank God for Knox and Greene and Hamilton. As for Lee, I have grave reservations, although I still believe he's a good man. Dear Lund.
George Washington to his brother, September 30th, 1776.
The enemy is within a stone's throw of us. I discharged a regiment the other day that had in it 14 men fit for duty. In short, my situation is such that if I were to wish the bitterest curse to an enemy this side of the grave, I should put him in my stead with my feelings. Yet I do not know what plan of conduct to pursue. I see the impossibility of serving with reputation or doing any essential service to the cause by continuing in command. And yet I am told that if I quit the command, inevitable ruin will follow. In confidence, I tell you that I was never in such an unhappy, divided state since I was born.
Retreat, and retreat, and retreat. To White Plains, across New Jersey, to Trenton. This was the pattern of his life. Indecision, disaffection, disappointment, and loneliness. There is no question about it. In those early days of the war, George Washington was a poor general. He was trying to satisfy Congress on the one hand, his generals on the other, and leaving himself out almost completely. Congress ranted, disagreed, and did nothing. His generals chafed under the lack of decision. His men staggered barefoot through the snow. And then one wintry night, the fox hunter tired of playing the fox.
Gentlemen, desperate diseases require desperate remedies. I've been sitting on my temper for many months now, and I serve notice to you and to Congress and to the world that from this moment I must do as I see fit.
On Christmas night of 1776, the ragged army which had been falling back for weeks suddenly turned about and dealt a staggering blow to its pursuers. Once again, Glover's fishermen from Marblehead were pressed into service. This time they ferried 2,400 men, plus all of the artillery left in the Continental Arsenal, across the Delaware. At dawn, they attacked the well-stocked Hessian camp like a pack of ravening wolves. As a result of this, and the victory at Princeton which followed, Congress vested new authority in Washington, and he began to shape the army according to his own views.
His true greatness did not show itself in the victories he won.
Lafayette, Valley Forge, 1777.
Rather, it showed itself in defeat. It is the ability to inspire men with a feeling of hope in defeat that makes a leader. Any brilliant strategist can win a battle, and we had a dozen of them. Greene, Gates, Arnold, Wayne. These were the wily foxes of the Revolution. I confess that they could outthink and outmaneuver him on a field of battle. And yet, he would have beaten any one of them simply because, in his largeness, as a human being, he would have eventually embraced them and won them over. Even his enemies, I think.
It was after Gates and Arnold had won up north, when Washington was preparing to winter at Valley Forge, that the infamous Conway cabal began to arm itself against him. The plot was simple enough: to create a large faction that would unseat Washington and replace him with Gates, or possibly Lee. Letters were sent back and forth. Meetings were held. Certain members of Congress were involved. And the whole kettle percolated merrily until a drunken officer babbled of a letter he had seen written to Gates by Conway. Washington sat down and wrote the shortest letter of his life.
Sir, a letter which I received last night contained the following paragraph, quote, "In a letter from General Conway to General Gates, he says, 'Heaven has been determined to save your country, or a weak general and bad counselors would have ruined it.' End quote. I am, sir, your humble servant, George Washington."
The effect of this letter was like lightning striking a chicken coop. Conway quickly denied he had written such a line and blamed it on Gates. Gates hastened to reassure Washington that Conway was the intriguer and not he. And pretty soon the whole plot exploded into public with denials and accusations. Washington sat calmly by and watched it unfold. His letter had been a shot in the dark. He had no idea there was any cabal forming against him. Finally, like a patient father who has listened to his children's confessions, he brushed aside the whole affair as casually as if it had never existed and stuck to his main purpose of restoring harmony to his command. On July 4th, 1778, unknown to Washington, his good friend, General Cadwalader, faced General Conway in a duel. Sent a pistol bullet crashing into his mouth, disfiguring him for life.
Blood-stained footprints in the snow.
Valley Forge, winter of 1777-78. Out of the despair, out of the hunger, out of the blundering and the bickering and the intrigue, an army emerged. When they left Valley Forge that spring, they were like slavering wolves, ready to fall on anything that stood in their path. At their head rode the fox hunter, his eyes tired and his heart heavy. The enemy, the sleek fox, moved up out of Philadelphia and up through New Jersey, and they tracked him. At Monmouth, the hunter overtook the fox.
He was everywhere.
Lafayette.
All over the battlefield. I never beheld so superb a man. At one moment, he went down in a heap with his white horse, and we thought he had been killed. But he stood up, and Billy Lee, his servant, brought up another mount, a chestnut mare. He spurred right into the thick of the fighting again.
After the battle, General Lee, who had deserted his troops in the midst of the action, was court-martialed. He said he had tried to save the main body of his men in a hopeless situation. But the rumor was that he had tried to lose the battle deliberately, sold out to the British. The war dragged on to its weary conclusion now. Battles were won and lost. The British enthusiasm waned. And it was a 3-year process of wearing down which came to a smashing climax at Yorktown. On Friday, October 19th, 1781, the British Army surrendered after 6 years of war.
It was a warm October day.
John Hyde Preston, in his book A Short History of the American Revolution, describes the surrender at Yorktown.
Washington rode out on the right, very superb on his big white battle charger, his boots polished, his hair finely powdered. Lafayette, at the head of his famous light infantry, was having a hard time making his horse behave, jabbering in French and laughing very much at everything that was said to him. Over on the left, near the banks of the York River, stout old Papa Rochambeau bobbed along proudly at the head of his dapper French legions. The country people stood gaping. But in the bay, the riggings of the tall ships were full of singing sailors. Then there was a blast of music on the autumn air, growing louder. The surrendering army appeared. The long red and blue columns marched by, laying their flags on the ground, stacking their guns. It was all over.
I can truly say,
Washington,
that the first wish of my soul is to return speedily into the bosom of that country which gave me birth, and in the sweet enjoyment of domestic happiness, in the company of a few friends, to end my days in quiet, when I shall be called from this stage. This is the last letter I shall ever write,
Washington,
while in the service of my country. The hour of my resignation is fixed at 12 this day.
He was intent on having Christmas dinner at home.
Tobias Lear, who kept Washington's private accounts.
On the 23rd, he was in the saddle again, headed back from whence he came. He took with him the following items, which I entered in the cash book. A locket, 5 shillings and 5 pence. 3 small pocketbooks, 1 and 10. 3 sashes, 1 and 5. Dress cap, 2 and 8 pence. Hat, 3 and 10. Handkerchief, 1 pound. Children's books, 4 and 6. 1 whirligig, 1 and 6. 1 fiddle, 2 and 6. 4 quadrille boxes, 1 pound, 17 shillings and 6 pence. The gifts were for the children and Mrs. Washington.
Such times as there was then, gentlemen.
Old Cully, Mrs. Washington's family servant.
Such times, I tell you. It was almost like the days when he came courting Miss Martha. Laughing and singing, and him bouncing the little ones on his knee, and dancing with the ladies, and folks coming in carriages from miles around to wish him well and shake his hand. And in the morning he was up at 4 o'clock, and he took his man Billy Lee, and they rode out on the farms, and they was smiling like there was some big joke all the time. But I tell you, sir, I seed Miss Martha look at him sometimes quick like, and I could tell she was worried about him. Seems like he was always going, like a big clock that can't unwind. Up at 4, in the saddle. I remember when Dr. Craik and Master Bushrod come in saying they couldn't keep up with him. He'd started his horse and drove her till she like to drop from it.
On April 30th, 1789, he took the oath of office as first president of the United States.
My movements to the chair of government will be accompanied by feelings not unlike those of a culprit who is going to the place of his execution.
A year before, he had refused an offer of the crown by Colonel Nicolas, one of his officers.
He called me into his headquarters at Newburgh.
Washington Secretary Jonathan Trumbull.
I remember it well because he was almost trembling to hold back his rage. I have the original notes right here in my folio. Sir, it is with a mixture of great surprise and astonishment I have read the sentiments you submitted for my perusal. Be assured, sir, no occurrence in the course of the war has given me more painful sensations. If I am not deceived in the knowledge of myself, you could not have found a person to whom your schemes are more disagreeable. Let me conjure you, if you have any regard for your country, banish these thoughts from your mind.
The part I acted in the American Revolution is well known.
This is Tom Paine speaking.
I shall not here repeat it. It is time, though, sir, to speak the undisguised language of historical truth.
The person addressed is President Washington.
You slept away your time in the field till the finances of the country were exhausted, and you have but little share in the glory of the final event. You commenced your presidential career by swallowing the grossest adulation. If you are not great enough to have ambition, you are little enough to have vanity. John Adams is said, and John, it is known, was always a speller after places and offices. John has said that the presidency should be made hereditary in the family of Washington. He did not go so far as to say the vice presidency should be made hereditary in the family of John Adams. The character which Mr. Washington has attempted to act in this world is a sort of a non-describable chameleon thing called prudence. It is in many cases a substitute for principle, and is so nearly allied to hypocrisy. As to you, sir, treacherous to private friendship, for so you have been to me, and that in the day of danger, and a hypocrite in public life, the world will be puzzled to decide whether you are an apostate or an impostor.
And so they turned on him one by one. Hamilton, Jefferson, Adams, isolating him in the presidency, enraged at his treaties, at his unwillingness to have America drawn into the French conflict, at his dogged conservatism and determination to proceed slowly and cautiously.
The attack on me is like a cry against a mad dog, couched in such indecent and exaggerated terms as could scarcely be applied to a Nero or a pickpocket.
A few stood by him. Franklin, who was aging rapidly, and Lafayette and Dr. Craik. and some of his old generals, like Knox.
I care what they think. It pains me deeply that they desert me. But I am determined to listen to my heart. And I know my own integrity. We need 20 years of peace. We need a strong national government. We need neutrality and a commercial treaty with England. Jefferson opposes me. Well, let him. They say I betray my old comrades, the French. Let them talk. My heart answers to me.
On September 17, 1796, he published his farewell address to the people after serving 2 terms as president. When John Adams was elected second president, Washington walked through the streets to his home to congratulate him.
When he approached the house...
John Adams.
When he approached the house, an immense crowd followed him, moving in total silence. When he reached my door, I greeted him, and then he turned around and looked out on the crowd of people who had followed him. I honestly don't think he expected it. It is my belief that he felt he had been deserted by all his fellow Americans instead of a few in high office. Did they tell you he was a cold person? I tell you, no one ever saw him so moved. The tears rolled unchecked down his cheeks. He was 64 years old, and I do believe it had taken him all those years to learn to cry.
On Sunday, December 8, 1799, he contracted a sore throat. He chose to ignore it and spent the day marking trees for cutting and inspecting the farm. That night, he wrote some letters, read the newspapers, and went to bed. Next morning, his friend, Dr. Craik, was called, along with 2 other physicians. He was bled and given molasses and vinegar. The bleeding weakened him, but he was bled again, as was the medical procedure.
About 5 o'clock, Dr. Craik came into the room.
Tobias Lear, his bookkeeper.
The general said, "Doctor, I die hard, but I'm not afraid to go." The doctor pressed his hand, but could not utter a word. About 10 o'clock, he made several attempts to speak. At length he said, "I am just going. Have me decently buried." I bowed assent, for I could not speak. He looked at me again and said, "Do you understand me?" I said yes, and he said, "'Tis well." About 10 minutes before he expired, his breathing came easier. Dr. Craik came to the bedside, and the general's hand fell from his wrist. I took it in mine and pressed it to my bosom. Dr. Craik put his hands over his eyes, and then he expired without a struggle or a sigh. Mrs. Washington, who was sitting at the foot of the bed, asked in a firm voice, "Is he gone?" I could not speak. "'Tis well," she said, in the same voice. "All is now over, and I shall soon follow him. I have no more trials to pass through."
I think I knew General Washington intimately and thoroughly.
Thomas Jefferson.
His mind was great and powerful, without being of the very first order. It was slow in operation, but sure in conclusion. Hearing all suggestions, he selected what was best, and certainly no general ever planned his battles more judiciously. He was incapable of fear, meeting personal dangers with the calmest unconcern. His integrity was most pure. His justice, the most inflexible I have ever known. No motives of interest or consanguinity of friendship or hatred were able to bias his decision. He was indeed, in every sense of the word, a wise, a good, and a great man.
In Bath, England, Sally Fairfax, widowed and childless, clinging to a letter she had received from George Washington only 2 months before his death.
Un malheur ne vient jamais seul. On n'estime jamais une chose assez qu'avant que nous l'avons perdue.
These are the words she wrote in her Bible. Sorrow never comes singly. We never value a thing rightly till it is lost.
The preceding program was transcribed. Monitor takes you everywhere each weekend on NBC Radio.
This is Bill Henry with the news. The hot and muggy weather which prostrated dozens of persons in the eastern half of the United States apparently did not interfere with the heavy thinking of the people whose business it is to interpret the sayings of others. The net impression seems to be that those two dictators, Nick Khrushchev of Russia and Juan Perón of Argentina, within the past 24 hours have protested just a little too strongly about the strength of their positions. The Russian dictator boasted about the economic strength of his country, while Perón, a somewhat shaky survivor of a popular uprising, took to the radio to say that his enemies were impotent in their attacks against the people. As usually happens, the experts now believe that there probably is something wrong with the Soviet economy and that Perón is probably more unsure of his position than at first believed. Everybody in Washington seemed disposed to spend the day trying to forget the tragic consequences of the July 4th holiday weekend, which cost more lives than any previous similar weekend in history, traffic deaths alone climbing close to the 400 mark. President Eisenhower, after sending a get-well message to Democrat Senate Majority Leader Lyndon Johnson this morning, who is in a serious condition as a result of a heart attack, lunched with Republican congressional leaders Bill Noland and Joe Martin, and then went to a special showing of This Is Cinerama. Tomorrow he meets all the congressional leaders and will hold his usual weekly news conference. Up on Capitol Hill, the House of Representatives made news by voting a reward of up to $500,000 to anyone providing information regarding the smuggling of any atomic device into this country. It also voted that henceforth all presidential papers shall become the property of the United States government. For many years, these papers have been deemed to be the private property of the presidents, and their disposition has ranged from complete destruction, as in the case of President Harding, or long secrecy, as in Lincoln's case, to the triumphant carrying off of carloads, as in the case of Presidents Roosevelt and Truman, who undertook to set up private libraries. In addition, today, the House voted to limit to 3 years the period during which Korean War veterans can draw GI unemployment compensation. The Senate distinguished itself by letting the Dixon-Yates question, which has been one of the loudest debates in recent history, fizzle out like a wet firecracker today, when it voted $1 1/3 billion to the Atomic Energy Commission and the Tennessee Valley Authority, leaving untouched an appropriation of $6.5 million for Dixon-Yates. There's good reason, of course, to believe that the Dixon-Yates private power plant project will be dropped as a result of the decision of the city of Memphis to build its own power plant. So the whole affair now looks like a Mexican standoff, with both sides loudly claiming victory. Nobody seems to know if anything will come of the protests against flagrant violations of the Korean armistice by the North Koreans. Probably not. But there is a good deal of interest on the other side of the world in the fact that the first West German officers will join the headquarters staff of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization before the end of this month. The French Assembly, apparently anxious not to rock the boat on the eve of the forthcoming Geneva Big Four conferences, postponed debate on the latest troubles in North Africa, and apparently Italy is to have a new government headed by left-of-center Antonio Segni, whose cabinet, however, apparently will continue to be strongly pro-Western. There are rumors today of a red crackdown and a reign of terror in Hungary, but these rumors are unverified. There's been a good deal of economic news today, all of it rather encouraging. The government has set the support price of wheat 2 cents per bushel higher than a year ago. The Commerce Department predicts continuing expansion of booming business, and the stock market, which continued rising, today heard after the New York Stock Exchange closed that General Motors plans a 3-for-1 stock split and set up a saving and stock purchase plan for salaried employees. And Navy Secretary Charles Thomas has raised some eyebrows in the Navy Department by calling for younger admirals. And that's the news to this moment.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
Hollywood, California, Monday, May 17th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Betty Davis and Fred McMurray in another language with John Beale and May Robeson. Lux presents Hollywood. This program comes to you through the makers of Lux Flakes as a means of showing their appreciation of your pronounced preference for these remarkable soap flakes. Our stars tonight are Betty Davis, Fred McMurray, John Beale, May Robeson, Margaret Hamilton, and Hal K. Dawson. Our guests, Mrs. James Roosevelt, mother of our president, and Miss Janet Henley, one of Hollywood's foremost wardrobe authorities. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers, all of whom join me in saying, welcome to the Lux Radio Theater. Before going ahead with our play in other language, I want to tell you about a little club in Paterson, New Jersey. Miss Laura Brock, the secretary, writes,
We are a group of girls who meet every Monday night. Wanting a name for our club, we have taken the liberty of calling ourselves the Lux Time Girls. One of our bylaws reads as follows. Any member getting a run in her stocking during the course of any meeting must pay a fine of 10 cents. Our treasury hasn't been increased by a single dime so far because all the girls are Lux-wise. And as a matter of fact, we very seldom get runs at all anymore.
They know that Lux cuts down runs because it saves the elasticity. The letter continues.
We thank you for the splendid entertainment of the Lux Radio Theater, and we wish you continued success.
And we thank you, Miss Brock, for your letter. We hope all of your club members are listening in tonight to hear Betty Davis, Fred McMurray, and John Beale in another language. And now, our producer, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Some years ago, Mrs. Rose Franken, a housewife and mother of 3 children, surprised her friends by writing a play. Several people promised to produce it, but when nothing happened, Mrs. Franken became so provoked she wrote another. It fooled everyone. Another language ran 344 performances and was promptly sold to pictures. Betty Davis, who commands the stage tonight in the role of Stella Hallam, earned her first money waiting on tables in school. Facing the camera for her screen test in New York, she fainted but passed, only to spend many weary months in Hollywood playing fill-in parts in screen tests for other hopefuls. As far as I know, her record of making love to 36 men in one day before the camera is still unchallenged. While Betty was eating lunch one day, Pandro S. Berman passed by, stared at her for a few moments, and informed her she would play opposite Leslie Howard in Of Human Bondage. Starred from then on, she won the Academy Award for Dangerous and is next seen in the Warner Brothers film, That Certain Woman. Fred McMurray's Paramount Pictures, his 2 previous performances in the Lux Radio Theater, and his many other air appearances find us greeting him as an old friend. He's heard tonight as Vicky Hallam and will be on the screen shortly in Exclusive. John Beale, who created the role on Broadway and in pictures, is again Jerry Hallam. John took to the footlights right after graduating from the University of Pennsylvania, dropping his original aim of becoming an illustrator. He's just completed Border Cafe for RKO. And I'm especially pleased to welcome one of my oldest friends of stage and screen, that distinguished character actress, Miss May Robeson, in the role of Mother Hallam. The parts of Grace and Walter will be filled by Margaret Hamilton and Hal K. Dawson, who played them so skillfully in the theater and film. Curtain time, ladies and gentlemen. Our stars make their entrance, and the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Another Language, starring Betty Davis, Fred McMurray, John Beale, and May Robeson, is on the air. Our scene is a tiny studio apartment in downtown New York, the unpretentious but charmingly furnished home of Vicky and Stella Hallam. It's early Monday morning, and we find Vicky at the telephone. He seems to be having a little difficulty making himself understood.
Now listen, is this the Center Art Institute or isn't it? All right. Now, what? I don't care if you're only the cleaner. I don't care if you're the president. All I want to know is Mrs. Hallam's still there. Mrs. Victor Hallam. Yeah, she's one of the students in the art class. Well, there must be somebody there. Well, run up and take a look, will you? It's important. I said run up and take a look.
Hello, Vicky.
Oh, never mind.
How are you, darling?
I'm all right. Do you know what time it is?
Yes, I'm terribly sorry.
It's nearly 8 o'clock. I've been trying to get you on the phone.
I know it's awful of me, but I couldn't stop before. I was right in the middle of the new piece. But it's done now. It's in the cast, and, oh, Vicky, I think it's going to be all right.
That's good.
You must be starved. I'll get you something right away.
Well, wait a minute. Maybe you don't remember what night this is.
Why, it's Monday.
Yeah, and we were supposed to be at my mother's at 7 o'clock sharp.
Oh, Vicky, darling.
Oh, that's all right. It's not the first time you've forgotten it.
Are you angry with me, Vicky?
Well, I'm not exactly happy.
I'm sorry. I know how sacred these Monday night family meetings are.
They're not sacred, but I think we could make a little effort to get there once in a while. Walter manages it, and so does Paul. And their wives are there every time.
Yes. Has it ever occurred to you, Vicky, that maybe your brother's wives are a little more welcome than I am?
What do you mean by that?
I don't know, but sometimes I feel I can't help it. I feel they resent me.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Why should my family resent you?
I don't know. But I think they do, Vicky. All except Papa. He's a dear.
And the rest of them are a lot of palookas, I suppose.
I didn't say that.
Well, that's what you meant.
I didn't mean that at all. I like them, Vicky. I only wish I could make them like me, that's all.
Well, maybe you don't try. Maybe if we went up there a little more often, you'd get to know them better. It's not their fault, Stella.
I know that.
It's just that they don't understand you, all this art school stuff.
Oh, but you understand it. You do, don't you, Vicky?
Well, sure, I do.
Then give me a kiss, darling, and tell me that you're not mad anymore because I'm late.
Oh, but why did you have to pick the night of all nights to hold things up, Stella?
I couldn't help it, darling. Honestly, I couldn't. This bust of you was the first thing I've done that I thought was really good. And I feel like shouting. Probably it's because the subject was so grand.
Crazy.
Don't spoil it, Vicky. Kiss me and make it perfect.
Now hurry up and get ready.
I'll only be a minute.
Oh, Walter and Grace are going to stop by for us.
Are they?
Yeah, I told them you'd be late, so they're taking their time.
When Walter comes, make sure you don't smoke one of his cigars.
Huh?
If I remember, the last one you smoked flew up.
Oh, Walter's all right.
Of course he is.
Blow up, will you, Walter? My feet are killing me.
Which apartment is it, Grace?
12.
Boy, what a joint. What did Vicky ever want to live down in this part of town for, anyway?
Stella, you mean?
Yeah.
She's got him wound round her little finger. Ring the bell.
All right.
Guess she thinks living down here makes her arty or something.
Hello, Walter. Hello, Grace.
Hiya, Vicky boy. How's the kid?
Fine, thanks.
Well, step right in, Gracie. Make ourselves to home.
That's right, Walter. Well, Grace, it's been a long time. How are you?
All right.
Oh, Grace is dying. She says her feet are killing her. Hoof and mouth disease, that's what she's got. Guess we'll have to shoot her, eh?
Ha-ha.
Where's the little woman, Vicky? Putting on the war paint?
She'll be ready in a minute.
Give her the gun, boy. Give her the gun. You know what I do to Gracie when she keeps me waiting? I give her the icy clutch.
Now, Walter, you stop it.
You know, you sneak up behind him, Vicky, and get him by the nape of the neck like this.
Crazy fool.
The icy clutch, Vicky. Get it?
Hello, Grace.
Hello, Stella.
How are you still, old girl? How's the kid?
Fine, Walter. How are you?
Well, I'm like the weather. Everybody complains about me, but nobody does anything.
Oh, shut up.
Say, we'd better get going. Mom will be waiting for us.
I'm ready.
I'll run down and hail a cab.
Oh, don't be foolish, Vicky.
Oh, we've got to, Grace. We're late already, and it's my fault. I'll turn out the lights.
No sooner said than done.
Oh, Walter, not all of them.
I can't
break
see
our
my hand
necks.
before my face.
Ooh, boogie, 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 boogie.
Stop it now, Walter.
The icy clutch. Come on, Mama. Come on. Open up.
Stop it, Walter.
Hello, Mama.
Hello, Victor. Hello, dear. Come in. Oh.
Well, Mama, how's my best girl?
Oh, I'm fine, my boy. You know, I was afraid you were not coming. Oh, how do you do, Stella? Well, this is a surprise.
Hello, Mother. I'm awfully glad to see you. How are you?
Pretty well, thanks. Oh, these flowers for me? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. But you shouldn't, you know.
Ooh.
Oh. Walter, my boy, I knew I could count on you. How are the children, Grace?
Johnny's got a sniffle. Everybody here tonight, Grandma?
My sons never forget Monday nights.
Listen, what's the matter with your son's wives?
I always say my sons' wives are very good to me also. All except Stella. You know, I'm afraid we are not quite high-toned enough for Stella.
Oh, Mother, you know that isn't true. You don't understand.
I understand perfectly, my dear. Well, come in. Don't stand here in the hall. They're all inside waiting.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Etta.
Well, hello. You're a stranger.
I know. I'm really ashamed.
I feel as if we ought to be introduced.
Oh, Etta, it isn't as bad as all that.
Stella, my child, I knew you'd come.
Hello, Father.
Hello, Stella.
Paul, how are you, Paul?
Say, aren't those chrysanthemums beauties? Those are beauties, Stella. Aren't the beauties, everybody? They must have cost something, all right.
Yes, they're very lovely. It's too bad we haven't anything to put them in.
Gee, you blew yourself. Hard times didn't seem to hit you, Vicky. They're wonderful, beautiful.
Yes, but Stella, you know, you shouldn't let your husband spend so much money for nothing. How's your new maid, Grace?
How is she? She ate 3 eggs for breakfast this morning. That's how is she.
That's nerve. Do you know it?
I'll say it's nerve.
Oh, I wouldn't keep her.
I'm not.
Hiya, old kid.
Stop that, Walter Hallam. Grace, that husband of yours is too fresh entirely.
Well, you know, Walter has to have his little joke.
Walter, did you see the new brooch Paul gave Etta?
No, let's see. Say, not bad.
I like that center diamond, Etta.
It's a marquis.
Never met him. My acquaintance begins and ends with a chip.
Oh, Paul, where's Jerry? Everybody's here now but Jerry.
He said he'd drop in later if he could.
Well, that's right. You know, you're not firm enough. You're not firm enough with your son, Etta. You know, Monday nights ought to begin to mean something to him. Now Jerry's quite old enough.
That's true, Mama. Etta, you ought to talk to him.
You know, I don't think I've seen Jerry since...
You know how long? I'll tell you. Not since your wedding. That shows how often you visit us, Stella.
But that's not possible.
You wouldn't know him now, Stella.
Yes, he's a grown-up man all of a sudden. Oh, I can't believe it myself.
He reminds me a lot of the way Vicky used to look.
Oh, there's a strong resemblance between all the boys. I said to Grandma the other day, Vicky's getting to be the image of Paul, now that he's putting on weight.
Who's putting on weight?
You.
Oh, you're crazy.
Oh, Vicky, you big fat thing. You know you gained 11 pounds in the last year.
Victor gained 11 pounds? Why, that's wonderful.
You don't seem to think it's so wonderful, Stella.
What? Stella, you're not happy that your husband's putting on flesh?
I want him to stay young and handsome.
Oh, nonsense. People should eat plenty. Never mind how they look.
That's right, Mama. You tell that to Stella. She's positively starving me.
Oh, Vicky, Mother actually believes it.
No, she's pretty good to me, my wife is.
And I guess you're pretty good to her. All my boys are good husbands.
Good, but not romantic.
What have we got to be romantic, huh?
Yeah.
Well, sit down, Stella. Sit down. Don't act like company.
Oh, I'm not. Really, I'm not.
Well, you don't even take your hat off. That's not very nice, you know.
She knows it's becoming.
Why, it's so light I didn't even know it was on.
Well, take it off. We all saw it.
Oh, here's Jerry now.
Come on in, Jerry. The door's open. Fine time to be coming.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Jerry.
Hello, Grandma.
You've been forgetting your old grandmother.
Oh, no, I haven't, Grandma, but you know how it is.
Hello, Jerry.
Oh.
Jerry, this is your Aunt Stella, for goodness sakes. You remember your Aunt Stella. Say, how'd you do? Where's your tongue?
Oh, he does remind me of the way Vicky used to be.
Sure, I remember Aunt Stella. How do, Aunt Stella?
Aunt Stella? That makes me feel so old.
Well, if I don't call you aunt, I can't kiss you. And besides, you're not a bit like an aunt. I mean, well, you're not a bit old.
Hey, go on, Jerry.
He even puts his foot in it the way Vicky used to.
His ways are a lot like Vicky's, but I don't notice the resemblance so much.
Etta means Vicky was never so good looking.
Oh, yes, he was.
You're a businessman now, Jerry.
Yeah, Dad decided last week he couldn't get along without me.
Oh, so we're not going to have an architect in the family, huh?
Well, it doesn't look like it.
Jerry, did you really want to study architecture?
I was crazy to. I guess I still want to about more than anything else in the world.
Well, come on in, everyone. There's lots to eat.
That's the best news I've had since breakfast.
Come along, Vicky. We'll show that pretty little wife of yours how a boy should be fed.
Yeah, let me at it.
What's that you're playing, Aunt Stella?
Debussy.
It's swell. Oh, listen to them in there. I bet they'll sit over that table till 12 o'clock.
They're enjoying themselves, Jerry.
You know, Aunt Stella, you don't seem to belong to these Monday evenings. Aren't they awful? You have to sit around all night and jaw over things that aren't important and eat a lot of things you don't want. I hate to come here.
I know how you feel, Jerry.
Do you? Is it true you're an artist, too, Aunt Stella? I mean, do you paint and sculpt?
I used to before I was married. I'm beginning again.
Well, good for you. You know, when I was a kid, well, when I was about 18, I used to love to design buildings and theaters and things like that.
Oh, but that's wonderful, Jerry.
Dad couldn't see it, though. Nobody could. They seem to think that anything that has to do with drawing isn't business. I wanted to go abroad and really study. At first, Dad said he'd think it over, and then the family, I don't know, sort of got him out of the idea.
Oh, that's too bad, Jerry.
Well, what are you two hobnobbing about?
The two artists. You think they were long-lost friends.
Well, I only hope Stella's not putting ideas in his head.
Well, what do you mean? Can't anybody even sit
Careful,
together?
son. You're talking to your mother.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything.
No, of course you didn't. Jerry's a good boy.
Come on, Stella, get hot. How about a little swinger? Let's hear you go to town.
Walter, I'm afraid I'm not up to it. Why don't you?
Sure, shove over. I'll show you how to tickle the ivories.
He does it all by ear.
Never took a lesson in my life.
Aunt Stella, I'd like to see you sometime when we could talk by ourselves. I would like to talk to you about paintings and things. There's nobody much around here I can talk to.
Why, of course, Jerry, anytime. Listen, wait a minute. Vicky, dear.
Yeah?
Vicky, why couldn't everyone come down to our place next Monday evening?
Oh, that's an idea. Hey, how about it, everybody? All come over to our place next Monday.
Oh, no. That's too big a trip for an old lady like me. Perhaps if you lived a little nearer.
Oh,
yes.
come on, Mama. Just this once won't tire you. It's a swell idea.
Then you will come, all of you?
I'm willing if the rest are.
Okay by me.
Fine, then it's settled. Our place next Monday.
No. You know, I'm an old lady. It's much better for you young people to come to me.
Oh, no, Mama, dear. I'll blow you to a taxi.
Yeah, how about a bicycle, Mama?
Well, Aunt Stella, I meant to talk to you alone, not with the whole gang around.
Why, then, anytime, Jerry. Just drop in and have dinner with us.
Thank you.
Oh, gosh. I'm dying for sleep. We ought to be going, Walter.
Me, too. I can't keep my eyes open, hardly.
I ought to wash my hair.
Come on, Stell. Get your duds on. Here's your coat. Catch.
Here, let me help you on with it, Aunt Stella.
Thank you, Jerry.
Here, let me help, too.
You got you that time.
That's a fool trick. You want to watch out what you're doing, do you hear?
Jerry. What's gotten into you? Talking to your Uncle Walter that way.
Apologize to your uncle this instant.
Go on, Jerry. Say, excuse me, Uncle Walter. You were very fresh, really.
I apologize, Uncle Walter.
Oh, don't mention him, my boy. I know your business troubles make you irritable.
Jerry, don't mind them. You will come to see me, won't you?
Stell, are you ready? Stell.
Yes, Vicky. I'm ready.
Before going on with our play, let's stop at the home of one of our friends. 14-year-old Margie is out in the kitchen with her mother. They are doing the dishes together. Margie is drying them.
Mother, how many years have you been washing dishes?
Oh, a long time. It'll be 16 years this month since we started keeping house.
You don't look it.
Thank you, darling. What makes you say that?
Why, Mother, your hands are so pretty and white. Not at all dishpan-y looking.
Well, they probably would be if I hadn't been washing my dishes in Lux ever since I was married. And before, too.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I used to help Grandmother when I was a girl, just as you're helping me now. Only I usually washed and Gran dried. She always kept a package of Lux on that shelf between the windows in her kitchen, remember?
Uh-huh.
And we never used anything else for dishes. Actually, I have tried other soaps a few times, but they always hurt my hands, so I went right back to Lux. And good old Lux seems to get the dishes clean faster. If anybody ever asks you, you can tell them your mother thinks Lux is just about perfect.
Once again, Mr. DeMille.
Back now to another language, starring Betty Davis, Fred McMurray, John Beale, and May Robeson. 1 week has passed. Since their meeting at Mother Hallam's, Stella has been seeing Jerry occasionally, trying to bolster up his spirits. It's Monday morning, and Vicky is sitting at the breakfast table as Stella comes from the living room.
Who's that on the phone?
It's Jerry.
What, again?
Yes, he sounded a little upset about something. He wants me to have tea with him this afternoon at the Ardmore Hotel. Said he wanted to talk to me.
No, 10 to 1 he wants to beef about something.
Oh, but they're all so against him. We're the only ones who can help him. We can't close him off, Vicky.
Well, I'm not going to close him off exactly, but I'm certainly going to mind my own business. And you do the same. Paul wants him over at the factory, and that's all there is to it.
But Paul has enough money to let the boy at least try to find himself.
And waste the best years of his life trying.
But it wouldn't be waste. Putting him in business now when there's so much in him that wants to come out. That's waste. You should have seen his face at the art exhibition. It was like a new world to him.
A kid like that, a kid that age oughtn't to be hanging around art galleries. It's a lot of bunk, if you ask me.
Vicky, when you talk like that, I could just shake you. It's so awfully typical of the...
Typical of what?
Well, of the kind of mentality that ridicules what it doesn't understand.
Oh, so I've got that kind of mentality, eh?
I never thought you had.
But you do now, is that it?
I don't know what to think of you anymore, Vicky.
Oh, you don't?
Sometimes, if I close my eyes, I think it's Paul or Walter.
Now, look here, Stella. I've warned you often enough to leave your opinion of my family out of our conversation.
But it isn't the family, it's you. If you're so blind you can't see that Jerry ought to get away to find himself, then... Well, then something in you that's always been very dear and precious to me has died without my knowing it.
Well, you're certainly taking the kid's troubles to heart.
Because he's so much the way you used to be, Vicky. Maybe that's why I'm so fond of him.
Well, I'm glad you like somebody in my family.
I could like them all if they'd only let me.
That's a laugh.
No, it isn't. I've never fooled myself about the way they feel toward me. They resent me terribly.
Well, if they do, it's because you high-hat them. Try to make yourself somebody miles above them.
That isn't true, and you know it. If I were someone miles above them, I could understand their hatred. But I'm not. I just want more out of life than waking up in the morning and going to bed at night. Oh, I want a great deal more than that, Vicky. And I want a great deal more of marriage than the mere routine of a man and woman living together. Because that doesn't have to happen. It shouldn't happen. Especially when two people began by loving each other the way we did.
Well, that's a funny thing to say. What's the matter with me?
Nothing, Vicky.
You used to think I was pretty good. You used to even love me a little.
I still do. More than anything else in the world.
Like fun you do. You know what's the matter with you, don't you? You're just plain garden variety romantic.
Oh, you can't name it with a word, Vicky.
You want a honeymoon to last forever. But good Lord, Stella, you can't expect that. It's bound to wear off, and well, something a lot better comes in its place.
What comes in its place, Vicky?
Well, you know as well as I do.
I know this, Vicky. Nothing can ever take the place of tenderness and respect and chivalry. You just stand still without them. Or you keep going down and down and down.
Oh, that's bunk, Stella. Honestly, bunk. I'm going to call you Romantic Susie. Come on, kiss me, Romantic Susie.
Oh, Vicky, be serious. We need a talk, you and I. Believe me, we do.
Nonsense. I understand you a great deal better than you think I do.
But you don't know what it means to be lonely.
Oh, what have you got to be lonely about? Afraid I don't love you anymore? Come here. You little fool.
No, Vicky, please.
Oh, Stell, I do love you.
Vicky, every night I pray this prayer. Dear God, bless Vicky, whom I love. And all my dear in-laws.
Hey. Like it?
It's lovely, Jerry. You know, your Uncle Vicky and I used to come here sometimes to dance. Oh, that seems a long time ago now. It was such fun.
Stella.
What's that they're playing? I love it, don't you?
Stella, please don't keep putting me off.
Well, what is it, Jerry?
I feel like a fool now. You didn't act this way on Saturday.
Well, I remember that we went to the exhibition.
Was that all?
Why, yes.
Well, I remember more than that. I remember every word you said and the way you looked when you said it.
Jerry, this is dreadful.
No.
You know, you sound like a detective.
No, I'm not fooling. Being with you that day made everything different and wonderful. But all it meant to you was going to an exhibition, I guess.
Oh, no, it didn't. It meant more than that, Jerry. Because, you see, I enjoyed seeing the pictures with you. It was nice being with someone for a change. It was awfully nice.
Oh, well, I see. Sure. I'm just crazy, I guess. Forget it, will you, Stella? I was just sort of crazy when I called you and asked you to come here, that's all. We'd better have our tea. Waiter! Waiter!
Yes, sir?
Tea for the lady.
Yes, sir. Anything else?
Stella?
Just the tea, I think. I have to hurry home to dinner.
And for you, the same, sir?
No, brandy.
Yes, sir.
Jerry.
Oh, I'm just a fool, that's all. Go on, laugh at me. I don't blame you. But Saturday when we were going around together, I was walking on clouds all the time. And you were happy, too. I could see it in your face. Because you were with me and away from Vicky.
Jerry.
I can see the way he treats you. As if you were a piece of furniture. Something that's in the house when you go to work and you're sure it'll be there when you get back.
Jerry, don't be silly. Uncle Vicky and I love each other very dearly. We're not romantic anymore. Romance doesn't mean anything. Wears off and something much better comes to take its place.
I don't believe that. And you don't believe it either. It's just that he doesn't know how to make you happy.
I am happy.
Well, then Saturday was all a dream. I mean, then I guess I only imagined it.
No, you didn't imagine it, Jerry. It was wonderful. I did love it. You know, it was just as if I were under a spell. As if time had gone back 7 years. But it wasn't you I was happy with, Jerry. It was Uncle Vicky. Don't you see?
Well, then there isn't any place for me at all.
No, Jerry. Jerry, listen to me. You're not in love with me the way you think.
Stella.
Oh, no, you're not. I'm just taking the place of the girl you'll love someday. Now you're lonely, I guess. And you're dazzled by the experience of talking to someone who understands the things you want to say.
Would that make me suffer the way I'm suffering now?
I think so.
Would that make you suffer the way you're suffering?
Jerry, stop it.
I won't stop. I know what you're doing. You're treating me like a child because you're afraid. You're afraid of yourself and you're afraid of me.
Jerry.
Oh, Stella, there's nothing wrong about it, Stella. We didn't ask it to come. It just happened. Like something natural and beautiful.
Jerry, don't. You mustn't. Jerry.
Right over here, sir.
Here's your Uncle Vicky.
Vicky? You told him we were going to be here?
Of course, why not? He's going to take me home.
Waiter.
Jerry.
Waiter, take the check out of this and keep the
Oh,
change.
Jerry, you mustn't run off like this.
Hello there. Hey, Jerry. What's the matter with him? Hey, Jerry.
Let him go, Vicky. He's just upset, that's all.
What's eating him now?
I don't know. Oh, Vicky, you wouldn't understand.
He went out in an awful hurry. What's it this time?
Vicky, I wish you'd do something for me.
What?
Speak to Paul. Ask him to let Jerry go abroad. For my sake.
Nothing doing. That's none of our business.
All right.
Now, let's get going, shall we, if we're going to entertain the family tonight?
There they are now, Vicky. Hurry, I'll go and let them in.
I'll be out in a minute.
Oh, Jerry, it's you.
Yeah, it's me.
Come in, Jerry.
I want to apologize for acting the way I did this afternoon, Stella.
Oh, but you needn't.
I guess I just sort of lost my head there. I went back to the office, and I wasn't even going to come up here tonight. Then I got to thinking about it and realized what a sap I was.
Oh, but I understood it, Jerry. You mustn't feel badly about it.
Well, I do. Oh, gee, this room's beautiful at night, with the candles and everything. I've never seen it like this before. Where's Uncle Vicky?
In the bedroom, changing his clothes.
I brought you something.
You did?
Here.
Oh, Jerry, how nice. Shall I open it now?
Sure, if you want to.
Oh, it's soft.
Go ahead, see what it is.
Oh, the little toy dog.
Do you remember it?
Of course I remember it. We were walking across 57th Street after the exhibition. It was in a shop window.
Yeah, and you were like a little kid the way you stopped and laughed at it.
I've always had a weakness for toy stores.
And you said, "Oh, Jerry, look at that puppy. Isn't it adorable?" And I knew right then and there I'd have to buy it and surprise you with it.
But you shouldn't have done it, Jerry.
Well, don't you like it?
I love it. It's one of the sweetest things that ever happened to me. You're surprising me this way. But it won't do. You see. It just won't do.
Wait, you're crying.
Nonsense. Why should I cry over a funny little dog?
I don't know.
Neither do I.
Do you really mean you won't keep it? Stella, you're not angry.
Jerry, no, dear. Only I don't want you to spend your money on me. It must have been expensive.
Oh, that's not the reason. You're just making that up.
Well, then I'm your aunt. Little boys oughtn't to buy things for their aunt. It ought to be the other way around, if anything.
Well, here we are. Oh, hello, Jerry. Thought you were the family. Say, what was the idea of that disappearing act you pulled this afternoon?
I had to get back to the office.
Busy man these days, huh, Jerry?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, where'd the dog come from? Gosh, they certainly can make stuff these days.
I bought...
Jerry bought it for his girl. He opened it for me to see, Vicky.
Oh, so there's a girl in this, too. Well, women like this kind of nonsense. Say, didn't I buy you something like that when we were first married, Stella?
Yes, I think you did, Vicky.
Yeah, it was some kind of a stuffed animal, a pig or a rabbit.
It was a kitten with a blue ribbon around its neck.
Oh, that's right. I threw away $5 on it without batting an eyelash.
You didn't throw it away, Vicky, because I still have the kitten on a top shelf in a box.
You still have it? Gosh, women are nuts, all right. Hey, careful, Jerry. You better go easy. What's her name?
There isn't any girl the way you mean.
Don't tease him, Vicky, please.
Oh, it's all right, old man. You're not the first one to fall, you know. How old is she?
Let him alone, Vicky. It's unkind.
Oh, say, Jerry, you're in soft with your Aunt Stella. Do you know it? Oh, there they are. Come on, Jerry, cheer up. You'll only upset Grandma carrying around a face like that.
Hello, Vicky.
Hello, Vicky.
I gotta get out of here. I can't stand it.
Jerry, please don't. Hello, everybody. I'm so glad you're here. Come in. It's wonderful to have you here at last, Mother.
Oh, thank you.
Say, Mama, where's Paul?
Yes, where are Paul and Etta?
Well, they'll be here later. Didn't Jerry tell you?
Don't you know what happened?
No, did Jerry tell you, Stella? I forgot.
Oh, that's not a very nice thing to forget, Jerry.
Etta's sister got appendicitis. They rushed her to the hospital.
No.
Really?
Yeah, they operated right away.
For heaven's sakes, Jerry, how on earth did you happen to forget to tell Aunt Stella?
Yeah, how come you forgot?
Oh, lay off the kid. He couldn't help it. He's in love.
What? Oops, but oh, so that's it, huh?
What nonsense. He's much too young for that.
That's it. Puppy love. That's what it is. Got any dog biscuits, Stella?
Shut up, will you?
Jerry, don't. All right, everybody, give me your coats, will you?
Come on, folks. The evening's young. Let joy reign unconfined.
Gosh, I'm so full of food I can't move.
Nice work there, Stell. Those sandwiches were swell. Not big, but swell.
Thanks, Walter.
Oh, I do like that record, Vicky. It is a nice phonograph, isn't it?
Come on, Grace, let's dance. We'll show 'em a thing or two.
Oh, Walter, I'm rotten at the new dances, and you know it.
Oh, now just keep in time and follow me. Atta boy.
Nice work, Walter.
Walter, I can't. Let me stop, Walter. I'm busy.
Whee! How's this, folks?
Look at Walter. Walter's good.
That ought to take you down around the hips, Grace. Come, Vicky. Why aren't you dancing? Oh, come along now. Dance with your wife.
Yes, Vicky and Stella.
Oh, I'm no good.
Go on, Vicky, dance.
Well, come on, Stella.
I'd love to, Vicky.
Ah, now that's right. That's right.
Give out with that stuff, Vicky.
Yeah, if I don't give out myself. Well, who's leading, Stella, you or me?
You, darling.
Oh, let's stop. I guess we're just rotten.
Well, you used to dance good together, you two.
When did you ever see us dance?
You danced at your wedding, and you held her tight, all right.
Come along, Jerry. Now, what's the matter with you? You must dance. Go along. Dance with one of your aunts.
I'd rather not, Grandma.
Oh, come on. Show us some new steps, Jerry. This is getting to be a real party.
That's right. Forget your troubles, Jerry, old man, and tread the life fantastic.
Hey, that's a good idea. Here, you can have my wife as a partner.
Yeah.
Jerry and Stella. Ah, now we're going to see something.
Yes, the two youngsters ought to be able to give a good performance.
Please, no.
Go on, Stella. Don't be silly.
Oh, come along, Jerry. Ask the lady, please.
No, I'm tired.
Oh, dear. Stella's always tired.
Oh, be a sport, Stella. Why do you have to spoil the fun all the time?
Vicky's right. Go on, Jerry. Just make her dance.
All right, Stella.
All right, Jerry.
There! See how beautifully they do it.
Say, that Jerry's quite a snake. Attaboy, kid.
Look how they do it, so smooth. Why can't you and me do like that, Walter? You think they dance together all their lives?
Well, looks like they win the dance contest, all right. Well, what do you say, folks? Hey, break. Hey, you win. Come on, break. Do you hear me, Jerry? Break.
I'm sorry.
They ought to get a loving cup.
No, not a loving cup. I know the bust. The plaster bust over there on the table. Here, give it to me.
Oh, that's great.
Sure, because it's hollow, just like Vicky's head. Mr. Jerry Hallam and Mrs. Victor Hallam, on behalf of the management and in recognition of your swell elegant exhibition of terpsichorean art, permit me to...
You fools, you! You fools! All of you!
Come back, Jerry. He broke the statue.
This is the second time he's done that to me.
Well, he can't get away with it. I'll get him back.
Oh, no, Vicky, no, please let him go. I don't mind his breaking the bust. It was just practice work. I don't care, really.
You don't care, but I do. Just because he's got a grouch in the world, he can't go around smashing things up in my house.
Oh, but, Vicky, he didn't know what he was doing. He's terribly unhappy.
That's no excuse for this. He's just a sore pup because he can't get his own way.
What's eating him?
Oh, you know, he's dissatisfied over at the factory.
Carrying on for that. Imagine.
He ought to be walloped.
I should say he should.
Oh, you are fools. You blind idiots.
I thought so. Stella has been encouraging him for all she is worth.
And if I have, is it any worse than what you've done?
What are you saying?
1 minute, Vicky. I would really like to hear what it is that we have done.
If you really want to know, I'll tell you. You're all so sure of yourselves. You're trying to mold Jerry's life to fit your own, and it's wrong. I know what I'm talking about, because you've done the same thing to Vicky and me, and you mustn't. You've got to let the three of us alone. You've got to let Vicky and me keep our marriage the way it started out. It's the only thing that'll save us.
Stop.
idea.
Stop, please. I've heard enough.
Vicky, I think your wife's lost her mind.
Oh.
Grace, get some water for Mom. She's going to faint again.
Vicky, you know what I'm driving at. You know I'm right. Make them see it.
Shut up, can't you? Make some excuse for your actions, Stella.
No.
Oh, I'm going home.
Oh, no, Mama, wait.
No, Vicky. Vicky, don't stop me. I can't stay after such insults. I'm going home.
We're all going home.
Oh, no,
come
wait a
on,
minute,
Grace.
You can come out now. Stella.
Don't use that tone to me, Vicky.
Oh, so that's going to be your line. Why, you ought to be glad I even give you the chance to explain.
There's nothing to explain. I needed you. But you didn't love me enough to know about it.
Love you enough? When it comes to love, I wouldn't talk. The only single thing I've asked of you in our married life is to be decent to my folks. And what do? The first time they've all been to my home in over 2 years, you insult them so they have to leave.
I wish it hadn't happened that way this evening. Maybe it's just as well for all of us to know just where we're at.
Yes, and I'll tell you where you're at. Tonight was the turning point between you and me, if anyone should happen to ask you. And I'll leave you to think that over.
Where are you going?
If you want to know, I'm going up to the folks.
Vicky, if you go up there now, we'll never get back to where we were.
You've got the cart before the horse, Stella. It's up to you to make the first move to get back to where we were. My slate's clean. I've been as good a husband as any man could be to a woman.
Have you, Vicky?
Well, haven't I? I ask you. Haven't I given you everything you've ever wanted? Now, who's that? Oh, hello, Jerry.
Where's Aunt Stella? I got to speak to Aunt Stella.
Look here, kid. It's a pretty rotten thing you did, losing your temper.
I know it. That's why I came back.
You've got to learn to control yourself. When it comes right down to it, though, I blame your Aunt Stella more than I blame you.
You don't know what you're saying. She didn't have anything to do with it.
Oh, Jerry, keep quiet. Go away, please. I don't want you here.
You stay exactly where you are, Jerry. And listen, Stella, if my nephew has the decency to come back here and say he's sorry, you at least have the decency to hear him out. I've stood as much insult to the members of my family as I'm going to stand.
But Jerry and I have nothing more to say to each other. He has nothing to do with what's happened between us. It's you and I who need to talk.
No, we don't. I told you I've had my say. I'm through until you come to your senses.
Gee, Uncle Vic, you can't do this to Aunt Stella.
It's all right, Jerry. Your aunt and I understand each other perfectly. Good night.
I'm going to get him back. He's crazy.
No, Jerry, let him go. You go, too. I want to be alone.
But you oughtn't to be alone now. The way they all walk out on you. And it's their fault, too.
Don't worry about it, Jerry. Just go home.
Oh, but, gee, Stella, I can't leave you like this. I just want to do anything for you. I don't care what it is. I want to do something to take that look out of your eyes.
Then go home, Jerry. Go home and forget everything you've seen and heard tonight. I only wish I could forget it, too.
But you can't forget it. And I can't either. I love you, Stella.
Jerry, don't. Please don't. You see, I'm too tired to scold you the way I ought to.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KMX, Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
Betty Davis, Fred McMurray, John Beale, and May Robeson continue Another Language in just a moment. As you listen to the Lux Radio Theater tonight, doubtless you're struck by the attitude of one particular character. I speak of Mother Hallam. Through her own words and through the influence she exerts on her children, you probably resent her type of motherhood. Fortunately, most mothers speak another language, the language of great and understanding hearts. Such a mother talks to us tonight. She's sitting at this moment in the study of her home on East 65th Street in New York City. On the desk nearby is a photograph of her son, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking to us from New York, the mother of the President of the United States, Mrs. James Roosevelt.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, for your invitation to take part in a program from your splendid Lux Radio Theater. It's a pleasure also to hear Miss Davis, whom I remember as a charming young lady when I met her in Washington. I think tonight that you're doing something even more important than entertainment. For through Mother Hallam, you're showing, it seems to me, many other mothers what not to be and why. Early in the second act of the play, there was one line that has stayed with me. Stella was speaking, and she said, "Let the boy at least try to find himself." That phrase might well be the watchword of every mother and father, too. A selfish, over-possessive mother so often means unhappy children. Unhappy because they are not free. Of course, I don't mean that a child should not be guided, but the child's own identity should never be smothered under that guidance. A boy or a girl may be your child, but at the same time he is an individual. And perhaps first on the list of his training should be teaching that child to find himself. I get so impatient with mothers who say, "Oh, my boy never could do that." And when I hear it, I always want to say, "You mean you never let him do it." I remember in my own experience it was hard for me always to see that, especially when my son wanted to climb tall trees or go hunting or other such hazardous expeditions. But my husband would always say to me, "Teach him how to do it right, and then let him go ahead." And when your child grows up, that's another time, when a mother must recognize her child as an individual in his own right. No matter how much you want your boy to be a lawyer, if he wants to be a painter, let him do it. If you don't, he will be unhappy as a lawyer and probably a very poor one. But with a sympathetic understanding, he may become a great artist. A final word to mothers now. Remember, your child's father may have some very good ideas, and his influence and cooperation are very important. You all know what happens when you say no and your child answers, "But Daddy says I may." Help your son develop a character of his own. Let him find himself. You'll be a very happy mother when you can point to your child's achievements and say he did it all himself.
Our thanks, Mrs. Roosevelt, for honoring us with your presence. It's inspiring to hear from you, and I know mothers throughout America will cherish your words. We're back in Hollywood now, where Betty Davis, Fred McMurray, John Beale, and May Robeson are ready to continue Another Language. It's the following morning. With Vicky at his mother's house, Stella has had a chance to think things out for herself, and she's come to a decision. Vicky has called saying Mrs. Hallam has been taken ill, and Stella has gone to her mother-in-law's home. She's calm, almost too calm, as Vicky greets her at the door.
Hello, Stella. Come in. Guess I ought to say thanks for coming over.
Why? I'm doing this for myself, Vicky.
Oh, I kind of thought you were doing it for me.
No. I didn't want to hurt Mother, and if it'll make her feel any better for me to say so, it would be stupid to stay away.
That's talking.
May I go up to her now?
Walter and Grace are with her. Say, do you know you haven't said good morning to me yet?
Haven't I?
Well, look here, Stella. Are you still mad or what?
Why should I be mad? You act a certain way because you're you. I act a certain way because I'm me. And that's all there is to it.
All right, let's forget it. You did wrong last night, but you can't do any more than say you're sorry. I did wrong maybe by leaving you alone, and I'm sorry. It was what you needed, though, young lady. Come on now, wasn't it?
No, Vicky, it wasn't.
Did you get the woozies being by yourself? I couldn't sleep a wink.
I wasn't by myself very long.
Huh?
Jerry didn't leave until almost 3.
Oh, Jerry. What did he do, talk your ear off? You should have pitched him out. You're too soft with him, Stell.
I wasn't soft with him, Vicky.
Did you talk some sense into him?
I hope so.
Good. Now let's kiss and make up, huh?
I wish it were as simple as that, but it isn't. There's no use in our kissing and making up. It'll only be the same thing over again.
What do you want me to do? Bring a pound of candy and a bunch of roses home tonight?
I won't be there, Vicky.
Well, where do you think you're going?
I don't know yet.
Listen, are you after a separation or something?
Nothing quite as spectacular as that. At least not yet. I just want to be alone for a little while to think things through. Think things through, too, Vicky. It's high time.
Oh, listen, Stell, this is a lot of hysterical nonsense. You're not going.
I don't know what you're going to do about it, Vicky.
I'm going to do this about it. Here I am all ready to take you in my arms, and I can't find you. That's the way I sort of feel.
And it's the loneliest feeling in the world, isn't it, Vicky?
Hello.
Oh.
Hello, Grace.
Sorry to interrupt the love scene, but Grandma knows you're here.
I'll go up then.
Tell her I'll be up to say goodbye, Stell.
Everything hunky-dory?
Huh?
I said everything hunky-dory between the lovebirds.
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure.
Who's that coming down the areaway?
Oh, it looks like Etta.
Paul, too. My Lord. Grandma bats an eyelash and the whole gang comes trooping in. I'll go. Hello.
Is Jerry here?
Is he here, Vicky? Is he here?
No, what's the matter?
He didn't come home all night.
Didn't come home. Oh, that's funny.
We came over to find out if he left your place with the others.
No, he didn't.
Oh, Paul, I know something's happened to him.
Oh, nonsense. He probably went off in a bat somewhere.
Oh, no, not Jerry. Oh, God, don't let anything happen to him. He's all I've got.
Come on now, Etta, control yourself.
Well, I can't. He's in some hospital somewhere.
Oh, listen, Etta, you would have heard in case of accident.
Well, that's easy to say, but I'd be half out of my mind if I was Etta, especially the mood he was in last night. Lord knows what he's up to.
What mood?
Oh, the kid was upset. The family sort of got his goat, I guess.
Oh, I know it was that. I know he's not happy down there in that business. I've said it all along.
Nonsense. If the boy can't adjust himself, he'll have to learn to.
He's in love. That might explain a lot.
That's right. We were teasing him about it.
Etta, do you know anything about this?
Not a word.
Vicky, how do you know about it?
He told Stella.
Did he tell you who the girl is?
No, but Stella's funny that way. She wouldn't if the kid asked her not to.
Well, I'm going to get to the bottom of this if I have to.
Wait a minute. Here's the kid big as life. See him? He's coming down the areaway steps.
Thank God.
He'll give an accounting of himself, all right.
Now, Paul, please don't lose your temper with him. You don't know what's happened. Oh, Jerry, where have you been? How could you frighten me like this?
I'll attend to this. Well, young man, suppose you explain yourself. Since when do you take to staying out all night?
I'm not a child. Leave me alone. I came over here to tell you I was home. If you're going to start hounding me, I'll leave.
I'm asking you where you spent the night, and I want the truth. Do you understand?
Walking. Most of it.
Most of it. And where'd you spend the rest of it?
Well, what's it to you? Oh, look here, Jerry. Come out with it. You don't need to be ashamed.
Leave me alone. There's a woman in this, isn't there?
What do you mean?
Who is she?
Oh, leave me alone. Why can't you?
Oh, Jerry, don't act this way. If you're in love with a girl, that's all right. Papa's not angry at that part of it.
Yes, I'm in love.
Jerry.
Well, I think that's fine, Jerry. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's swell.
Come on, boy. Who is she?
I can't tell you.
Is she someone you'd be ashamed to let your mother meet?
No, she isn't. She's the most wonderful person in the world.
Then why can't you bring her around? That's what I want to know. And I'll know it before I'm through with you.
Well, she's married.
Oh, Jerry. Married?
Oh, so that's it.
Where did you pick her up?
In heaven, that's where.
Yes, we know all about that. One more question, and I want the truth out of you, or I'll...
Paul, let him alone, can't you?
Let him alone when he's mixed up with some tramp.
You use a word about her, and I'll kill you.
I'll call her by her right name, and that'll be a whole
lay
lot
off
worse.
him, Paul, will you, I tell you?
Let me manage this, Vicky, will you?
Well, this is no place for a scene with Mama sick upstairs. What's the matter with you?
Yeah, here comes Stella now. I bet anything Grandma wants to know what's doing.
Stella.
Jerry. Jerry, why do you look that way? What's the matter?
I'll tell you what's the matter. He's running around with a married woman. That's what's the matter. For all I know, she's trying to frame something on him.
Paul, she's not framing anything on him.
How much of this do you know?
Everything.
Come on, out with this, Stella. Tell us what you know.
No, Stella, don't. They wouldn't understand. Don't tell them.
I don't know whether you know it or not, but he didn't come home all night, this young fool.
I didn't know it.
What time did he leave your house?
I can tell you that. 3:00. Who told you, Uncle Vicky? Stella. What else did she tell you? What else was it to tell me, Jerry? Nothing.
All right, let's stop beating around the bush. I want to know where you went after you left Stella's. Who's the girl? And how long have you been carrying on with her?
Oh, come on, Stella. Let's get out of here.
Stay where you are, Jerry. There's no reason to run away.
I don't want to run away. I'd like to tell him. I'm proud of loving you, Stella. You get that, all of you? I'm proud of loving her.
Watch this. Stella. Why, you...
Stop it. I've heard enough.
Vicky, you poor deluded fool. No wonder you've heard enough. So this is the sort of stuff she does behind your back.
Who says it's behind my back? What do you take me for? Don't you suppose I've known it all along? Didn't you hear me say I knew he'd been down at her apartment until 3 o'clock? Does that look like Stella was doing anything behind my back?
Well, what are you made of? Blood or water?
Common sense. What was the use of making a fuss about it? I knew the kid would get over it and Stella'd handle him. How could anybody take it seriously, a tempest in a teapot?
When did this begin with him?
I guess it began that night at the folks last week. We got home and Stella said, I think I made a hit with your nephew. We laughed ourselves sick over it.
Oh, Vicky.
Stella, you laughed.
Jerry, no.
What did you think we'd do, kid? Sit down and bust out crying over it?
You laughed.
Jerry, no, of course I didn't.
It's a lucky thing for you we did take it as a joke.
Why, the idea, big boy like you making such a spectacle of yourself. You go right over and say, I apologize, Aunt Stella.
I apologize, Aunt Stella.
No, Jerry, don't believe it. Come back.
Let him go.
But you can't let him go that way. He believed it. Oh, Vicky, you don't know what you're doing to him.
Now, listen, just calm down. I'm his father, and I'll take the responsibility.
That boy loves me. And if it's the last decent thing I do, I won't let you destroy something that's been beautiful to both of us.
To both of you, eh?
Pretty late to talk that way, Stella. After you've been making fun of him all along.
I haven't been making fun of him. Vicky lied when he told you that. He didn't know anything about Jerry and me until now.
I thought there was something phony. Vicky's been lying to save your face.
I'd rather think that, Paul, than anything else in the world. But it isn't so. Vicky lied to save the family. Oh, you made a gesture for me, Vicky, I admit it. But it wasn't good enough. Fear, that's all it was. You were afraid for them to know that I was the tramp they were talking about. So you made a joke of it and hid behind it like a coward. And you didn't care what they did to Jerry as long as you were safe.
That's a good story.
She's telling the truth. Don't you know it when you hear it? She's right. I didn't have the guts to face the truth before the family because for 7 years you've been waiting to say I told you so. Now go ahead and say it.
And you're going to let her get away with it?
No, I'm not going to let her get away with it because I don't have to. Stella, when you came in here this morning, you said you wanted to go away. Well, you listen to what I have to say first, and then if you want to go, I won't keep you. I'm not even going to ask you if there's anything between you and Jerry. I'm going to tell you there isn't. Do you understand that? There isn't. I know there isn't because I know it.
Oh, Vicky, do you really?
Children. Excitement again.
Mama shouldn't be up.
Oh, excitement. I couldn't rest.
I'm sorry, Mother.
Oh, where did Jerry go?
Jerry,
Yes, he was down here. I heard him. Why couldn't he come up to see his old grandmother after last night? What is the matter with him? Victor, I asked you something. What is wrong with Jerry now?
There's nothing wrong with him, Mom. Poor kid needs a break, that's all. Maybe I can help him get it. Maybe he ought to be an architect if he wants to. And if I can help him, I will.
Thank you, Vicky.
You're siding with Jerry against your whole family?
Yes, I am. And if it isn't too late, with Stella. And now, if you'll excuse us, Stella and I, we're going home. Are you ready, Stella?
I'm ready. And Vicky, darling, it isn't too late.
A little later, Betty Davis, Fred McMurray, and John Beale report back to the microphone. But now some facts about clothes and the care of clothes from Janet Henley. Miss Henley, after 10 years as head of women's wardrobe at Columbia Studios, knows clothes from A for apron to Z for zipper. She had charge of this department for recent hits like Lost Horizon and When You're in Love, and is now concerned with the next pictures to be made by Irene Dunn and Grace Moore. Ladies and gentlemen, one of Hollywood's foremost dress authorities, Miss Janet Henley. First, Miss Henley, congratulations on your excellent work in Lost Horizon.
Thanks. It was one of my most interesting assignments. Interesting because it featured so many unusual costumes. Take, for example, those affairs worn by the native women. In the back, from the waist to the ankle, was a very heavy piece of cloth covered with shells, coins, and semi-precious stones representing prayers. Each woman had 108 braids of hair which reached to the waist and were tied to the top of this piece of cloth. in keeping with the styles of Tibet. But I imagine you're having plenty to think about, too, Mr. DeMille, in costuming your new picture.
The Buccaneer. Well, there'll be lots of variety, Miss Henley. For the story takes place during the War of 1812. That means costumes for frontiersmen and the beautiful Creole ladies of New Orleans, for Frenchmen and Spaniards, for sailors and pirates, and for the armies of England and the United States. I expect to keep my stars, Frederick March and Francesca Gall, so busy that I'm having wax figures made on which their costumes will be fitted without calling them from the set.
Every star, ladies and gentlemen, has a wardrobe assistant whose duty it is to keep her costumes in perfect condition. This means that every night all washable garments are laundered and made ready for the next day before the camera. We use Lux Flakes entirely, simply because nothing else does the job so well and so economically. We found that clothes last so much longer when we take care of them in Lux. We have pieces of lingerie, for example, that have been used in pictures for as long as 7 years and still look just as fresh and new as ever. I recommend Lux most heartily to all women who want to look their best, and particularly if they have to watch their budgets.
Well, let's take a girl who doesn't earn a great deal of money, say about $25 a week. What kind of a wardrobe would you recommend for her?
Well, any girl with a small income should buy conservative clothes that will look well on almost any occasion. I'd suggest that she have one good suit with a separate skirt to go with it, and 2 or 3 blouses for variety. Also, one simple black and white dress that will do for dinner and theater as well as the office. In selecting such a dress, get one that can be worn without a collar or with different colors or costume jewelry. This also for the variety. I'd get one navy and white outfit, one dinner dress, and 2 or 3 simple prints. When you think of the coats and shoes and hats to go with them, this is about all a girl could afford on $25 a week. But it's all she needs. Take care of everything washable in Lux Flakes and iron your clothes carefully, and you'll find you'll be as well dressed as most women are, who have a great deal more to spend. I hope I've been of a little help. Thank you.
Thank you. That was Miss Janet Henley, ladies and gentlemen. And here's Fred McMurray.
And for a very good purpose, Mr. DeMille. On behalf of Betty Davis, John Beale, and myself, I want to say how fortunate we've been to have appeared tonight with such a splendid cast. There's May Robeson, who played Mother Hallam. Miss Robeson's been acting for more than 50 years, and I wish I knew just a little of what she's forgotten about characterization. Thanks also to Margaret Hamilton and Hal K. Dawson, who played Grace and Walter, and to all the others. Edward Keene as Paul Hallam, Myra Marsh as Etta Hallam, and Sam Flint as Mr. Hallam.
On behalf of the cast, Fred, thank you. And now, John Beale.
Well, I'm sure the audience would rather hear from Betty Davis than from me, so I'll be very brief. I'll pick up where Fred left off, Mr. DeMille, and speak not as an actor, but as one of your regular fans. I think the Lux Radio Theater is the most worthwhile hour on the air, and I say that because I mean it. All right, Betty, where are you?
Right behind you, John. Mr. DeMille, I do want to say how impressed I was by Mrs. Roosevelt's talk from New York. It makes me very proud to have appeared on the same program with a woman of such keen understanding and sincerity. As for the part I played tonight, it's one I've wanted to do for a long time. I saw Dorothy Stickney do it on the stage and Helen Hayes on the screen, each with such distinction. I tried to make Stella live as believably as they did. Thank you, Mr. DeMille, and good night to you all.
We'll look for you soon again, Betty.
Thank you, Betty Davis, Fred McMurray, and John Beale. This is your announcer, ladies and gentlemen, Melville Ruick. Next week's stars and play will be made known in just a moment by Mr. DeMille. Miss Davis, currently seen in Kid Galahad, appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers. Mr. McMurray and Mr. DeMille, Paramount. John Beale, RKO. May Robeson, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he supervised music for the new film Café Metropole. And now, back to our producer.
Next Monday night, we take you to the far boundaries of civilization, to northern Africa, savage land of scorching sand, home of perilous adventure and daring romance, and Inferno patrolled by a handful of glorious troops flying the colors of the French Foreign Legion. Of all tales born of this background, none has attained the perennial popularity of Under Two Flags. First favored in novel form, it ran for generations as a play and was 3 times a motion picture. We bring it to you next Monday night, starring Herbert Marshall as Corporal Victor, Olivia de Havilland as Lady Venetia, Lupe Valdez as Cigarette, and Lionel Atwell as Major Doyle. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Under Two Flags with Herbert Marshall, Olivia de Havilland, Lupe Valdez, and Lionel Atwell. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Columbia Workshop presents number 14 of 26 by Corwin. Samson, a new verse play by Norman Corwin, starring Mady Christians and Martin Gable, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. Tonight's drama, the first of the Old Testament trilogy, which will include Esther and Job, is based on chapter 13 of the book of Judges, verses 18 through 30.
Lift the curtain. See. The moon is on the face he wears at night. He smiles like a thumb-sucking babe and turns a half-turn in his love crib. Sleep is good news to bone and sinew. Therefore to Samson, who is bone and sinew, therefore he smiles. Sleep, Samson. Sleep, your gifted sleep. Each plodding breath a bellows to the forge. This deep, indwelling strength is not a thing of body juices or of blood springs, but of raw hair, lank, common hair, bewitched by some black god of Israel. Knowing this secret, I am stronger than your cudgel fist, your wrist of granite. Where is the man in all Philistia can undo such a might and main? 1,000 warriors lie broken in the clay at Lehi, dead of crying Samson's mettle. He smote them as a mower smites the grain, a very mortal sight. And still he lives among them, quite unconquered. However, what cannot be conquered can be coaxed. The cobra may be sung to sleep, the leopard fanned and petted. Whatever fury's armor cannot fend, softness will soon enough devour. I will awaken Samson to a riddle. What is it that is lighter than a dust mote to the touch, yet crushing as disaster? The answer, any moment of the day, the feather strokes of time, the soft-faced little seconds do hammer down the mighty and stoop mountains under, and trample out the fires of the fiercest stars. This much a woman knows of stratagem. The unsheathed breast is keener than the naked sword. There is the signal. They have come. The lords are here. Less signaling, or you are piping your own funeral. Is he asleep, Delilah? Yes. Come quietly. How many are you?
7.
You brought the razor to shave off his head?
Yes.
The money also?
Each of us 1,100 silver pieces.
Samson wakes and discovers we're all conspirators?
Your wives will waken and discover they are widows.
Who will shave Samson's head?
The lightest finger of you.
Of us?
Who else, then? I? My bargain was to hound my lover's genius to its lair, but not to beard it. That is up to you, brave lords.
Here is the silver.
Put it over there. Well, come now. Who will shear my lion so he be your lamb? What? None of you? The 7 highest lords of the land and all at sea?
I will shave Samson. You? It will make me worthy in the eyes of our great god Dagon.
Delilah! Delilah, where are you?
Quick, get away. Be quiet. Quit. Do not move. I'll go into him. I am here, Samson. When you hear me hum to him, it will be safe for you to steal into the chamber. Not before.
Why did you leave me?
I got up to watch the full moon wester. Never has the valley been so drugged and scented and serene.
Don't leave me in the night, Delilah. While you were gone, I staggered sick and sweating in a festal dream whose shape already fades. I reached my arms out to you as if to save myself from drowning in a sea of octopi and fanged eels. But you were nowhere.
There, my poor, beleaguered boy, there. A kiss for Samson's brow. Now hold me softly in the arms that terrify the world.
Delilah.
Never will you be alone again on your love bed. Dear, mighty man, so unafraid to stand alone against 1,000 enemies. I will watch over you and intercept all shadows I suspicion of unwholesomeness.
No terrors stalk the earth so leering and so leprous and invincible with evil as the undredged demons of our dreams.
Give over now. Rest now. Fantasy is ruptured. Lie easy in my arms. Here, pillow your head against my knees and sleep, my strong heart. Sleep, beloved. Sleep, my hero.
The wars are over, aren't they?
Yes, the wars are over.
Put by as penitents put by their sins.
Put by.
No more the bleeding bowel and the broken back, the eggshell skull staved in.
No more.
Peace is a nice sentiment.
It is.
A shield hung up forever on the wall.
Yes. And a fat fawn drowsing in a wolf-proof meadow.
A wound, sponged clean, and healing under balms and unguents.
Rest your weary head. There. Now go to sleep.
Delilah.
Samson.
We can't see you. Where are you, Delilah? Oh, that's it. We need a light.
Light your candles. I will shield his eyes.
I have the razor. I am ready.
Then begin.
One lock is shaven.
6 locks more.
2.
5 more.
3.
4.
4.
Hold off. He stirs. Now then, the remainder.
5, 6.
He bubbles at the mouth in some deep, sudsy slumber. Just one lock more, and he is shorn for good.
7. Finished.
All but finished. Now it commences. First, clear away this fury-making hair.
Done.
Now make a wider light.
Look, he's turning.
He is still asleep. Now, are you ready with your ropes?
Primed and waiting.
Stand back. I will awaken him. Samson! The Philistines are on you, Samson.
What is this? Who are these men, Delilah?
The Philistines are on you, Samson!
No, this is another dream.
He's a Delilah! Your head, Samson!
My head!
Loose his hands and let him feel his scalp.
Shorn of my secret and my strength.
I sold your strength for silver.
No! Let me shake my head till I am sensible again. I still am in sessions of a dream. This is a tableau out of sleep. This cannot be Delilah, but a counterfeit.
It can be. And it is.
No! This is a play of ghastliness, goaded by some dead lover's mold green envy. My senses do this treason. Not Delilah. Oh, my head needs shaking to be clear.
Then let the hand of a Philistine hasten to assist you. He is human and responsive, too. For see, he's bleeding where I hit him in the mouth. Now he begins to know the taste of insult.
I am awake, then. This is a conscious and malignant thing. Betrayed and trapped and bound with rope enough to tie the sun from rising.
Now that you have taken Samson, take him and go. This has been a sleepless night.
The first of many for you. May your sleep be rotted to the core forever. Plagued and pursued across the face of night, and cancerous with conscience.
Keep your curses and reproaches in your cheek. I've done what I have done, and I am quit of it. And none of your vile maledictions can corrupt me.
Alas, you're right. Corruption cannot be corrupted any more than truth can be made still truer, or perfection be perfected. How can a soul decayed as yours rot further?
Mouth on, for words are all the strength you have left to you now. Samson, you, whom I have hated while I loved, brood over this. You have been vanquished not by soldiers milling in a bloody mud, but by a woman, quietly, alert, unarmed, companionless, inspired not by fearsome shouts of battle,
but by silver!
Silver, yes, properly. Tribute paid to the conqueror for conquering.
Death is a greater conqueror than even you, Delilah. Also quiet and alert, unarmed and unaccompanied. What tribute shall you pay the grave when angry justice overtakes you? With what coin bribe the worm?
With flesh. It can be minted, and it can be forged into a hot and supple metal. My body is the sword that cuts you down.
And a two-faced sword it is, drawn from a scabbard of the foulest treachery, and thrust into the vitals of a trusting sleeper for a sack of silver.
Oh, Felicia! You are my people's enemy, and you are mine. And you are captured like a common thief.
By a common lying hypocrite.
The vanquished would do better not to sneer at the victorious.
Yes, truthfully, Delilah is our greatest army. We should drink to
A toast
to victory! To victory!
What a sorry and degenerate victory! Oh, crass, craven Philistia, all war debauched and honor shamed away. Fly skirts for banners, lisp your commands, ride beds to battle, flank with a thigh.
Better than bungling among broken backs and shattered skulls. Listen, the 8 of you. I am the sex which fathers so deplore at birth and glumly suffer to be reared. A girl is born, they say. Alas, the pity, luck, and Dagon have deserted you. A girl is born fit only to attend the wants of masters and to sate their several hungers. We are the weak ones, the veiled ones. We are the women, the opinionless, consulted only by our lovers and our suckling babes. Here is example of our uselessness. This brutish Israelite who in a single brawl at Ashkelon killed 30 men, who out of fury when he was denied a wife, burnt down the cornfields and the vineyards in the time of harvest. This terrifying Samson who one rowdy midnight wrecked the city gate of Gaza